I swear on the pride of the Quincy, I will kill you. That declaration left Ishida's mouth as he broke a part of the glove he was wearing, resulting in his spiritual pressure spiking even further while simultaneously qualifying him to push the Quincy's technique to absorb spiritual power even further, making it possible to do so even to the surrounding structures. Seeing Ishida's current form, Yuna couldn't help but her chin in curiosity. She hadn't bothered much with the difference between Shinigami and Quincy, but now she couldn't help but get a little curious. Especially since Ishida was currently slowly disintegrating the nearby walls and turning them into his spiritual power. How interesting tilde, he even turned his spiritual power into small strings and is using them to control his body. Not really sure why he is doing that, but I guess he was paralyzed before I arrived here. After she finished inspecting Ishida, her gaze landed on his opponent, Moyui Kurosucha, in all his white and golden weirdness. Feeling his spiritual power, Yuna lost interest in him rather quickly. Additionally, from what she had heard, he was more of a researcher rather than a fighter, stifling her interest in him even further. However, there was one aspect that she was rather curious about. Why the hell does he wear his sword sheath between his legs? Probably compensating for something. Ga tilde small penis, ga ha ha ha. Now, Chaos, you need to be more supple with stuff like this, or people will accuse you of only making easy dick jokes. Oh? Wise words, unfortunately, they were spoken by you, resulting in them reeking of hypocrisies. What? My dick jokes are always supple. You literally erected a giant ice penis inside the city, how is that supple? Hee erect. Erect, ga ha 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 tilde. Sire, know it's a lost battle, but I'll never stop fighting. Meanwhile, Ishida's spiritual power has formed into a single wing of highly concentrated spiritual power, which quickly transformed into a shining energy arrow that Ishida knocked into his bow and shot at Moyui. Although Moyui was surprised by the power behind the shot, he still managed to lean his body back in time to dodge the attack. Unfortunately for him, Ishida had anticipated that he would dodge and had already moved above Moyui, another arrow ready to be shot. A loud explosion occurred as Ishida's arrow pierced through Moyui's shoulder and contacted the ground underneath him, resulting in Moyui getting further wounded by the shockwave. Seeing that Moyui was heavily wounded, Ishida prepared another arrow and knocked it into his bow. Apologize for what you have done, and I'll forgive you. If you don't, my next attack will be 3 times stronger. Hearing that Ishida was willing to forgive his opponent, Yuna could only shake her head. Pride of the Quincy, doesn't seem to be worth much. Why in the world does he suddenly back down? Well, it turns out killing a fellow person is not easy. Seriously. He's wussing out just like that. It's not a choice I would ever make, but I can respect choosing humanity over revenge. You can. Oh, don't get me wrong, I think it's a stupid choice, but I can at least understand why a youngster that had mostly been living peacefully would hesitate to kill someone. Although Ishida offered to let him go, how could Moyui possibly accept such a humiliation? Rather than bowing down and apologizing, he would fight to the death. Don't get cocky, brat. Bankai. While Ishida wasn't sure what Bankai meant, Moyui's sword started bloating and, after a few seconds, turned into a giant creature that looked like a centipede with a comically large human baby head that had a halo hovering above it. That is some bizarre-ass creature. Reminds me of that puppet thing you fought while we were forcefully transported into the past. Oh, you are right. Well, this thing seems to be organic, making it even more bizarre. However, I have to say the smell of its poison is pretty decent. So that habit finally surfaced again, Well, what can I say? There simply were no good poisons around in the human world, and I'm too lazy to look for the proper herbs as well. It's not like I can order poisonous plants over the internet. Meanwhile, Ishida was baffled by the weird creature that suddenly appeared in front of him, but that didn't mean he would back down. While Moyui's Bankai was charging him, Ishida concentrated most of his spiritual power into his arrow, making it glow intensely. The arrow was shot and hit the huge creature, easily piercing through like it was made of tofu and splitting it in half before hitting Moyui's side, resulting in a massive hole getting pierced into his body. Seeing the bloody form of Moyui, Yuna could only shake her head. Considering over half his body was missing, there were little doubts that he would die soon as long as he didn't have any more tricks up his sleeve. Unfortunately, he did. I won't accept this. Aren't you just a shitty Quincy? As soon as he finished yelling, he raised his sword and pierced it into his own neck, dumbfounding the spectators. However, instead of dying, his body started melting away, shocking Ishida. He wanted to shoot another arrow, but he knew that that was impossible. He was fully out of steam, and the side effects of using his special form were kicking in as well. Despite being completely liquid, Moyui continued speaking. "This isn't over yet, Quincy. I might not be able to attack in this form, but neither can I be attacked. I will retreat for now and heal my wounds. It might not have gone as I wanted, but the result of this battle is still the same. I'll fully recover, and you will die of my poison." Moyui's liquid form was just about to slip away through a crack in the wall when ice suddenly started growing out of the ground, collecting Moyui's liquid form and sealing it in a transparent ice ball. Well, will you look at this? Captain in a jar tilde. Moments later, Yuna appeared next to the sealed Moyui and picked him up with a cocky grin on her face. "Unhand me right this instant." "Yo, it's been a while, Ishida." Obviously, she completely ignored the screaming Moyui and put her attention on Ishida instead, who by now was kneeling on the ground with a dumbfounded expression. "Why Yuna?" "The one and only." Before Ishida could say anything else, he coughed up some blood before collapsing on the ground, causing Yuna to shake her head with a wry smile on her face. "Guess before we can chat any further, I should heal you from that poison." "Heal him? As if a imbecile like you could heal the poison I created." "Geez, stop yelling, will you? Aren't you just a bottled-up captain? What are you getting so cocky for? You better be quiet, or I turn this ice ball into a dildo and shove it into the hairiest ass I can find." That immediately made Moyui quiet down. However, now that his rage was stifled a little, his thoughts became clearer and he realized something else. Wait a moment. Did she just say ice? As those thoughts passed his head, he took a better look at Yuna's face and immediately realized what was going on. "You look exactly like that damn statue. It's you, isn't it? You made that thing. Oh my tilde, so you have my statue. That was a present for Soifon, so please give it back to her when you have the chance." As if she would take back that abomination. Frankly, Yuna's statue was haunting him in his dreams. He hated it when he didn't understand something. However, the statue made it even worse, as it seems to actively mock and prank him. Hell, just this morning, he woke up with a huge ice penis menacingly hovering over his head. Frankly, he was rather close to just dumping that thing in a random clan compound before fleeing the scene. The only thing that prevented him from doing so was his pride as a researcher. The statue was a mystery, and he wanted to solve that mystery. While Moyui was lamenting his fate, Yuna walked to a person who hadn't said anything yet and was just silently observing what was going on. It was a mature woman with black hair and green eyes, Nemukuro Sucha, Moyui's lieutenant. She looked at the approaching Yuna with emotionless eyes. However, Yuna could easily tell that she was worried about her captain. "Well, let's trade. Captain Ice Ball here for the poison's antidote." "Nemu, don't give her the antidote." Before Moyui could finish speaking, the ball he was trapped in changed form and turned into an ice penis, instantly shutting him up. "Well, Captain Penis, for the antidote, what will you do?" "I accept." "Good, the ice will melt in about an hour. Do you want to keep him in that form, or should I transform his container back into a ball?" Although Nemu flushed a little when she heard Yuna's question, in the end, she requested to turn the ice back into a ball, and a few seconds later, Yuna had the antidote in hand and casually tossed it toward Ishida. "Whoa, careful there." Although he managed to safely catch it, considering it was a liquid stored inside a glass container, tossing it like that immediately made Ishida antsy, causing Yuna to dismissively shrug her shoulders. "Anyway, now that you won't be dying anytime soon, let's get you to a safe location, shall we?" "What?" "No. We need to save Rukia." Hearing Ishida's words, Yuna could only shake her head with disapproval. "And what would you do when we get there and meet an enemy? Your spiritual power is currently fading away, and you soon won't be able to use it anymore. Can you even defeat a random grunt like that?" How do you know about that?" "I just do, and now stop goofing around and follow me." What else could Ishida do but follow Yuna in this kind of situation? So, a few minutes later, in which they didn't meet a single enemy, surprising Ishida, they reached a familiar wall that quickly opened up, allowing Yuna and Ishida access. Where did this secret tunnel come from? Apparently, Yoruichi and Kasuke built this place in the past, and I managed to find it by referencing how the underground passage in Kasuke's house felt. Although Ishida couldn't help but be fascinated, he decided not to comment any further while looking forward to what would greet him at the end of the stairways, and moments later, he was greeted by a peaceful winter wonderland. Shortly after, Ishida looked dumbfounded at the ice house Yuna had previously created but entered behind her, nonetheless causing him to be on guard due to hearing multiple voices from inside the house. Haha, sorry, Hinata, draw 4. Nope, I've another draw too. Too bad, Retsu tilde. I'm afraid I have another one as well. Seems like the black cat continues to be the unlucky one. Shit, could you please stop with the black cat jokes? Ishida almost tripped when he felt the jolly atmosphere from inside the house. Weren't they here to free Rukia? Why was everyone so laid back? Besides that, there were 3 voices he didn't recognize. Where did these 3 people come from? A moment later, Ishida entered the room where the voices were coming from behind Yuna and yet again almost tripped due to being greeted with the view of one person wearing a captain's badge and another wearing a lieutenant's badge. Why the hell is a captain here? Has Yuna teamed up with her? No, maybe she is one of Yoruichi's old acquaintances. Yes, that's possible. Oh well, for those that don't know him, this is Ishida. Ishida, these 2 are Lieutenant Matsumoto and Captain Retsu. Although Ishida was still a little dumbfounded due to 2 supposed enemies being here, he still greeted the duo politely before his gaze landed on the 3rd unknown person. Why haven't you introduced this person as well, Yuna? Before Yuna could answer him, the person in question started speaking up. What? We haven't seen each other for a few hours and you have already forgotten me. It's me, Yoruichi. Ha! Yoruichi. I only know one person called like that, and he is a cat. Yep, that's me tilde. Ishida felt like he was hit by lightning when the realization hit that that unusual black cat that he had to spend some time with was actually a beautiful woman. Initially, he was sure that Yuna was pranking him, but after remembering the conversation this little group had before he entered the room, he realized that Yoruichi's words might actually be true. I see. Might I also ask why 2 people from Seirede are here? Are they Yoruichi's acquaintances? MHH. Retsu and Ranjaku. No, they aren't Yoruichi's acquaintances. I just met these 2 around a week ago, and since then, they have joined my harem. Ishida took a while to digest Yuna's words, and a few seconds later, he nodded in understanding. Sorry, not sure what's going on, but something about my hearing was weird for a second. Could you repeat what you just said? They joined my harem tilde. Yet again, Ishida took a long time to digest Yuna's words, but after finding no other reasonable meaning, he sent a pleading gaze towards Ranjaku, who only nodded her head, causing him to feel a bit of despair. The fuck? So Yuna just busted in here, pranked everyone that could be pranked, and while doing so, she even seduced not 1 but 2 high-ranking people from the enemy's forces. Again, what the fuck? Did other people even need to come here to save Rukia? Wait a moment, she still remembers that we are here to save Rukia, right? Right. He felt like he would be really stupid even asking that kind of question, but considering the cozy atmosphere in the room, he just had to ask. Yuna, you still remember why we are here in Seirede, right? Hearing Ishida's question, Yuna looked at him like an idiot before scoffing in disdain. Obviously, I know that. It's to have food. Rukia. Cough, it's obviously to save Rukia. Nice assist. Shouldn't you remember her? Isn't she female? Ma, I can't help it. Messing with these people here is simply too much fun tilde. Obviously, Ishida noticed that Yuna had a slip of the tongue just now, but after taking his sanity into account, he decided to just pretend that Yuna was messing with him by pretending that she had momentarily forgotten their goal. Before he could comment any further, Yuna's gaze landed on Retsu as she started speaking. Retsu, could you take a look at Ishida, please? Not exactly sure what is going on or if it can be stopped, but he is rapidly losing his spiritual power due to him using a sacrificial technique. Hearing Yuna's request, Retsu simply nodded her head in agreement before her gaze fixed itself on Ishida. From the way you dress, I assume you are a Quincy. I'll put this bluntly, I took part in the Quincy massacre all those years ago. I don't mind trying to help you, but I think you should know about that before I do anything else. Although Ishida was briefly stunned due to Retsu's words, in the end, he simply shrugged his shoulders. Frankly, he didn't believe that anyone could improve his condition anyway, but since someone wanted to try, he might as well allow them to. As for the Quincy massacre, he couldn't care less. That was hundreds of years ago and had nothing to do with him. I don't care about that. That event happened a long time ago and has nothing to do with me. As soon as Ishida finished speaking, Retsu nodded in approval and got up from her seat. Very well, please follow me. Although we don't have a real treatment room, I'll make it work somehow. Meanwhile, a little later, not too far away from the hidden underground cave, Shunsui Kairaku was yet again relaxing with a nice drink while snow was gently falling from the sky. However, the quiet atmosphere was quickly dispersed when Naneo Ice, Shuansue's lieutenant, entered the courtyard. Captain, I have a new report. Oh Tilda Nono-chan, come sit down and have a drink Tilda. The number of cake incidents inside Seirede was halved today. Shudder. The moment Shunsui heard Naneo's report, the cup he was holding fell to the ground while he stared at Naneo in utter confusion. Seriously? Will we finally be freed from this curse? However, as if she wanted to crush the little hope that just sparked within Shunsui, Naneo continued her report. Unfortunately, the incidents of people getting pranked stayed more or less the same, but this time, half of the victims were hit by pie instead of cake. Huh? Pie? Where does that come from? We are not sure, but we can only assume that the new wave of invaders is responsible for this. Do they have specific territories? Yes, that seemed to be the case. Are they fighting over territories? Hearing Shuansue's question, Naneo paused for a moment to gather her thoughts. Frankly, she wasn't entirely certain about that either. We are not sure. We don't know whether the territories were conceded voluntarily or if some kind of fight took place. All I can say is that the west of Seirete seemed to be covered by the cake faction, while the east was covered by the pie faction. Shunsui digested Naneo's words for a short moment before a serious expression appeared on his face. Naneo, is it just me, or has the Gotei 13 kind of taken the back seats in regards to managing Seirede? Are we still in control of Seirede? Hearing her captain's question, Naneo opened her mouth to answer, but no sounds came out. Frankly, she had no idea how she was supposed to answer that question. Obviously, the Gotei 13 still reigned over Seirede, but as more and more days pass, that feeling gets weaker and weaker, bothering her greatly. I don't know. After hearing Naneo's answer, Shunsui sighed deeply while picking up the cup he had previously dropped and refilling it with alcohol. Oh well, let's solve this the way I have been solving problems for the last week, getting too drunk to care about them. Seeing her captain drinking a huge gulp of alcohol, Naneo could only shake her head while considering doing the same. It seemed like things were only getting more hectic rather than calming down. So I guess I'll get myself a drink as well. Renji was currently lying on the ground wearing blood-covered clothes, and he simply couldn't believe what had just happened. Somehow, he had lost to Ichigo again, but this time, his strength wasn't restricted. Somehow, a 17-year-old young man who had just gained his Shinigami powers had defeated him, a lieutenant of the Gotei 13. Worst of all, he initially was easily overpowering Ichigo, especially after he released his Shikai, but after receiving a possibly fatal wound, something suddenly changed within Ichigo. His sword, which was initially filled with doubt and insecurities, suddenly oozed confidence and determination, and somehow, that change was enough to suddenly overpower Renji, utterly dumbfounding him. Shit. That was really all he could say as he felt his consciousness slowly drift away. Frankly, he wasn't as sad about losing against Ichigo as he had expected. After all, after seeing Ichigo's massive potential, a flame of hope was rekindled within Renji. The hope that Rukia's life could be saved. Although he knew that the punishment for Rukia's crimes would be the death penalty when he captured her, he never expected it to actually happen. After all, wasn't Rukia from a noble clan? Since when did noble clans follow the rules? And not only was she from a noble clan, she actually was the clan head's little sister and a lieutenant of the Gotei 13 on top of that. At worst, Renji expected her to be imprisoned for a few years before returning to her duties. Should I try saving her as well? As these thoughts passed through his mind, he closed his eyes and finally let go of his consciousness, resulting in him fainting. Meanwhile, in another part of Seirei, Shuhei Hisagi was in a somewhat similar position to Renji, but instead of being covered in blood, he was covered in bruises and burn marks. Seriously, I don't like people holding back on me. Hearing the complaints of the woman who had just defeated him, Shuhei chuckled in amusement. Well, if it helps you, I don't think I could defeat you with my Shikai either. Hearing that, Tatsuki nodded in satisfaction and continued talking. Well, I would have preferred you simply giving it your all, but those words are better than nothing. This time, it was Shuhei's turn to nod his head, but before he could say anything else, a third person appeared behind Tatsuki, their sword already slashing downward, causing Shuhei's eyes to widen in surprise. Tatsuki noticed the arrival of the new person as well and immediately turned around and raised her hands to block the blow. However, she immediately realized that the blow was coming too fast and that she would at least receive a minor wound, causing her to growl. Fortunately, just as the tip of the blade was about to touch her skin, a glove-covered hand intercepted it, resulting in it stopping not even a centimeter away from Tatsuki's face. Captain Chusen. The man who had just appeared had dark skin, dreadlocks, and wore big glasses, hiding his eyes. Additionally, from the info Naruto had gotten from Kasuke, he knew that the person in front of him was actually blind. Now, please refrain from damaging my girlfriend's face. Don't you know how important a woman's appearance is to them? Besides, since when do dignified captains sneak attacks? Hearing Naruto's question, Chusen scoffed while taking some distance from Naruto while pointing his blade at him. Aren't you just intruders? For the sake of justice, everything is permissible. Naruto couldn't help but scrunch up his face the moment Chusen used a phrase like a "for the sake of justice." Ugh, so you are one of those types. You do whatever you want and then slap the term justice on it, removing the necessity to take responsibility or feel guilty for whatever you have done. Don't insult Captain Chusen like that. He is a great man. He's someone who always strives for justice. Naruto scoffed in disdain as his gaze never left Chusen. Since he had tried a sneak attack once, Naruto had little doubt he would do so again. Strives for justice, huh? In that case, what is justice? Is killing Hollows justice? Maybe from the perspective of a Shinigami's point of view, but what about the Hollow side? Pretty sure they don't think them getting killed is justice. No, there is no universal justice. It lies in the eye of the beholder, meaning it's the same as saying you do something because you thought it was the best thing to do, which is nothing bad, but don't try to hover over others by using grand terms like justice. Take that word, write it on a piece of paper, and shove it up your ass. Clang. Metal clashed as Chusen appeared in front of Naruto and swung his blade down, resulting in Naruto blocking it with his gloves yet again. What does a mere intruder know about justice? You illegally entered Seirei to free a criminal. How could you possibly claim yourself to be just? Ha, Aizen. As I said, it lies in the eyes of the beholder. It's my own personal justice. I want to save Rukia, and I think the best way to do it is by forcefully breaking into the city and rescuing her. So, I'll just do that. While these two were arguing, Tatsuki couldn't help but look at Naruto in bewilderment. As far as she remembered, she had never seen Naruto argue his point like this. That idiot is actually quite smart, huh? Wait a moment, isn't he at the top of the class every year? Right, he is. He is always acting like an idiot goofball around me, so I completely forgot about that. Shuhei, on the other hand, wore a thoughtful expression as he pondered Naruto's words. Justice lies in the eye of the beholder. I have never seen it like that, but I can see the point he wants to make. I need to think some more about his words. Cry Suzumushi. As these words left Tauzen's mouth, a loud, high-pitched ringing echoed over the battlefield, attempting to knock Naruto out, but before that could happen, Naruto raised his right hand and slapped it down, resulting in a powerful gust of wind, which disturbed Tauzen's sound wave. You didn't think something so basic would work, did you? Chusen shook his head with a sad expression as he readied himself for the next move. You should have allowed yourself to get knocked out. Like that, I could have captured you painlessly, but since you insist on resisting, you'll have to feel some pain. Suzumushi Nishiki, Benihiku. Chusen swung his sword in an arc, resulting in hundreds of copies of his sword appearing in its path, and moments later, all the words honed in on Naruto's position, crashing into it, resulting in a smoke explosion. Naruto. Seeing such a devastating attack landing on Naruto, Tatsuki immediately yelled Naruto's name with fear in her voice. However, before Tatsuki could do anything else, a relaxed, slightly apologetic voice came out of the smoke. "Oops, sorry I worried you, Tatsuki. I forgot that you aren't really used to stuff like that." Moments later, the dust settled, revealing an unhurt Naruto, casually standing surrounded by a pile of swords. It looked like, despite being the focus of the attack, not a single sword had actually hit Naruto. Obviously, that wasn't because Tauzen's aim was shit, but because Naruto gently guided the sword away from his position using his wind. "And Naruto. Why you're fine? Don't scare me like that." "Haha, sorry, Tilda." While Tatsuki was glaring at him, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head while his gaze returned to Chusen, who was now frowning deeply. "Well, any more party tricks you want to show off? You should have a Bankai, right? Show me what you can do." Naturally, Chusen wasn't happy that his technique was dismissed as a party trick, but he controlled his anger as he raised his blade. "Very well, since this is what you want, I'll give it to you. Frankly, a mere intruder isn't worthy of me using my Bankai, and I'm not even sure why you know of it in the first place, but I have no time to dawdle around here any longer. Bankai, Suzumushi Tsuishiki, and Makrogi." As soon as Chusen finished speaking, a black dome grew out of the ground that swiftly covered Naruto and Chusen, and as soon as it was fully closed, Naruto immediately realized what was going on. "I can't see anything, nor can I hear anything. Tilda's sense of smell is gone as well. Well, at least I still have my sense of touch, otherwise, things would get really nasty." As those thoughts were passing through Naruto's head, he felt something touch his clothes, and he immediately realized that it was a blade, allowing him to twist his body out of the way, resulting in him only getting a small gash. "Good thing I usually follow my instincts during the battle, otherwise, that might have dealt some real damage, Tilda. Even if you say that, isn't the situation pretty bad? Rather than bad, isn't it annoying? I want a fun fight and not this mess." While talking with Naruto, he yet again felt a sword touching him, resulting in another close call. "Yep, definitely annoying, Tilda." Meanwhile, Chusen was utterly bewildered by what was happening in front of him. "He is dodging my attacks. How? He shouldn't be able to sense anything. Don't tell me he dodges the moment he feels my blade touch him. What kind of monstrous reflexes does this guy have?" While Chusen grew more and more flustered as he repeatedly tried to seriously wound Naruto, Naruto became more and more annoyed, and after around 3 minutes of this, Naruto became too annoyed to continue. "Fine, this is getting annoying, so let me finish this. I wanted to keep it hidden for a while longer, but the only other choice I see is either attacking randomly or a sacrificial move, which would result in me getting scolded. Chusen, you better prepare yourself, Tilda." Chusen frowned as soon as he heard Naruto's somewhat playful voice. He couldn't help but take some distance from Naruto, thinking he was planning to use some kind of secret technique. Moments later, powerful spiritual pressure started oozing out of Naruto, causing Chusen to widen his eyes in shock. "No way. It's impossible for him to do that. How could an outsider possibly archive it? Even Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen-sama's test subject, can't do it yet." Ignorant of Tauzen's thoughts, a grin appeared on Naruto's face as his spiritual power became even stronger, and moments later, he smashed his gloved fists together, resulting in a shockwave of spiritual pressure. Bankai. The wind that initially stopped moving due to Tauzen's Bankai stirred, causing his eyes to widen as it revealed Naruto's current form. His whole body was covered by highly ornamented yellow armor that looked like it was crafted from the wind itself, while 10 yellow tails that seemed to be made out of concentrated spiritual power were waving behind his back. 10-tailed wind demon fox. This feels weird. It's somewhat similar to how we could interact in the shinobi world, but at the same time, completely different. Yeah, I get the same feeling. Guess we'll just have to get used to it. Meanwhile, Chusen couldn't believe what had just happened. An outsider actually used Bankai. Average Shinigami could even have trouble reaching their Shikai, but here was someone who previously had never stepped into Seirei, and yet he had reached Bankai. Only a freak accident like Ichigo was supposed to reach such heights, but here it was. Another freak that somehow managed to do the impossible. I need to get rid of him. He's too much of a variable and might mess something up with Aizen-sama's plan. Unlike the other captain-level Shinigami, this one hasn't seen Aizen-sama's Shikai, so he can't be controlled. Yes, he needs to die or, at the very least, lose his Shinigami powers. While Chusen had an inner monologue, Naruto clenched and unclenched his fists before nodding with satisfaction clearly visible on his face. Yeah, I can work with this. The tails are still a little hard to control, but I should manage somehow. Noticing Naruto seemingly not being used to his Bankai yet, Chusen sighed in relief. This would make this whole mess a lot easier to manage. However, before he could utilize Naruto's unfamiliarity with his Bankai, Naruto smirked as his case moved toward Tauzen's position. Hey, Chusen, can you feel the wind? At first, Chusen wasn't sure what Naruto was talking about, but moments later, he realized that the wind within his Bankai was no longer at a standstill. Don't tell me he did this. Can he locate me using the wind? He does still have his sense of touch, but does that really extend to the wind? That would be very bad as it pretty much is an almost perfect counter against my Bankai. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he finished thinking about what a huge advantage he would have if Naruto could locate him, Naruto bent his knees and shot toward his position, almost causing him to curse out loud. Damn, so he really can locate me. That is bad, very bad. Naruto reeled back his fist and punched forward, forcing Chusen to block the punch with his blade, and as soon as the fist impacted his sword, his eyes bulged due to sliding back multiple meters. What insane strength! I should focus on dodging rather than blocking. However, as these thoughts passed through his mind, Naruto had already appeared in front of him, forcing him to block yet another attack, causing him to groan as he slid backward. It's not just strength, but speed as well. This is bad, very bad. I need to kill him as soon as I can. Meanwhile, Naruto had slightly different thoughts as he was swinging his fists at Chusen. Good, I'm getting used to it. Seriously, locating someone only using wind is a pain in the ass, but this is pretty good training. I hope he can keep this up a while longer, Tilda. If he heard your thoughts, he would probably start crying. In that case, he should man up. Just like that, the battle continued with Naruto chasing after Chusen using his wind while Chusen was frantically trying to attack Naruto, only resulting in his attack getting dodged or blocked. Damn, he could already dodge my attack while being unable to perceive my position. Now that he actually knows where I am, he can easily block all my attacks. This is bad. Very bad. The battle continued as Naruto decided to heat up things a little, this time using wind blades to chase Chusen around the black dome he himself had created. Frankly, this was a horrible matchup for him since Naruto's Bankai was focused on making him stronger, while Chusen focused on making the enemy weaker, which unfortunately didn't work this time. Well, at least not by much, as Naruto still wasn't that proficient in using wind to locate Chusen. A few more minutes passed and Chusen was currently kneeling on the ground, panting heavily as blood dripped on the ground from the multiple gashes on his body he received due to not blocking wind blades in time, while Naruto was towering over him, his hand leisurely crossed in front of his chest. Well, guess that's that. Before Chusen could say anything, one of Naruto's tails moved and snaked around Tauzen's neck and lifted him from the ground. Well, right about now would be a good chance to cancel your Bankai. Instead of doing what Naruto asked him to do, Chusen could help but get angry and slash his sword at him, leaving a small gash on Naruto's face, causing Naruto to shake his head with a wry smile on his face. You are quite stubborn, huh? While Naruto spoke, the wound Chusen left on his cheek knit itself together like it wasn't there in the first, utterly dumbfounding Chusen while causing Naruto to chuckle in amusement. Yep, pretty cheap-like, isn't it, Tilda? Before Chusen could comment further, a fist smashed into the side of his head, robbing him of his consciousness and cancelling his Bankai. Meanwhile, outside of Tauzen's Bankai, Tatsuki was looking at the black half-sphere in front of her with a bored expression on her face. Seriously, why do we have to meet the captain with the least flashy Bankai? Or rather, why do we have to meet the one whose battles can't be spectated? This is so boring, Tilda. Hearing Tatsuki's complaints, Shuhei couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. His whole body was still hurting due to Tatsuki beating him up, but personally, he held no grudge against her. Why hold a grudge after something that was more or less a sparring match? Well, it can't be helped. Besides, you don't seem to be worried in the slightest. His Bankai might not be flashy, but he is still a captain. Meh, considering how confident Naruto was, I'm sure he'll win. Moments later, as if he wanted to confirm Tatsuki's words, the black sphere in front of her popped, revealing Naruto holding an unconscious Chusen by the neck with one of his tails while his arms were leisurely crossed in front of his chest. No way, it looks like Captain Chusen didn't stand a chance at all. What kind of monster is he? Tatsuki, on the other hand, quickly walked toward Naruto with a happy expression on her face. Obviously, she was happy that her boyfriend had won the fight and even did so seemingly without a scratch on his body. Oh. Well done, Naruto. Congratulations on your victory. Haha, thanks. Seeing Tatsuki in a good mood, Naruto naturally was happy as well, as he gave Tatsuki a huge smile, causing her to blush a little. Obviously, Naruto noticed her blushing, causing him to smirk. Hee, how about a little kiss as a victory present, Tilda? Tatsuki blushed even harder when she heard Naruto's teasing words, but despite her blushing, she leaned forward while puckering her lips, causing Naruto to smile. He quickly tossed aside Chusen, like a toy he did no longer like to play with, while disabling his Bankai and lightly raising Tatsuki's chin with his hand before giving her a deep kiss. Seeing Naruto and Tatsuki kissing, Shuhei's face deadpanned as a spark of anger shot through his eyes. Really? Really? First, the girlfriend beats me up, and then the boyfriend beats up my captain, and after everything is done, they even start making out in front of me. They really want to piss me off, don't they? A few days later, the wounds Ichigo had received during his battle with Renji had healed, and he was currently haphazardly running through the streets with Ganju and a meek-looking Shinigami by his side. By now, he knew where Rukia was being held prisoner, and he was currently running toward that place. However, as he was running, he suddenly felt like someone had just pierced a sword through his neck, immediately making him stop with cold sweat flowing down his back, while his two companions simply fell on their knees due to the pressure. What is this sensation? Oh? You can endure my spiritual pressure without falling down. You might do for a decent warm-up after. Hearing someone speak, Ichigo looked at the source of the voice and saw a huge man with spiky hair and an eye patch leisurely standing not too far away from him. Ichigo started sweating even more when he realized who this huge man was. After all, Ikaku had specifically warned Ichigo about him, Zaraki Kenpachi, captain of the 11th Division. Seeing Ichigo's whole body shake in fear, Kenpachi couldn't help but frown deeply while shaking his head. Or maybe you won't. Oh well, I guess I'll capture you or whatever and get this over with. As soon as Kenpachi stopped speaking, Ichigo got some of his bearings back as he realized the situation he was in. No. I can't get captured. I still have to save Rukia. You two, get out of here. I'll deal with this guy. Ganju looked at Ichigo in disbelief, but after briefly glancing at the now fated Shinigami they brought with them, he realized the situation. Shit, we would just get in the way. However, there is no way Ichigo could win against this monster either. Shit. After thinking the situation through, Ganju bit his lip before using all his willpower to somehow get up despite the pressure Kenpachi was oozing. Shit. Fine. But don't you dare die on me, Ichigo. Look. Look. Ha, Ken-chan, that guy is drooling. Before anyone from Ichigo's group could react, a little girl appeared next to the downed Shinigami and started poking him with her finger. Ichigo's eyes widened in shock due to an unknown person suddenly appearing next to him and immediately swinging his sword at her. However, the little girl easily dodged the attack by vanishing from her position and reappearing on Kenpachi's shoulder. Ken-chan, he attacked me. Seeing the pout on Yachiru's face, Kenpachi could only shake his head. Isn't that your fault for startling him? Ken-chan. So mean. While Yachiru was pushing her hands against Kenpachi's head, causing him to tilt it to the side, Ganju decided to use the moment when Kenpachi was distracted by Yachiru to pick up the downed Shinigami and run away. Seeing that Kenpachi didn't make a move to chase after the fleeing two, Ichigo raised his blade and pointed it at Kenpachi. You are not going to chase after them. Meh, I don't care about weaklings. Besides that, you appear to be the leader of your little group, so there is no need to capture anyone else. That's too much of a hassle. Is that so? Then I at least don't have to worry about holding you here. That's right. The only thing you have to do is concentrate on this fight. It seems you have stopped shaking under my pressure. Good. Don't let go of that determination and come at me. Ichigo simply nodded his head as he lowered his upper body before shooting straight toward Kenpachi, confidence slowly filling his eyes. Just like that, Ichigo appeared in front of him and slashed down his sword, but to his surprise, Kenpachi didn't move at all. Why isn't he moving? Is it a trick? No, it doesn't matter. I'll cut him. As these thoughts passed through Ichigo's mind, his blade collided with Kenpachi's chest, causing blood to splatter. Unfortunately, the blood that splattered was Ichigo's and not Kenpachi's. There was not even a scratch on Kenpachi's chest while blood started dripping down Ichigo's damaged hands. I see, I guess you can't do it. How disappointing. What happened? What kind of trick is this? Trick? Hearing Ichigo calling what just happened a trick, Kenpachi couldn't help but scowl. He lazily pulled out his sword, and while doing so, he pushed his arm against the sharp end of Ichigo's Zanpakuto, easily pushing it away without leaving a scratch on his skin. There is no trick, it's just common knowledge. When two entities of spiritual power clash, it's only logical for the stronger one to win. In conclusion, the spiritual power I emit subconsciously is greater than the highly concentrated spiritual power of your Zanpakuto. Ichigo's face turned white in horror after Kenpachi finished his explanation, causing Kenpachi to yet again shake his head with a scowl on his face. How boring. I had high hopes for you since the first intruder I met could even hurt me with her bare hands. Kenpachi, admitting that he had already fought an intruder, immediately caught Ichigo's attention as he managed to stop his hands from shaking and ask a question. Why, you already fought one of us? Was it Yuna? That's right. It was her. Ichigo couldn't help but grit his teeth after Kenpachi admitted that he had met Yuna. Things were getting worse and worse, and he felt like everything was slowly slipping out of his hands. Did she die? That was Ichigo's greatest fear. If she was just captured, something could still be done, but if she actually died, everything was over. Huh? What kind of weird question is that? Aren't you misunderstanding something? I'm the one that almost died. Huh? She won. Instead of feeling dejected due to his loss against Yuna, a ferocious smile appeared on Kenpachi's face that felt eerily similar to something Yuna would occasionally show. Yes, I lost. Tilda, that was the best battle I ever had in my life. Shit, they are both crazy. Naturally, that is the conclusion Ichigo reached after seeing Kenpachi's crazed expression that easily matched Yuna's. However, there were currently more important things than thinking about his crazed schoolmate. So, Ichigo turned around and determinedly started running as fast as his legs could carry him, leaving a bored-looking Kenpachi behind. He ran, Oh well, I'll guess I'll go back and train some more. Ken-chan, the old man will scold you. Hearing Yachiru's claim, Kenpachi could only click his tongue as he started slowly walking after Ichigo. Fine, I'm going. Meanwhile, in another part of Seirei, Sado was currently in trouble. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a flowery kimono and a still-sealed Zanpakuto. This man was Shunsui Kairaku, captain of the 8th Division, and he was currently toying with Sado. Although Sado's attacks were very powerful, he was simply too slow to land a hit on Shunsui, and he was slowly but surely getting exhausted. So, Sado decided to put everything he had in a last blow, but unfortunately, Shunsui dodged that one just as easily while slashing his sword at Sado, resulting in a deep wound and robbing him of his consciousness. Seeing the downed invader, Shunsui couldn't help but be in a good mood. As far as he knew, this was the first invader who was caught, so he surely will be praised for this. My reward will be the allowance to slack off even harder Tilda. Back to Ichigo, who was still running away, but suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Sado got wounded. His spiritual power is almost gone. Shit. Things are falling apart. Although he was somewhat relieved that Sado was still alive, considering how small his spiritual power currently was, he would be easily captured. It seems like they prioritize information gathering. That is good. Like that, no one has to die. While Ichigo was deep in thought, leisurely footsteps echoed through the alley he was in, and as soon as Ichigo looked at their source, he saw Kenpachi walking towards him, clearly not as motivated as he initially was. Damn, what am I doing? I'm not here to run away, I'm here to fight. How am I supposed to save Rukia if all I do is run away? Ichigo's determination and will to win spiked as his eyes started lightly glowing blue. I can do this. He shot towards Kenpachi far faster than before and yet again slashed down his sword. Obviously, Kenpachi noticed that Ichigo was suddenly faster, which caught his curiosity. So, he decided to give Ichigo another chance and patiently waited for his attack. Unlike during their first clash, Ichigo's hands weren't wounded, while a minuscule gash appeared on Kenpachi's chest. Yes, I can cut you. Instead of being surprised by Ichigo cutting him, a wide grin appeared on Kenpachi's face. Not bad. I'll consider this as a nice warm-up before I continue my training. Hearing that Kenpachi only considered him to be a warm-up, a scowl appeared on Ichigo's face as he readied himself to continue the fight, the small gash he left behind on Kenpachi's chest boosting his confidence even further. Are you sure you want to take me lightly like this? Come, you should release your sword. Show me your Shikai. My Shikai. Kenpachi could only shake his head when he heard Ichigo's words. Is he seriously getting arrogant because I allowed him to leave a scratch on my body? Oh well, at least he has confidence back, and his will is no longer faltering. I won't use my Shikai as that would make this fight too boring. I have no desire to kill you in a single hit. Ichigo nodded in understanding as his eyes gleamed with determination. The moment Kenpachi claimed that he wouldn't use his Shikai, he had already cooked up a plan. He's underestimating me. Good, I can make use of that. While he is overconfident, I need to look for a chance to give him a serious wound. If I manage to do that, he will be heavily handicapped even if he activates his Shikai, which should allow me to win this. However, Kenpachi didn't like the way Ichigo looked in the slightest. Being confident is fine, but Kenpachi could feel some of the tension leaving Ichigo's body. What are you relaxing for, Ichigo? Now that you see a chance to win, you suddenly start relaxing. Are you looking down on me? Do you really think you have a chance to win against me while not giving it your 100%? As soon as Kenpachi finished speaking, he appeared in front of Ichigo and stabbed his sword forward, forcing Ichigo to block the attack with the flat side of his blade. Do you want to know why I don't want to release my sword? Because there is no fun to be had if I just cut you down with a single swing. Do you believe I'm giving it my all here? Do you seriously think that that little fragment of strength I have shown you is all I have? Don't make me laugh. As soon as Kenpachi stopped speaking, he increased the amount of spiritual power he put into his sword, resulting in it easily piercing through Ichigo's like it was made out of paper and consequently piercing into his chest. What? Obviously, Ichigo was utterly confused by what had just happened. 1 second, he believed that there was a chance to win, and in the next, he was stabbed, resulting in a possible deadly wound. What a boring ending to a potentially decent fight. Although Ichigo heard Kenpachi's words, they barely registered in his mind. However, just as he was about to faint, time seemed to hold to a stop as his Zanpakuto spirit appeared in front of him. Following that, Ichigo had to fight what was unknown to him, his inner hollow, while holding an unsealed Zanpakuto in his inner world. So, after realizing that just knowing his Zanpakuto's name isn't enough to use it to its full potential, Ichigo passed the test while making it possible for him to properly fight side by side with his Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, Kenpachi was just about to pick the downed Ichigo up when spiritual pressure suddenly erupted out of him, causing Kenpachi's eyebrows to rise while taking some distance from Ichigo. Oh? What's this all about? How interesting. Moments later, Ichigo stood up while his Zanpakuto, which previously had a hole in it, was fixed, and the bloody hole he had in his chest stopped bleeding. Before Kenpachi could understand what was going on, Ichigo vanished from his position and appeared in front of Kenpachi, slashing his sword down. Although Kenpachi was surprised by the sudden burst of speed, he managed to raise the blade in time and block the blow. However, despite blocking the blow, Ichigo was actually pushing him back, resulting in another gash appearing on his body. The duo clashed a few more times, and Kenpachi couldn't help but be curious about what was going on. After all, he was initially just playing around with Ichigo, but now he was actually stronger than him. Well, stronger than the karatin, as he still had 3 seals on his body while fighting with a sealed Zanpakuto. Seeing more and more wounds appear on Kenpachi's body, Ichigo's confidence grew, especially since he could now push back Kenpachi's blade despite the difference in body size. Sorry, I don't have time to waste, so I'll finish this in one blow. One blow? Ha ha ha, why would you do that? Isn't it just about to get fun? It's so fascinating. How did you do it? How did you suddenly get so strong? How did you revive yourself? Ha ha ha. Don't tell me. I don't care. As long as I can enjoy this some more, I don't mind at all. Such a nice warm-up. Naturally, Ichigo couldn't help but reel back due to Kenpachi's madness-filled behavior. What the hell? You are crazy. How can you love fighting so much? Ha ha ha. You are the one that's crazy. How can you reach your level of strength and not love fighting? Enjoy it. Enjoy the carnage and the pain. They are the price you have to pay to enjoy true battle. Just like that, the duo continued clashing endlessly, and after another 5 minutes passed, the clashing of blades briefly stopped. While Ichigo was breathing heavily, Kenpachi still seemed to be in his top condition despite the multiple gashes covering his body. Oh well, it seems like this is about to be over soon, so how about we finish this with a bang, Ichigo? As he said those words, Kenpachi reached for one of the 2 armbands he was wearing and removed it. Suddenly, his spiritual power spiked while the spiritual pressure he was emitting increased significantly, causing Ichigo to frown. What kind of dirty trick did you use? Again, with that accusation. There are no tricks involved. That armband simply sealed my power so I could enjoy fights against weaker opponents as well. I wonder, can you still keep up despite me removing it? Ichigo clicked his tongue in annoyance when he heard Kenpachi's words as he realized that Kenpachi had been holding back this whole time without even noticing that Kenpachi's sword was still in its sealed state. Very well, I won't fall behind. As these words left his mouth, he had a brief conversation with his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, affirming that he trusted his Zanpakuto, resulting in Ichigo's power rising in tandem with Kenpachi's. Ha ha ha. Good. It seems like you can still keep up. Not bad. Not bad at all. Kenpachi's smile widened as he prepared himself for the last clash. He could easily tell that Ichigo was on the verge of collapse, so he was looking forward to his last attack. Ichigo, unaware of Kenpachi's thoughts, shot forward while Kenpachi did the same. While Ichigo's face was filled with deep confidence, Kenpachi wore a crazed smile, and a moment later, their blades clashed, resulting in a huge explosion that obliterated the nearby building while rattling the windows of every building further away. Seeing those 2 clash, Yachiru, who was seated on a nearby building, smiled lightly while nodding her head in approval. Not bad. It was not the same as with Yuna, but Kanchan definitely had some fun with this. Moments later, the dust settled, revealing Kenpachi's sword being pierced into Ichigo's stomach while Ichigo's cut into Kenpachi's shoulder. Seeing the outcome of the final clash, Ichigo growled in anger. Shit, I'm sorry, everyone, I lost. Hearing Ichigo's apology, Kenpachi shook his head while removing his blade from Ichigo's stomach. Yeah, but it was a pretty decent fight. Not bad. As soon as Kenpachi finished speaking, Ichigo fell to the ground while letting go of his Zanpakuto, which broke in half the moment it touched the ground. Simultaneously, a little girl appeared next to Kenpachi and started talking to him with sparkling eyes. How was it, Ken-chan? Did you like this fight? Yeah, it was not bad. As he said that, he removed the bracelet on his other hand, allowing more spiritual power to flood his body, resulting in the severity of his wounds reducing. He briefly wondered whether he should remove his eye patch as well, but decided against it in the end. He had quite a bit of fun in this fight, even if he was heavily restricted through various means, but he still didn't want the marks of this fight to disappear too quickly. Oh well, guess I'll bring this guy to the 4th division for now. He doesn't look like he will make it much longer without any medical aid. Excuse me, but could you hand him over to me? Suddenly hearing a deep male voice speaking to them, Kenpachi and Yachiru turned to the source of the voice, and while Kenpachi only raised his eyebrow in curiosity, Yachiru had a somewhat different reaction. It's a kitty. Currently, Yoruichi was relaxing in the hot spring inside the hidden underground cave while happily drinking some sake Yuna had procured from somewhere somehow. Frankly, she wasn't the type to let her guard down like this, but she simply couldn't help herself. If someone asked her to assign what was the cause for Yoruichi slacking off, she would equally divide it between Yuna and the alcohol she served. "You sure started slacking off, didn't you, Tilda?" Hearing Yuna's teasing words, Yoruichi completely ignored her and took another sip instead. "Seriously, what's wrong with me? I'm in the middle of enemy territory, yet I'm drinking alcohol." As these thoughts passed her mind, she briefly glanced at Yuna, who was sitting close to her and was currently flirting with Ranjiku. "Yeah, no matter how I look at it, I can relax like this because Yuna is here. Someone who can defeat that Retsu Unohana is certainly someone I can feel safe around." Her thoughts kept wandering, and while she thought about Retsu, she briefly glanced at her as well. Just like Yuna and Ranjiku, Retsu was sitting in the hot spring as well and was currently talking with Hinata, who sat next to her. Yoruichi briefly listened to their conversation, and after realizing they were talking about the best places to stab a human, she decided she would rather not be part of that conversation. Since she stayed here anyway, she decided to partake in everyone's nightlife as well. After all, why not have some fun? Obviously, Yoruichi only participated and didn't join Yuna's harem at all. For some reason, whenever claiming that, Hinata rolled her eyes, annoying Yoruichi a little. As Yoruichi continued relaxing, a somewhat strong wave of spiritual pressure rolled over her, startling her a little as her head snapped towards a certain direction. "Shit! I completely forgot about Ichigo." Hearing Yoruichi's exclamation, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Simultaneously, she allowed her senses to spread to find out who Ichigo was fighting, resulting in her smiling wryly. "That guy sure has bad luck, huh? Of all the captains to meet, he encounters Kenpachi." While Yuna was lamenting Ichigo's fate, Yoruichi quickly got out of the hot spring and flash-stepped towards the nearby house to get some clothes. She might not mind people seeing her naked, but they would rather not run through Seirete naked. Seconds later, she opened the door, revealing Ishida, who had somewhat been healed by Retsu and was now trying to leave the house for the first time since coming here. The moment he saw the still naked Yoruichi, he completely froze up, while Yoruichi herself didn't seem to mind Ishida seeing her. Despite not caring about that, she had places to be, so she quickly went past Ishida, grabbed a random coat, and left the building, leaving a dumbfounded, out-of-the-nose bleeding Ishida behind. "Sorry, Ishida, I've no time to talk." She glanced at the coat she was holding, briefly wondering why Yuna had a coat with such an unusual design lying around. It was almost completely black and had a few red clouds on it. Anyway, as she was running towards the cave's exit, she transformed into her cat form while wrapping the coat around so it wouldn't hinder her movement in cat form much. She could just wear it directly, but as a cat, she could move through Seirede more easily. She was just about to leave the cave when she heard Yuna loudly yelling something at her. "If he's stubborn, then just tell him my name. That should sway his opinion." Yoruichi didn't answer her but took the information with her. "I don't know the other person's spiritual pressure, but it seems like Yuna knows who it is." Seriously, how many connections did she make during her short stay in the city? A few moments later, Yoruichi reached her destination, and when she saw who Ichigo was fighting, she almost fell off the roof she was standing on. "Really, Ichigo? Really? Of all the people you could have possibly fought, you choose the captain that holds the title of the strongest." Despite those thoughts, she didn't immediately go to save Ichigo but kept spectating instead, and as she continued watching the fight, she couldn't help but frown. "MHH, what's going on here? Kenpachi's spiritual power barely reaches the captain level. Is he so good at hiding it that even I can't feel it, or is there another factor?" Moments later, Yoruichi's question gets answered due to Kenpachi taking off his first armband, causing the amount of pressure he uses to increase significantly. So it's like that, he had his power sealed. What a battle, junkie. Oh well, I guess you don't get the title of the strongest if you don't enjoy fighting. The duo kept clashing, and after an especially powerful exchange, Ichigo sank to his knees while his consciousness slowly slipped away. Seeing that, Yoruichi wanted to snatch Ichigo away and flee the scene as far and fast as she could. Unlike Retsu, Kenpachi was clearly a power type instead of a speed one, so Yoruichi was rather certain that she could get away from him, even while carrying another person. That was, of course, only her idea until Kenpachi removed his second armband, causing his power to spike even further. Shit, another seal. This makes it very hard for me to judge how fast he can move. Yoruichi briefly pondered if she should just risk it or try another approach, and after a few seconds of thinking, she came to a conclusion. Well, Yuna said that if I mentioned her name to him, he might be willing to give me a favor. I really wonder how she managed to get to know two captains within a mere week, and she even managed to build a good relationship with them. So, without any further delays, Yoruichi approached Kenpachi with careful steps. "Excuse me, could you hand him over to me?" "Kitty." Before Kenpachi could answer her, a little girl appeared next to Yoruichi, startling her. "Help you? After all, that is why I brought you here." Hearing Yoruichi's promise to teach him, Ichigo sighed in relief as his determination and confidence were rekindled. However, while his mood improved, there was something else bothering him. Or rather, there were two more things. "How did you even manage to rescue me from that guy? He claimed that he would capture me. Did you actually manage to steal my body away from him?" "Honestly, I don't know how I managed to pull that off either. I just told him Yuna's name, and he immediately turned around and left." As soon as Yoruichi finished her explanation, Ichigo's eyes widened in surprise, as this was something to do with his second question. Kenpachi claimed that Yuna had defeated him before. What's that all about? Yoruichi's head immediately snapped towards Yuna, who appeared to be zoning out, not really interested in the current conversation. "Yuna, you defeated Kenpachi." "That Kenpachi?" It took Yuna a while to get out of her daze before she simply shrugged her shoulders and answered Yoruichi's question. "Yeah, that was some fun fight. It's been a while since I got a chance to go all out tilde." A shudder passed through Yoruichi's body as Yuna's face split into a battle-thirsty grin. What a monster. Yoruichi decided to quickly drop this topic as she didn't want to trigger some kind of crazed state with Yuna. She currently seems rather similar to Kenpachi, so she would rather not make her go crazy. Well, she herself claims to be crazy, but whatever. However, before she could avert the topic, Ichigo started speaking with anger clear in his voice. "Wait a moment, if you are stronger than the strongest in the city, couldn't you have rescued Rukia a long time ago?" While Yoruichi was sweating a little, thinking that Yuna might punch Ichigo's lights out, Yuna simply shrugged her shoulders with a profound expression on her face. "I fear it isn't that easy. This city has more moving gears wheels than you might believe, so it isn't as simple as busting in there and getting her out. However, I've been preparing the perfect opportunity ever since I came here. For now, learn Bankai, and then we should be able to help Rukia. I like how you pretend that you caused all that chaos to save Rukia instead of your desire to mess this city up. I know, right? That's my specialty. Ga tilde shameless, gahaha. That's right tilde." Hearing Yuna's explanation, Ichigo frowned deeply, and after thinking about Yuna's words a while longer, he nodded in understanding, believing in Yuna's words. Yoruichi, on the other hand, looks at Ichigo in pity. She had spent a few days with Yuna, and she had interacted with the women around her as well, so one thing became rather clear for her: Yuna loved causing chaos. Whether she truly believed that causing havoc within Seirede would make helping Rukia easier was not something Yoruichi could judge, but she was certain that Yuna loved messing with the city's inhabitants, especially the more uptight clans like the Kuchiki clan. The trio kept chatting a bit longer before Yuna and Yoruichi left the room to allow Ichigo to heal some more in peace. However, the moment he was to doze off, the door to the room was opened yet again, revealing a blood-covered Ishida, causing Ichigo's eyes to widen. "Ishida, what happened to you?" However, Ishida completely ignored Ichigo's words and approached the bed he was now sitting on and grabbed both his shoulders with his hands. "Forget about that, Ichigo, it isn't important. There is something very important you need to know if you intend to stay here." Although Ichigo was a little confused due to how upset-minded Ishida seemed, since whatever caused him to be covered in blood like that didn't seem to cause Ishida any pain, Ichigo decided to listen to him for now. "Listen well, never. Never leave this house. If you need to leave it, then never. Absolutely never walk towards your left-hand side. I know that steam over there is tempting. You want to know what is going on there, won't you? However, you can't go there. Absolutely not. That steam is hiding something no mortal man should see." Seeing Ishida rambling on and on in a crazed manner, Ichigo couldn't help but try to make some distance from him. He didn't know what had happened to Ishida since he entered Seirede, but it clearly wasn't something good. His mental state seems to be in shambles. Damn, what did those Shinigami do to him for him to act this crazed? As Ishida continued talking with froth almost coming out of his mouth, Ichigo couldn't help but become curious about what exactly he was talking about, so he couldn't help but ask. What is behind that steam, Ishida? The moment Ichigo asked that question, Ishida's rambling stopped as he completely froze up. Moments later, a sloppy smile appeared on his face as some blood dripped out of his nose, adding a bit more red color to his clothes. Paradise tilde. Seeing that he likely wouldn't get a comprehensible answer out of Ishida, Ichigo sadly shook his head as he decided not to pay too much attention to the now drooling Ishida for now. It must have been some kind of illusion type Zanpakuto. I don't know what Shinigami did this to Ishida, but I'll make them pay. Since it was very likely a Zanpakuto's ability, I believe that there should be a way to reverse the damage done. Before the disconnected rambling could continue, a strong wave of spiritual pressure washed over Ichigo, alarming him as his head snapped toward the source of that pressure. That's Byakuya's spiritual pressure. Shit, he must be fighting one of us. I need to go there and help them. As soon as this thought passed his mind, he got up from the bed and ran towards the door. However, as he was about to leave the room, another fanatic yell escaped Ishida's mouth. Don't go towards the steam, Ichigo. Don't be tempted by it. You don't want to see what's behind the stain. Of course you want to, but you shouldn't. Don't be tempted, Ichigo. Hearing Ishida's words, Ichigo only looked at him in pity before sadly shaking his head and leaving the building. As soon as he left, he briefly glanced to the left, and indeed, steam was rising from there. Additionally, am I just imagining it, or do I hear women giggling? The giggling of multiple women was constantly echoing out of the steam-filled area. Frankly, Ichigo really wanted to see what that was all about, but he had other things to do right now. I'll investigate this later. For now, I need to save whoever is confronting Byakuya. And just like that, Ichigo left the hidden cave and moved towards the course of spiritual pressure he felt. Considering whoever Byakuya was facing didn't have enough spiritual pressure to be felt within Byakuya's, he couldn't help but worry. Please make it in time. Ichigo was currently traveling through the streets of Seirede at high speed, and the closer he got to the place where he felt Byakuya's spiritual pressure, the more panicked he became. Shit, I'm already this close and I still can't tell who he is fighting. Don't tell me he killed his opponent. No. If that were the case, there is no purpose in keeping up the pressure. Moments later, Ichigo reached his destination and immediately spotted Byakuya standing inside a giant dome made out of white swords. Shit. Is that his Bankai? This is bad. Very bad. Ichigo immediately started moving, but before he could reach him, he heard him speak loudly with anger clearly in his voice. I will no longer allow you to trample on my pride like this. Before Ichigo could react, the sword surrounding Byakuya condensed into a single blade and a pair of wings on his back. Shukai, Hakutaiken, I will make you vanish from this world. Suddenly Byakuya vanished from his position, almost moving faster than Ichigo could see, and appeared in front of his target, his pure white sword already slashing down. Seeing Byakuya attack, Ichigo's eyes widened as a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. He couldn't believe what was currently happening in front of his eyes. Byakuya swung his blade and hit his intended target, the giant ice penis inside the Kuchiki compound. Unfortunately, his attack only left a small gash behind that quickly was frozen closed again. Following that, snow shot out of the tip of the ice penis, while Byakuya's Bankai dissipated due to him using too much spiritual power. Moments later, he fell to his knees while looking at the ice sculpture with hatred-filled eyes. Someday, I will cut you down. I won't allow you to continue humiliating me like this. Cough. As he was yelling, he coughed out some blood. Moments later, a small team from the 4th Division entered the courtyard and carried Byakuya away to check for any internal wounds caused by using too much spiritual power. While Ichigo was watching the scene, a hand landed on his shoulder, startling him. He was about to instantly slash his blade at the person who had sneaked up on him, but after seeing red and blue hair floating in the wind, he relaxed. Well, another lost battle tilde Byakuya, 0, giant ice penis, 4 tilde. Naturally, Yuna's words dumbfounded Ichigo, and he immediately looked at her in disbelief. Are you serious? This was the 4th time this had happened. Technically, it's the fifth, but the first time he didn't cough out any blood, so I, at best, count that one as a draw. He didn't collapse either. True. He just walked away that time. Seriously, Yuna, what have you been doing to this city? Ma, the usual. Walking around, meeting a few captains, playing a few harmless pranks. Harmless? Yes, I already said that. Totally harmless. Ichigo briefly glanced at the red patch on the floor where Byakuya had previously coughed up some blood and decided to drop the topic. Frankly, he was morbidly curious about what Yuna considered a harmful prank, but in the end, he decided he would rather not know that. Anyway, now that this event is over, let's return to the secret cave so you can finally get your Bankai. Hearing Yuna's words, Ichigo simply nodded his head and followed Yuna back. He had a lot to digest, and moving his body and training to reach Bankai was perfect for digesting the mess he had just seen. Shortly after, the duo was back. However, Ichigo immediately noticed that Yuna was leading him toward the area where steam was constantly rising, making him a little nervous. He still remembered Ishida rambling on and on about how there were things that shouldn't be seen hidden by the stain. He got closer and closer and immediately heard a few women giggling together, making him even more nervous. Just what am I about to witness? Moments later, the duo was close enough for Ichigo to see what was going on, causing him to be dumbfounded. Currently, 5 women were. Nice, I rolled a 6 tilde. Seated around a table inside a cottage, playing some kind of game while occasionally taking a sip of what Ichigo assumed to be alcohol. Although I'm a little confused about where all these women came from, what the hell is Ishida's problem? I knew he was a weirdo, but this is off the charts. Wait a moment, Hinata is still underaged. Why is she drinking alcohol? As these inane thoughts passed Ichigo's mind, the duo got into speaking range, so Yuna immediately announced that she had returned. Yo, I'm back tilde. Welcome back, what happened? Hearing Yoruichi's question, Yuna simply shrugged her shoulders indifferently. The usual. Oh? So Byakuya boy has been playing with his dick again, huh? Sigh, he was such a cute little boy. To think he was into public masturbation tilde. While Ichigo choked on his own spit when he Yoruichi's words, the others only chuckled in amusement. Now, no kink shaming, please. Yeah, miss, I have all the kinks, dot. While Yuna and Yoruichi were chatting and the other women were listening with small smiles on their faces, Ichigo coughed a few times and managed to regain his breath. Cough, sorry to interrupt, but could you tell me who these women are? Well, I obviously know Hinata. Oh, right, I totally forgot about the introduction. First, Yuna pointed at a woman with long black hair and almost purely white eyes. 13th Division, 4th seat, Hisoka Hyuga. Nice to meet you. Huh? Although Ichigo was dumbfounded that people from Seirede were here, Yuna completely ignored him and pointed at a busty blonde woman with long hair. 10th Division, Lieutenant Ranjiku Matsumoto. Hi tilde. HAAA. Although Ichigo could still somewhat deal with a lower-ranked Shinigami being here for whatever reason, but a lieutenant being here clearly was too much for Ichigo to fathom. Obviously, Yuna continued the introductions unhindered as she pointed at a woman with long black hair that was braided in front of her chest. 4th Division, Captain Retsu Unohana. Greetings. CC Captain. A lieutenant being here was already rather hard for Ichigo to digest, but a captain being present briefly short-circuited his brain. As should I myself. No, that's nonsense. Yuna clearly has no animosity with these 3. However, why the hell are they here, making it look like they are on our side? Could somebody explain the situation to me, please? Meanwhile, Hisoka saw Ichigo struggling with the current situation and chuckled in amusement. Seems like my timing is perfect. I came here wondering if Ichigo was already here. After all, who wouldn't want to meet the protagonist of a series you enjoyed watching? Okay, that's a lie. Who gives a shit about Ichigo? I'm here to stare at Yoruichi's booty. As expected, she is already in Yuna's harem, but I can still enjoy the view. Meanwhile, Ichigo managed to reboot his brain just in time for him to hear Yuna introducing him to the women in front of him. Suspiciously big sword wielder, Ichigo Kurosaki. Could you stop with the big sword joke? Sure, you just have to take it out. I'm not taking out anything. Especially not in front of multiple women. Sai, with that kind of attitude, you will never have a harem. I don't want one. You disgust me. While Yuna was chuckling in amusement and Ichigo's anger was boiling over, Yoruichi decided to intervene. Now, Yuna, go easy on him. We don't want him to have an aneurysm before he can unlock his Bankai. Fine, I leave him to you, Yoruichi. Wait. Yoruichi. Yet again, Ichigo was shocked by a new revelation, causing Yoruichi to chuckle in amusement while showing off her curves. Not bad, right? I guess you like this form better, huh? Ichigo dumbly nodded his head before awakening from his stupor and blushing a little. Although he now knew who was who, but one question still remained. Why in the world are Shinigami from the Gotei 13 here? Aren't we enemies? The moment those two questions left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted, making Ichigo nervous. He felt like another bomb was about to be dropped on him. A smirk appeared on Yuna's face as she crossed her arms under her breasts, pushing them up, while a smug look appeared on her face. Everyone here except for Hisoka joined my harem. Hey, I'm not part of it either. Hearing Yoruichi's complaint, Hinata shook her head, pity clearly visible on her face, and softly patted Yoruichi's shoulder. Don't look at me like that. I still haven't officially joined yet. I could quit at any time. Hinata continued patting her shoulder and giving her pity-filled looks. Yesterday, you were literally purring like a cat. You have already lost. I wasn't purring. As Yoruichi yelled those words, he looked at Ranjiku for some support, but she only averted her eyes. Next, her eyes landed on Retsu, who only gave her a kind smile before ignoring her. Finally, her eyes landed on Hisoka, who only looked at her weirdly. What do you want from me? I wasn't even there. Realizing that no one was supporting her, Yoruichi slumped over on the desk with a pout on her face. Meanwhile, Ichigo looked like someone had just pulled out his soul. Well, technically, he was a soul, but that's beside the point. Anyway, the words "joined my harem" were constantly reverberating in his head. Although he knew what all these words meant, somehow, no matter how often he repeated them in his head, they didn't make any sense. He just stood there, unmoving, as his eyes were constantly wandering around, seemingly looking for a solution to understand what he had just heard, but no matter how much he tried, nothing came. Multiple minutes passed, and while Ichigo still stood there like a lamppost, Yuna and the rest resumed playing, totally ignoring Ichigo's plight. They were already used to Yuna doing this to people. Another 5 minutes passed, and Ichigo finally got out of his daze, as his gaze immediately snapped toward Yuna. Just to make things clear, you were here for a week, and in that week, you defeated the strongest captain, seduced a lieutenant and a captain to join your harem, and traumatized one captain to the point where he coughs out blood. Hearing Ichigo retelling what she had done so far, Yuna briefly pondered the situation before nodding her head. Mostly correct, but I also caused 2 captains to get so angry that they used their Bankai and destroyed their own places. Ichigo's face deadpanned as he simply nodded his head and walked away. He has decided not to think about what he had just heard. Naruto claimed that Yuna being here alone would be rather messy for Seirei, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Seeing Ichigo walk away like a beaten dog as he simply accepted the absurd situation, Hisoka chuckled in amusement. As expected of the protagonist, he learns really fast. A few hours later, Yuna was squatting on one of Seirei's buildings, lazily observing the city. Well, what should I do next, Tilda? Haven't these people suffered enough? Was that a rhetoric question? No. I see, so it was. Gahahaha Tilda. As her gaze was slowly wandering over Seirei, another presence appeared behind her, pointing their sword at her back. You are one of the intruders, right? You are under arrest. Do not resist. I probably should have paid more attention to my stealth, huh? Oh well, let's see if it is someone interested in Tilda. Yuna briefly glanced at the person holding the sword, and as soon as she did, she sighed deeply. Sigh, a little boy. Get lost, kid, I don't have time to play with you. A tick mark appeared on the kid's head as he briefly pondered, just stabbing the person in front of him. I'm not a kid. I'm Toshiro Hitsugaya, captain of the 10th Division. Hearing that the little kid was apparently a captain, Yuna gave him another glance. He had spiky white hair, turquoise eyes, and wore the standard black and white Shinigami uniform. Since a captain was in front of her, Yuna briefly scanned his spiritual power, and as she finished doing so, another sigh escaped her mouth. The weakest captain I have met so far. Well, he is still young, so it probably can't be helped. Look here, kid. I don't want to bully random children, so just leave, and I will let this matter rest. Being called a kid yet again, Toshiro snapped and stabbed his sword forward, intending to pierce it into Yuna's shoulder. However, Yuna only sighed deeply while leisurely tilting her body to the side, causing Toshiro to miss her. Sigh, since you have attacked me, I'll have no other choice but to bully you a little. Remember, this is your own fault. For some reason, seeing Yuna's kinda smile, a chill went through Toshiro's back, but he didn't back down. After all, he was a captain of the Gotei 13 and in possession of the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. He was not someone who would back down easily. Around a minute later, a pair of legs could be seen sticking out of a wall while the underwear of the leg's owner was painfully pulled all the way to their hips. Well, that went about as well as I thought it would. Poor kid. If he didn't use ice, he might have at least managed to fight back a little, but that was just sad. Yep, poor guy. I have never seen a Bankai refusing to cooperate. Really interesting stuff. You call him a poor guy, but was that wedgie really necessary? Yes. Wedgie, gahahaha tilde. Anyway, as Yuna was leaving the bully Toshiro behind, she continued leisurely walking through Seirei, wondering what else she could do. As she was walking, she picked up another captain-level presence, immediately drawing her curiosity. That's someone I haven't met yet. Let's see who it is. May God save his innocent soul. I'm not really someone who saves souls, but sure, I can try. A few minutes later, she arrived inside a large courtyard that looked pretty trashed as it was covered with deep holes that looked like they were made by some kind of huge beam attack. Additionally, snow was softly falling from the sky, making it clear that this place was decently close to the hidden cave. Oh? Seems like someone recently fought here. Considering the damage left behind, my guess would be on Sado. As she was leisurely walking while tossing aside a few random Shinigami that tried to stop her, she reached the middle of the courtyard, where a middle-aged man was lazing around on a blanket that was covered by a huge umbrella. At first, the middle-aged man didn't even notice Yuna, but as soon as he did, he jerked up into a more guarded position while apparently giving someone a signal. Seconds later, sakura petals started falling from the sky, and the man started speaking while trying to act cool. The name is Shunsui Kairaku, Captor. Hey, that's too much, Nanayo-chan. Stop. Before he could continue speaking, a basket filled with sakura petals smashed onto his head due to the woman, who probably was supposed to slowly spread them, being fed up with her captain's antics. Well, aren't you an interesting captain? The others I met were either very stiff or crazy. The name's Yuna Uzumaki, by the way. While Yuna introduced herself, Shunsui managed to dig himself out of the mountain of sakura petals he was buried in and returned to a more relaxed position. I see, so Yuna is your name. Honestly, I'm supposed to catch intruders like you, but I don't really like fighting. How about you sit down for a drink? I'm underaged. Hearing Yuna deny his offer, Shunsui sighed deeply, but before he could talk further, Yuna continued talking. So, I'll obviously accept the offer. Shuansue's eyebrow rose, not really understanding Yuna's reasoning, but he didn't mind too much. Why is the fact that you are not allowed to do it a factor that makes you do it? Yuna chuckled in amusement due to Shuansue's question and simply shrugged her shoulders. Isn't that obvious? Crime adds a little bit of spice to something, changing the taste. Shunsui chuckled in amusement and motioned for Yuna to sit down, but she didn't budge a single centimeter as a frown appeared on her face. You don't honestly believe I would drink with you, did you? A disappointed expression appeared on Shuansue's face after Yuna finished speaking. Honestly, it was rather obvious that Yuna would deny his offer. After all, she was here in Seirei for a reason and had no time to waste time. Although Shunsui said he didn't like fighting, if there were no other possibilities, he would do it. He was just about to stand up and draw his blade when Yuna pointed at him, anger clearly hearable in her voice. You are a middle-aged man, why would I drink with you? Shunsui was slightly dumbfounded by Yuna's reason not to drink with him. He expected that it would have something to do with not wasting time, but apparently, him being a middle-aged man was the problem. However, Yuna swiftly continued speaking as she pointed her finger at the woman who was initially spreading the sakura petals. If you want me to drink with you, at least add another beauty to the mix. Who the hell wants to drink with a middle-aged man? I want beauties. Obviously, Shunsui was dumbfounded by Yuna's words, but moments later, he chuckled in amusement while asking his lieutenant, Naneo Ice, to come down and sit with them. What an interesting personality. However, I have to admit she makes me slightly curious about her. For now, let's chat a little and see what kind of person Yuna Uzumaki is. Moments later, Yuna and Shunsui were leisurely smiling while drinking from a cup, while Naneo was glaring so hard at Shunsui that it was only a question of time before he was set ablaze by the glare alone. This is highly inappropriate, Captain. Ma, if someone asks, I will just claim that I was waiting for my enemy to let their guard down. No big deal, Tilda. You could also claim that you were trying to get me drunk, to make me spill some information. Oh. That one is pretty good as well. As Naneo somehow started glaring even harder at Shunsui, Yuna and he clicked their cups together and took another sip. MHH Tilda, this is pretty good. However, are you interested in something homemade? The moment Yuna finished speaking, she flicked her wrist, causing a bottle to appear in her hand, resulting in Shunsui raising his eyebrows. Where the hell did that bottle come from? Despite his confusion, he still nodded his head, curious about what Yuna would serve him. Captain, this is an even worse idea. She could try to poison you. Hearing his lieutenant's worried words, Shunsui actually started frowning. As a captain, he was quite resistant to poison, but that didn't mean a strong one might affect him. However, before he could do anything else, Yuna chuckled in amusement as she started filling the cups on the table. Obviously, I want to poison you too. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Hearing Yuna's words, Shunsui raised his eyebrows in doubt. Getting drunk is one thing, but causing a captain like him alcohol poisoning is pretty much impossible. So, he couldn't help but raise the cup and smell what was inside, causing his eyes to widen as he felt a tingling feeling in his nose. Strong. Very strong. And damn, this smells amazing. He couldn't help but lick his lips as he thought about just taking the risk. At first, he wanted to listen to Naneo's warning and not drink it, but after smelling it, he really wasn't sure anymore. After a few more seconds of pondering, he decided to just take a sip, and considering Yuna had already done so, he felt like he might as well do the same. So, he slowly took a sip, enduring the seething glare he was receiving from Naneo, and moments later, his eyes opened wide in surprise as stars seemed to sparkle inside them, causing Yuna to make an ugly expression. Delicious, Tilda. Ugh, who wants to see a middle-aged man make that kind of facial expression? That being said, Naneo-chan, Tilda, how about you take a little sip, Tilda? A disgusting grin appeared on Yuna's face while she tried to make Naneo drink alcohol, making her look like a sexual predator that tried to get their prey drunk. Seeing Yuna's wretched expression almost caused Shunsui to do a spit take as it was his time to make an ugly expression. And who in the world would want to see such a wretched expression on a young woman? No. No one wants to see that kind of expression. Ignoring Shuansui's words, Naneo took a deep breath while she decided that she might as well give Yuna's drink a try. At the very least, it wasn't poisonous. So, she carefully raised her cup before taking a small sip, and moments later, she opened her eyes wide as stars appeared inside them while a moan of pleasure escaped her mouth. So delicious, Tilda. Seeing that kind of expression on the usually stern-faced Naneo, Yuna and Shunsui both nodded their heads in approval while smiling in satisfaction. Coffee anyway, the taste is pretty good. Naneo quickly realized what kind of facial expression she had made and regained her bearing while trying to dismiss her previous action with a clumsy statement and a flushed face. Obviously, Yuna and Shunsui knew what she was doing, causing them to chuckle in amusement, resulting in Naneo blushing even harder. Anyway, aside from my cute little Naneo-chan being even cuter than usual, what have you been up to? So you did plan to interrogate me, huh? Oh well, I honestly don't mind since I didn't do anything too dangerous, Tilda. Excuse me, what? Are you having a stroke? This city is in shambles. Ma, but no one died, right? At least not physically. See? Everything is fine. Hearing that Yuna was willing to talk about what she had been up to, Shunsui and Nanao's attention instantly was on her, curiosity brimming from their eyes. Well, I honestly only did the usual stuff one does when entering a hostile city. I got drunk, seduced a few women and added them to my harem, broke a few minds, fought a few captains, publicly exposed someone to be into public masturbation, and played a few little pranks involving cake and ice. The more Yuna spoke, the more dumbfounded Shunsui and Nanao became. Getting drunk was still fine to some degree, but every other point was utterly outrageous, and when Yuna finally talked about the cake and pranks, the atmosphere stilled instantly. While Nanao was simply shocked that the culprit of this whole mess exposed herself so easily, Shunsui seemed to be in a weird mood as he was constantly mumbling to himself while his eyes were unfocused. Suddenly, Shuansui's spiritual pressure soared as his hands shot towards his two swords while he seemingly was still in a trance. Banker. Bonk. Before he could draw his swords and finish speaking, Nanao's eyes widened in shock before instantly appearing behind Shunsui and smacking the back of his head. Captain Kairaku. We are in the middle of Serete. Do you want to wipe out half the city's population? Hearing Nanao's words and receiving a slap to his back, Shuansui's eyes refocused as he looked around in confusion. What happened? I felt like I had suddenly lost control of my body. Hearing Shuansui's words, Nanao could only look at him in disbelief while Yuna chuckled in amusement. I wasn't him to have that kind of heavy reaction. Now that I think about it, weren't most Shinigami dispatched to Karakura from his division? Post-cakematic stress syndrome. Gahaha. Realizing what had just happened, Shunsui quickly regained his bearing and directed an intense glare at Yuna. He might not want to use his Bankai within Serede, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight. Do you even know how much chaos you have caused within Serede? Not exactly, but it should have been quite a lot. Anyway, I don't see the problem with me having some fun. It's not like anybody died. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, one of the doors to the courtyard opened, revealing another Shinigami, who hastily ran towards Shunsui. The Shinigami briefly wondered who that unknown woman his captain was drinking with was, but quickly discarded all questions. Since she is drinking with the captain, she must be someone important. Please excuse me for interrupting you while you are entertaining a guest, but I have to make an urgent report. Shunsui briefly pondered on whether he should clear the misunderstanding that Yuna was an important guest, but discarded that idea moments later. After all, he would rather not cause rumors of him drinking with an enemy to spread. Report. Yes. Around 1 hour ago, Captain Aizen was found dead, pinned to a wall by his own Zanpakuto. Although we don't know the culprit yet, we suspect one of the invaders to be responsible. As soon as the Shinigami finished his report, Shunsui and Nanao's eyes landed on Yuna, making her cough awkwardly while scratching her head. Well, I will take responsibility for raising that flag, but I'm not involved in the murder itself. As these words left her mouth, Shunsui slowly stood up while drawing his blades, causing Yuna to smile wryly. So, in the end, it comes to this, huh? A pity. I thought this could have been a more leisurely encounter. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuna slowly stood up while resting her arm on her blades, quickly followed by Nanao doing the same, confusing the newly arrived Shinigami greatly. Before anyone else could say a word, Yuna resumed speaking. Are you sure you want to do this? Wouldn't you rather continue leisurely drinking with me and having a relaxed conversation? Hearing Yuna's question, Shunsui shook his head with a sad expression. Frankly, I want to, but this isn't a moment where I can just back down like that. Since a captain died, I need to take things a little more seriously. I see. That's annoying. How about I give you a good reason to continue drinking with me and keep me docile? Oh? There is such a thing. Clearly hearing at least a pinch of interest in Shuansui's voice, Yuna couldn't help but smile. Oh yes, there is such a thing. After all, if we were to fight here, in the middle of Serede, just how much damage would we cause? As soon as Yuna finished speaking, her spiritual pressure erupted out of her, instantly knocking out the unnamed Shinigami, while Nanao fell to her knees, having trouble breathing. Although Shunsui wasn't affected that strongly, he still could feel cold sweat flowing down his back as he looked at Yuna in bewilderment. What incredible power! How could a former human possibly reach such a ridiculous level of power? As these thoughts passed through Shuansui's mind, he looked skyward and noticed that the gentle snowfall was slowly turning into a blizzard. Next, he looked at the downed Shinigami and the suffocating Nanao and sighed deeply. If I fight her here, at least half the city will be destroyed. Additionally, I probably wouldn't be able to use my Bankai due to too many people being around, handicapping me greatly. This has reached a level where it isn't even an excuse to laze around anymore. Ha ha ha, now, I was just joking around. Since you were with me when the murder happened, how could you possibly be the culprit? Let's sit down and continue drinking, Tilda. Ha ha ha, obviously, I was just joking around as well. I don't want to scare my drinking buddy after all, Tilda. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As the duo continued laughing, Nanao slowly regained her bearing due to Yuna retracting her spiritual pressure. She couldn't help but look at Yuna with a tinge of fear after experiencing how ridiculously strong she was. Additionally, she realized that this casual drinking event was just upgraded to something that could destroy large parts of Seirei if it went wrong, putting a lot of pressure on her. Yuna easily noticed Nanao's distress and only chuckled in amusement. Now, no need to be so stressed over this whole matter. Let's relax, drink and have fun. I might be crazy, but MHH. Well. Anyway, no need to worry. Nanao was worrying. In fact, Yuna's words made everything even worse. So, she did the only solution she could find in the current situation. She grabbed her cup and took a huge gulp before exclaiming in satisfaction. So good, Tilda. Meanwhile, inside the hidden underground cave, Ichigo was facing a middle-aged man with black hair and clothes wearing sunglasses while surrounded by hundreds of blades that looked a little similar to Ichigo's Zangetsu. The man shot toward Ichigo, wielding another replica Zangetsu and slashing it down. Ichigo cautiously raised the sword he was holding to block the strike. However, as soon as the man's blade made contact with Ichigo's blade shattered, resulting in a bloody gash appearing on his body. What a fascinating method. As expected of that Urahara Kisuke. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Retsu and Yoruichi were spectating Ichigo's fight with interest. Kisuke has given Yoruichi a special training dummy that, after getting stabbed by a Zanpakuto, manifests its Zanpakuto spirit, greatly reducing the time it takes to learn Bankai. Yeah, say what you will about that weirdo, but he certainly is an inventor genius. Retsu simply nodded her head and put her focus back on Ichigo, who had already picked up another sword to continue the fight. I can't claim I'm not a little jealous. Reaching the manifestation stage took me almost 3 years. Isn't that quite monstrous as well? Retsu only shrugged her shoulders when she heard Yoruichi's question. Obviously, 3 years were pretty good, considering Shinigami usually took about 10, but how can that be compared to the true monsters she has met? Well, Yuna has only been a Shinigami for a few weeks and can already use it, and Kenpachi pretty much awakened his Bankai on the side just to have more fun fighting. I consider learning Bankai in 3 years the act of a genius, not a monster's. Hearing Retsu's words, Yoruichi could only smile wryly and agree to her words. Indeed, the level of a monster was indeed different. Moments later, Retsu's head snapped towards the entrance of the cave, and around a second later, Yoruichi mimicked her movement. Someone is coming. 2 people. Yoruichi simply nodded her head as she slightly lowered her stance while Retsu's hand slowly wandered towards her blade. Both of them could feel that at least one of the people coming was very powerful. However, after a few seconds of waiting, Yoruichi relaxed her stance before chuckling in amusement. Seriously, how does everyone manage to find this place so easily? No need to be on guard, Retsu. One of the people coming is Yuna's little brother, and the other one is his girlfriend. Hearing Yoruichi's words, Retsu lowered her guard as well, and moments later, 2 figures appeared at the cave's entrance, a young man with long spiky hair and a young woman with spiky black hair. Obviously, these 2 were Naruto and Tatsuki. Oh, another one of these places. However, this one has snow falling from the ceiling, so I guess Nasan went on a rampage in here. As Naruto spoke those words out aloud, he let his gaze wander around the cave and immediately noticed Retsu and Yoruichi standing next to each other while they watched Ichigo fight his Zanpakuto spirit. So, without waiting any further, he used Flash Step and instantly appeared in front of Retsu and Yoruichi, almost causing Retsu to attack him out of instinct. Fast. This one is incredibly powerful as well. Guess the sister isn't the only one out of the norm. I was a little disappointed when the Quincy that came here barely had the strength of a weak captain, but I guess not everyone in her group can be strong. Hinata is definitely someone worth fighting, and Yuna's brother seemed to be the same. Hello, ladies, how was your day, Tilda? Seeing Naruto approaching the duo so frivolously, Retsu couldn't help but be somewhat dumbfounded while Yoruichi chuckled in amusement. Simultaneously, Tatsuki appeared next to Naruto with a somewhat clumsy flash step and pinched his waist with a pout on her face. Why do you start flirting with other women as soon as you see him? Naruto chuckled in amusement due to Tatsuki being unreasonable and shrugged his shoulders. Ma, I'm not flirting, I'm just greeting part of the family. Isn't that right, sisters-in-law Tilda? While Tatsuki needed a minute to digest what she had just heard, Retsu chuckled in amusement while Yoruichi glared at him. Who are you calling sister-in-law? I haven't married anyone yet. Yet, huh? Are you one of those types that are constantly in denial? Nonsense. While Yoruichi was giving Naruto a seething glare, Retsu could help but be a little interested in Naruto. Surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly, the brother had a similar outrageous personality as his sister. Rather than getting suppressed by Yuna's vibrant personality, he adapted to and copied parts of it. This one is probably a menace as well. As Retsu became a little curious about Naruto and Yoruichi continued glaring, Tatsuki finally managed to put one and one together and comprehended what Naruto meant. No way. Yuna really made a harem. Hearing Tatsuki's outcry, everyone else present simply nodded their heads, not really understanding why there was any doubt about that. After all, she made her ambitions rather clear whenever she felt like it. Seeing that everyone was simply nodding their heads, Tatsuki couldn't help but continue being angry about this issue. What about Hinata? How can Yuna betray her like this? MHH. Did somebody call my name? While Tatsuki was yelling, another woman approached the little group and tilted her head in confusion due to thinking that someone had just called her. Yo, Hinata. I see that you have found this place as well. Oh, Naruto. Good to see you again. Tatsuki was utterly dumbfounded as she noticed Hinata approaching their group, casually chatting with Naruto as she walked towards the two people who had slept with her self-proclaimed wife. What's wrong with her? How can she not be angry? Maybe if she doesn't know about it. As Hinata and Naruto were chatting, Tatsuki interrupted their conversation and pointed at Retsu and Yoruichi. Hinata, did you know that these two slept with Yuna? Hearing Tatsuki's words, Hinata only looked at her weirdly before shrugging her shoulders. What are you talking about, Tatsuki? How can I not know about that? After all, I was present as well. As soon as Hinata stopped speaking, Tatsuki's brain ground to a halt as she looked at Hinata while her chin hit the ground. She stayed like that for a full 10 seconds before her brain finally rebooted. You were there. Suddenly, all kinds of sinful images passed through Tatsuki's head as her gaze shifted from Hinata to Retsu and finally to Yoruichi, causing her face to flush crimson. Someone is having perverted thoughts. Hearing Naruto's teasing words, Tatsuki flushed even harder as steam threatened to shoot out of her ears. She shot Naruto a seething glare, but considering her whole face was tomato red all the way up to her ears, she only looked cute instead of dangerous. Haha, okay, I'm sorry for teasing you. Since he didn't want Tatsuki to fade out of shame, Naruto decided to paddle back a little and apologize while petting Tatsuki's head, allowing her to calm down a little. You're an idiot. Hearing Tatsuki call him an idiot, a smile bloomed on Naruto's face, slightly flustering Tatsuki. Yep, Tilda. Meanwhile, seeing what was happening in front of her, Retsu could only shake her head with a wry smile. Yep, these two twins sure are similar, Tilda. Bankai. Two serene-sounding voices echoed throughout the underground training facility as two powerful spiritual pressures collided, causing the air to tremble. One part of the cave was instantly flooded by crimson blood coloring everything red, while another part of the cave was flooded by an ocean of water, drowning everything with a thick layer of water that was mixing together with the blood. Minazuki. Grand Ocean Domain. Two women stood opposite of each other, swords drawn. One had long black hair, a huge scar on her chest, and a deranged smile on her face, while the other had blue hair that now looked like flowing water and deep blue eyes. A thin film of water was currently covering her body while she wore a serene smile. Obviously, these two were Hinata and Retsu, who decided to have a little match while simultaneously showing Ichigo what a Bankai could do. Meanwhile, Ranjaku, Yoruichi, Naruto, Tatsuki, and Ichigo were standing on the sidelines, watching the duo fight. Feeling the two powerful spiritual pressures calling, Ichigo couldn't help but shudder a little. So this is a Bankai? What a terrific power. Hearing Ichigo's words, Naruto chuckled in amusement while shaking his head. Not really. When you awaken your Bankai for the first time, it will be far from being this powerful. It takes a long time for a Bankai to reach this level of power. Ichigo simply nodded his head after Naruto stopped talking, but seconds later, his head snapped towards Naruto. Wait a moment. If that is the case, then why is Hinata's Bankai so powerful? No. When did she even learn to use it? Seeing the utter confusion in Ichigo's eyes, Naruto chuckled yet again before shrugging his shoulders. Well, I won't spill Hinata's secret, but let's just say there is something special about her. Although Ichigo was far from satisfied with that answer, he decided to drop the matter. After all, he can't expect Naruto to tell him Hinata's secrets. That would simply be unreasonable. Oh well, I just hope Hinata doesn't get hurt. Ma, it's just a little sparring match. No need to worry. Hearing Naruto's assurance, Ichigo nodded his head and moved his gaze back to the fighting duo. Neither of them had moved so far as they were still feeling each other out. However, a few seconds later, Hinata decided to make her first move as she slowly sunk into the water underneath her feet, and seconds later, she was completely gone, preventing even Retsu from feeling her presence, causing her to frown. What outrageous stealth! Truly impressive. As soon as she finished praising Hinata, the water behind her moved, and a moment later, a water blade pierced into her back and came out of her stomach, splattering blood on the ground. Seeing Hinata actually impaling Retsu, Ichigo's eyes widened in shock. Oh, didn't you say it's just a friendly match, Naruto? What the hell is Hinata doing? However, Naruto didn't answer him and simply pointed at Retsu. Although there was a hint of surprise on her face, she clearly wasn't bothered by her wound as she simply removed the blade from her body by walking forward, and as soon as the blade was no longer stabbed inside her body, the hole closed instantly as if it was never there. Seriously? She heals just like that. Well, she isn't Tsurete's best healer for nothing. A wound like that is nothing for her, and Hinata knows that. While Naruto and Ichigo were talking, Yoruichi was dumbfounded that Hinata could actually sneak up on Retsu and even land a hit. Tatsuki was equally dumbfounded, but for other reasons. She couldn't fathom how Hinata could so easily stab another person, and finally, Ranjaku was simply watching the show with interest and curiosity. Back at Hinata and Retsu, another water sword shot out of the ground from behind Retsu, but this time, a thin layer of blood delayed the attack briefly, allowing Retsu to swing her sword at the source of the blade, sending a bloody slash at the water. Seconds later, Hinata emerged from the water around 10 meters away from Retsu with a dissatisfied expression. As expected, when the first assassination doesn't work out, chances are low for the second one to succeed. That ridiculous healing power really has bad compatibility with my preferred style. As she finished speaking, she glanced at her sleeve, which had a small cut in it, causing her frown to deepen. This won't be easy at all. Oh? I knew you weren't someone that likes fighting head-on, but surely you are not giving up yet, are you? Nah, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. As soon as Hinata finished speaking, 10 orbs of water formed behind Hinata and started hovering in the air. Water Arts, 10-planet formation. Retsu briefly looked at the 10 orbs of water floating behind Hinata, but before she could find out their purpose, she slightly tilted her head, dodging a laser-like water beam that just shot out of one of the planets, leaving a small gash on her cheek that healed instantly. I see. This is quite troubling. Despite her seemingly worried words, a crazy smile appeared on Retsu's face as she charged at Hinata, her sword swinging like crazy, forming a bloody dome around her. As soon as Retsu started running, the 10 planets started blasting water beams at her. Although most of them were repelled by the blood around her and her sword, but a few still managed to graze her, resulting in gashes appearing all over her body which healed instantly. Moments later, Retsu arrived in front of Hinata and slashed her blood-covered sword at her, forcing Hinata to block the strike, causing her knees to buckle lightly. Physically, Retsu was stronger than her. The collision of two blades caused a shockwave, resulting in the water-blood mixture they were standing on getting blasted away. However, despite the ground they were standing on destabilizing, neither of them lost their balance as both of them were extremely skilled fighters. Again and again, the duo clashed as sword met sword, while Hinata's water beams were mostly blocked by Retsu's blood, only occasionally leaving a few scratches, which healed instantly. The duo continued clashing like that for multiple minutes before both of them slid away from each other due to an especially strong clash, allowing both of them to take a few deep breaths. Unlike Retsu, whose wounds healed instantly, there were a few bloody cuts on Hinata's body due to her having to compensate for Retsu's greater physical strength. Although it looked like Retsu had the upper hand, due to having no wounds on her body, Hinata had noticed that the speed at which her wounds healed had slowed down a little. They were no longer healed instantly and took around a second or two to heal now. Clearly, if they continued fighting, Retsu would, at some point, stop healing. However, instantly of continuing to fight, Retsu shook her head and sheathed her sword, causing all the blood covering the cave to vanish. This fight is not to my taste. I'm not saying that I don't enjoy fighting you, but it simply doesn't feel proper. If I couldn't heal myself, I would have lost the moment the fight started. Hearing Retsu's words, Hinata put away her sword as well, resulting in the water vanishing, and shrugged her shoulders. Probably. But if we were to continue fighting, I would assumably lose in the end. What was it again? Luck is a skill in itself. Luck is a skill in itself. Somehow I don't like that saying. Where does it come from? Hinata simply shrugged her shoulders with a wry smile on her face after Retsu asked her question. Yuna likes saying stuff like that. She does. How weird. You haven't even heard the bad ones. Luck is a skill in itself, can still be considered as understandable. Trust me, Yuna has a lot of worse ones in her repertoire. While Retsu was slightly appalled due to Hinata's words, Ichigo couldn't help but be awed by what he had just witnessed. This was the highest level fight he had ever seen, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited about reaching that level of power. Obviously, he still had Naruto's words that just getting his Bankai wouldn't be enough to become that strong. He was still looking forward to being able to activate his Bankai. Similar to Ichigo, Tatsuki was excited about what she had just witnessed as well. Although she wasn't a Shinigami, which she felt would limit her growth, Naruto had assured her that what she had just witnessed was not a level of power she couldn't reach. That was so awesome. I can't wait to have that kind of exciting fight. Yoruichi, on the other hand, had completely different thoughts, as she knew more about the current situation than the other people in the room. How incredible. To think that young woman was such a monster. Shit, I can't read the situation anymore. What will happen to Aizen's plan? The reason that we didn't make a move on Aizen and allowed him to do what he wanted was that we had no one who could fight him, since every strong fighter had seen his Zanpakuto's release, bringing them under Aizen's illusions. However, can't we just send Hinata after him and end this whole mess before it even starts? She clearly considers herself to be an assassin, so isn't this perfect? Since Captain Unohana can be killed without her being able to resist, shouldn't the same be possible for Aizen? Shit, I really need a method to contact Kasuke. That shrewd merchant surely has more plans regarding Aizen that I'm not even aware of, and I would rather not ruin whatever he wants to do. Just like Yoruichi, Ranjaku had pretty different thoughts from everyone else as well, as she casually sipped from the steaming cup filled with brown liquid she was holding. Yep, that was fun to watch tilde, MHH tilde, I think I'll add a little more rum tilde. And finally, Naruto was rather casual about this whole matter. As expected, those two fighting styles aren't really compatible. Hinata prefers ending fights in a single strike, while Retsu even went so far as to perfect her healing technique to extend the duration of her fights. While all that was happening, Ishida decided not to spectate the fight between Hinata and Retsu and stayed in the ice house Yuna had created. He had lost most of his power, and he felt like watching two powerhouses using Bankai fight wouldn't be healthy for him. Obviously, he could ask someone to protect him from the overwhelming spiritual pressure while he was watching, but that was below his pride. A few more hours passed, and surprisingly, another person found his way inside the hidden underground cave. It was Rinji, who Ichigo had barely defeated a while ago. Due to being somehow familiar with Ichigo's spiritual pressure by now, he had managed to feel his presence as he was training to unlock his Bankai, allowing Rinji to find this place. As he was walking towards the familiar spiritual pressure, a pair of deep blue eyes appeared behind him as two hands moved towards his body, one holding up his head from behind while the other was pressing a blade to his neck. "Who are you and what do you want?" A female, calm and serene voice echoed into Renji's ear, causing him to shiver in utter terror. He did not know who this unknown person was nor how she had appeared behind him, but considering how easily she managed to sneak up on him, she was, at the very least, at the level of a strong captain. Well, at least in regards to her stealth. I had fought Ichigo before and became somewhat familiar with his spiritual pressure, which allowed me to find this place. Since Ichigo is blatantly using his spiritual pressure, I assumed this was a safe location that I could use for training purposes. Hearing Renji's explanation, his captor's hostility dimmed slightly but was still far from getting extinguished. "I see, that's how you found this place, but considering you fought him before, aren't you Ichigo's enemy?" "I was his enemy. Now I share his goal and want to save Rukia. Since she is from a noble clan, I captured her, assuming she would receive a much lighter sentence, but for some reason, her clan didn't do anything and just ignored that one of them would be executed soon. Hell, Rukia's big brother is the head of the clan, so why the hell should I assume that she will be executed after returning back to Seirete? Rukia is my friend, and I don't want her to die." Hearing the deep emotions in Renji's outburst, his captor paused for a moment before removing her sword from his throat. "Very well, I believe you. The name's Hinata, by the way." Renji sighed in relief when the sword was removed from his neck, and he couldn't help but brush over the corresponding place with his hand, wondering if there was some blood. Yet again, he sighed in relief when he saw no blood and decided to introduce himself. "Renji Abarai, Lieutenant of the 6th Division. Although I'm not sure if I'll keep that rank after this mess is over." Hinata simply nodded her head after Renji finished his introduction and motioned him to follow her, and moments later, they reached the place where Ichigo was currently fighting Zangetsu. However, Renji's eyes only briefly rested on Ichigo as his gaze was drawn to a group of multiple women and a single man sitting around a table, drinking an unknown steaming liquid. Or rather, his gaze was drawn to one of them. "See Captain Unohana." Hearing someone calling her name, Retsu's gaze landed on the source of the call and immediately noticed and recognized Renji, causing her to give him a motherly smile that scared the shit out of Renji. Holy hell, that smile is something else. Although it feels look like a kind smile, it felt like a demon had just smiled at me. Why in the world is she so scary? Isn't she just a kind healer? Whatever. Although I don't know why she is here and hasn't reported anything about this whole situation, I'll just keep my mouth shut and pretend I'm blind and deaf. I feel like that's the safest option. Seeing that Renji had apparently understood her kind smile, Retsu nodded in approval and redirected her gaze back to the desperately struggling Ichigo. This boy has a lot of potential. It has only been slightly more than 2 days, and his fighting style has evolved to a significant degree. If he continues growing like that, he should be a fun opponent. As these thoughts passed her mind, she licked her lips in anticipation, causing a chill to go down Ichigo's spine, resulting in another gash appearing on his body. Shit, what was that? Why did I suddenly feel a chill? While Ichigo continued struggling, Ranjiku had noticed Renji as well, resulting in her smiling brightly. "Oh. So you found this place as well, Renji. It's been a while, good to see you again." As Ranjiku was greeting Renji with enthusiasm, she moved her upper body, causing her boobs to move, resulting in Renji blushing a little. Damn it, I really wish she could stop with these attacks. What am I talking about? I obviously want her to continue acting like that. I'm a man as well. Lieutenant Matsumoto, it's good to see you again. Everyone was worried when you suddenly vanished while patrolling the city with Lieutenant Kira. Since he claimed that he was knocked out instantly without seeing the attacker, no one knew what they were supposed to do with the situation. As Ranjiku and Renji were chatting, Yoruichi approached Renji as she still somewhat considered herself to be the leader of this little group. "Anyway, all the chatting aside, why are you here?" Feeling that the atmosphere suddenly got serious, Renji straightened his back as his spiritual power started moving, resulting in a bamboo with a snake for a tail appearing next to him. "I need a location where I can safely master my Bankai. Currently, I'm seen as a criminal within Seirete, so doing it anywhere else won't cut it. Frankly, I'm very close to reaching my goal, but I just need a little more time." Just in case you are wondering, I also desire to save Rukia now. For a few seconds, Yoruichi didn't say anything and only let her gaze wander all over Rinji, making him rather nervous. However, after letting him squirm from her gaze for around a minute, she concluded that Rinji was serious and nodded her head. Very well. I'll allow you to use this place until you have unlocked your Bankai. As long as you don't make any trouble, I guarantee you're safe. Don't do it. Before Yoruichi could finish speaking, a tall young man wearing glasses came frantically running at Rinji, causing him to consider drawing his weapon. However, since he didn't feel any hostility, Rinji decided not to do so. Moments later, the man reached Rinji and put his hands on his shoulders while looking at Rinji with bloodshot eyes. Listen well, newcomer, do not be tempted by the stain. Avoid the stain, for what is inside it is not for mortal eyes to see. Realizing that the person in front of him was either some kind of fanatic or had gone crazy, Rinji threw a questioning glare at Yoruichi. After all, she was just about to guarantee his safety when a crazy person suddenly appeared. However, instead of commenting in the slightest, Yoruichi simply averted her gaze and continued watching Ichigo fight, pretending that Rinji wasn't even here, causing him to grit his teeth. Whatever. I'll just unlock my Bankai and get out of here. I have no idea what all these people are doing here, and I don't want to know either. The less I know, the better. Just like that, more time passed, resulting in Rinji leaving to do his own thing just a few hours after arriving. Quickly followed by Ichigo leaning his Bankai as well, resulting in everyone mobilizing for the last stretch to Rukia's rescue. Won't be riding the Byakuya versus Rinji fight, as everything is like in canon between these two. However, as Hinata, Yoruichi, Naruto, and Ichigo were moving through Seirei, they heard surprising news. Apparently, the Central 46 had ordered to speed up Rukia's execution to this very day, causing Ichigo's eyes to widen in surprise. Obviously, Tatsuki and Ishida wanted to come as well, but after a lengthy explanation and Tatsuki yelling at Naruto a lot, the duo was convinced that barging into a captain-level battlefield was not a great idea, so they stayed hidden away. As the group of four came closer and closer to the execution stand, they noticed slowly being pulled upwards by seemingly nothing, prompting Ichigo to speed up some more. Moments later, a massive burning phoenix appeared in front of Rukia, which is the Zanpakuto spirit of the execution blade, the Sokyoku, and is said to hold the power of 1000 Zanpakuto. Seeing the massive creature in front of her, Rukia accepted her fate and closed her eyes. Moments later, the phoenix moved and shot toward Rukia, intending to pierce through her. However, just when its beak was about to reach her, a single man blocked the bird with the flat side of his sword. Naturally, that person was Ichigo, who made it just in time to block the attack. Hey! It's been a while. At first, Rukia was dazed hearing Ichigo's voice, but moments later, she snapped at him. You idiot! Didn't I tell you to stay away? Ha! Isn't this obvious? You can't beat my brother. This time he will kill you for sure. Just leave. I have made peace with my death, and I don't want your help. Meanwhile, below the scaffold, the attending captains and lieutenants were dumbfounded due to what they were seeing. Impossible. How can he stop the power of 1,000 blades with a single one? Who is he? Those words were spoken by Soifan, who couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger due to someone butting in. Naturally, Byakuya was present as well, and even he wore a surprised expression. Naturally, he recognized the person who had just stopped the phoenix, and he couldn't help but wonder how Ichigo managed to amass this much power in such a short time. He is one of the intruders. Hearing Byakuya's words, everyone nodded their head in agreement, and moments later, the phoenix backed up a little, clearly intending to go for another blow. However, just before that could happen, Captain Yukitake, a man with long white hair, appeared and smashed something that looked like a shield on the ground while his two lieutenants did the same with two poles. Frankly, he wanted to do this with Captain Kairaku so his two lieutenants wouldn't catch too much blame, but for some reason, he couldn't find Captain Kairaku anywhere. Moments later, two wires shot out of the two poles and wrapped themselves around the phoenix's neck. Seeing what was happening, Soifon was initially confused, but after her bewilderment dwindled and she saw the symbol engraved on the wooden shield, she opened her eyes wide and immediately started speaking. That's the symbol of the Shiba family. Quickly, someone stopped them. However, it was already too late, due to Captain Yukatake slicing his blades through the shield vertically, and before anyone else could react, the phoenix detonated, pretty much stopping the execution. A tick mark appeared on the Captain Commander's forehead, as Yukatake had just destroyed one of Seireide's most ancient artifacts, but before he could say anything, powerful spiritual pressure erupted out of Ichigo, drawing everyone's attention to him. Currently, he was holding up his sword, with its tip pointed downwards, while his eyes glowed blue due to the powerful spiritual power coursing through his body. Before anyone could react, he stabbed the tip of his blade into the scaffold, resulting in a blinding light. As soon as the light cleared, Ichigo was revealed, holding Rukia under his arm like a potato sack. "I will rescue you, Rukia." "You are a fool, Ichigo. Don't expect me to thank you." Although Rukia's words seemed ungrateful, they were spoken with deep emotions as tears slowly started gathering in Rukia's eyes. Even if she didn't admit it, she was grateful for Ichigo coming after her like this. Moments later, another commotion happened yet again, drawing everyone's attention. This time, it was Renji's turn to butt in, as he had just barged onto the execution ground after knocking out a few guards. During his initial try to save Rukia, he was defeated by Byakuya and imprisoned. However, he managed to break out and give it another try, just reaching the place of the execution. Seeing Renji approaching, Ichigo had a surprisingly Yuna-like idea and raised up Rukia. "Hey Ichigo. What do you think you are doing?" Although he heard Rukia's question and noticed her struggling, he ignored all of that as he looked toward Renji. "Hey Renji. Catch? Wait a moment. Kaiha." Before Rukia could do any more protesting, Ichigo had already thrown her at Renji. Naturally, Renji's eyes bulged when he saw the Rukia-shaped projectile flying at him. Luckily, Rukia was rather small, so Renji managed to catch her safely. "You imbecile. What do you think you are doing?" "That's right. What's wrong with you?" Although Rukia and Renji were both yelling at him, Ichigo ignored all of it and started speaking. "Get out of here, Renji. Protect Rukia with your life." The moment Renji heard Ichigo's words, he instantly turned around and started running. "What are you doing?" All lieutenants after them. Currently, only 3 lieutenants were present, and after hearing Soifon's angered yell, all of them started moving. They were the Captain Commander Lieutenants, Chojuro Sasakide, the 4th Division's lieutenant, who had been praying for Retsu's safety every day, Aizen Kotetsu, and finally, Marikyo Amida. All 3 went after Renji, but before they could reach him, another person with long spiky blonde hair appeared between the trio and Renji. Obviously, that person was Naruto, who currently wore a leisurely smile. "Sorry, but I'll have to stop you here." Seeing an unknown person blocking their path, all 3 took action and resealed their swords. "Run Itagumo. Bite Gonryamaru. Crush Kagetsuburi." Unfortunately, the moment all 3 weapons had transformed, Naruto appeared in front of Amida, punched through his weapon, shattering it, and knocked him out with a punch to the stomach. Then, before the other 2 could react, he appeared in front of Chojuro and knocked him out with an uppercut, followed by Naruto appearing behind Insane, knocking her out with a chop to the back of her neck. Suddenly, he felt someone appearing behind him, but he didn't act, as he could already feel Ichigo approaching as well. Clang. The sound of 2 swords colliding echoed over the execution ground as Ichigo appeared behind Naruto, blocking the approaching blade. "It's been a while, Byakuya." Hearing how cocky Ichigo was sounding, Byakuya couldn't help but frown as he pressed his blade against Ichigo's. It was, "This time I'll make sure that you are dead." "Oh well, since you 2 seem to know each other, I guess I'll let you deal with your lover's quarrel by yourself, Tilda." Hearing Naruto's frivolous words, Ichigo glared at him in anger, while Byakuya's eyebrow twitched in irritation, but neither of them said anything else, as they would rather concentrate on fighting. Meanwhile, at another spot in Seireide, a man wearing sunglasses, a man wearing a helmet, and a man wearing an eye patch were standing in front of each other with a hostile feeling in the air. "I knew you were an untamable beast, Kenpachi, and today is the day I will slay you." As these words left the mouth of the man wearing sunglasses, Tozen drew his blade and pointed it at the man wearing an eye patch, Kenpachi. Seeing that, Kenpachi shook his head as his hand moved toward one of the armbands he was wearing. Kenpachi had thought about what side he should take in this conflict for a while now. Obviously, he wanted to fight Yuna again and fight even more strong opponents. Since Yuna was on the side of the invaders, fighting with Seirede was a good option, but in the end, he decided against it. Instead of fighting for Seirede, he decided he would help Yuna out since his instincts were telling them that that would result in a more fun fight with her in the aftermath. Kenpachi was a man that always trusted his instincts. Well, since you are a captain, I guess one armband is appropriate. Moments later, Kenpachi removed one of his armbands, causing his spiritual pressure to grow significantly, resulting in Tozen frowning deeply. As expected, he is a monster. This won't be easy, but I should be able to handle him with my Bankai. Tozen, let me help you. Zaraki Kenpachi is not a man that is easy to handle. Those words were spoken by the man wearing a helmet, Sajin Komamura, captain of the 7th Division, who considered Tozen to be his friend. No, that is not honorable. I will deal with him alone. Bankai. Yet again, Tozen used his Bankai, engulfing his opponent in darkness. However, feeling his senses vanishing, Kenpachi frowned deeply. What kind of shit is this? That's not fun at all. How am I supposed to enjoy the fight when I can't see anything? As he was deep in thought, a blade approached his chest, aiming for his heart. The moment the tip of the blade touched Kenpachi's skin, he could feel the blade. Initially, he wanted to dodge away and evade the blade, which he assumed would only result in a small gash, but in the end, he only stood still, unmoving. Clang. The sound of metal colling with something hard was heard as Kenpachi looked at the blade that pierced his body by around half a centimeter with disinterest. Now that he was in contact with the blade, his vision returned, allowing him to see the face of the utterly dumbfounded Tozen, causing him to sigh deeply while he flexed his muscle to stop Tozen from removing his blade. That's it. I should have kept on that armband. Before Tozen could react, Kenpachi moved his sword and slashed it across Tozen's chest, leaving a deep wound, resulting in his Bankai stopping. Seeing Tozen's Bankai pop like a balloon, Kenpachi could only shake his head in dismay at how boring a fight he had just experienced, while Captain Komamura could only look at what had just happened, utterly dumbfounded. He defeated Tozen instantly. How can that be? Just how strong is Zachary Kenpachi? The reason why Tozen lost so devastatingly was that his Bankai had one massive weakness: it didn't increase the user's power and only handicapped his enemy. In most cases, that didn't matter because an opponent that could neither feel nor see you no matter what they did was easy prey. However, Tozen, unfortunately, didn't have enough spiritual power in his blood to seriously wound the current Kenpachi. In fact, only the oldest generation of captains at Aizen would be able to seriously wound the current Kenpachi with a Shikai. Anyway, while Tozen was retreating away from Kenpachi, shock and bewilderment still clearly visible on his face, Komamura stepped forward despite his bewilderment. He was not someone who backed down from a powerful foe, no matter how strong they were. It seems like we underestimated you, Zaraki Kenpachi. I will be your opponent, and I'm not as kind as Tozen. Bankai. Suddenly, a colossal armored figure appeared behind Komamura. It was fully clothed in armor, held a massive sword, and wore a demon-like mask. Kokujo Tengen Myo. Seeing the massive figure behind Komamura, Kenpachi couldn't help but smile widely. Oh tilde, this one might actually be a little fun tilde. Meanwhile, back at the execution platform, only a few people remained. While Ichigo was fighting Byakuya, Naruto directed his gaze at the remaining people. While he wasn't paying attention, Yoruichi had snagged away Soifon, so the only people remaining were Hinata, who was still lurking in the shadows, Yukatake, who was sweating a little due to being glared at by Yamamoto, and Naruto himself. Oh well, seems like things are drawing to an end. I wonder what Neisan is currently doing. I would claim that there is no way she forgot about Rukia, but then I would be lying to myself. That degenerate is probably somewhere in Seirede, harassing some woman. Probably, but refrain from calling her a degenerate. That's not very nice. But it's the truth. That is not what I was complaining about. So you agree, huh? I mean, obviously. While Naruto was talking with Kurama, Yukatake continued sweating due to Yamamoto's glare, making him feel a little guilty. Tilde, I'm in trouble tilde. However, there clearly is something fishy about this whole thing, so I had no choice but to do what I did. Seems like I'm in trouble. I guess I will be going somewhere else. As soon as Yukatake finished speaking, he used Flash Step and vanished from his position. Yamamoto briefly glanced at Naruto and the fighting Ichigo before he made a decision and followed after Yukitake, vanishing as well. Well, since Ichigo seems to be doing well, I guess I'll be leaving him alone. No need to spoil his end boss battle. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he vanished as well, following behind Yukitake and Yamamoto. A few seconds later, Yukitake appeared at a desolate location that would allow him and Yamamoto to fight without causing any damage to the city. Frankly, he didn't want to fight Yamamoto at all, as he knew he probably couldn't win, but considering how things had developed, he concluded that he had no other choice. That was a good flash step. Just a single step took you this far away. Although Yamamoto's words sounded like praise, Yukitake could only smile wryly to Yamamoto arriving here before him and already leisurely sitting on a nearby rock. Anyway, come, you rascal. This time, it won't end with a simple beating. However, before either of them could start fighting, another voice interrupted the conversation. Ma, I don't really know why you did what you did, but since you helped Rukia, you are probably our ally, right? As soon as the voice stopped talking, Naruto appeared next to Yukitake, surprising him greatly. What an exemplary flash step. This young man is surprisingly skilled, even compared to other captains. How is that possible? Despite his surprise, Yukitake quickly regained his bearing and started talking to Naruto. Although I appreciate the help, I don't think this is something you should meddle in. This is not a fight you can contribute to. As soon as he finished speaking, a smirk appeared on Naruto's face as he gazed at Yamamoto. Hee, I'll be the one to judge whether I can participate in this or not. Hearing Naruto's words, Yamamoto couldn't help but frown. After all, from his perspective, Naruto was just a little boy. Obviously, someone like that could probably not even breathe in his presence. So, without further ado, he unleashed his spiritual pressure, crushing it into Naruto and Yukitake. Bold words, boy. But are you sure this is the right place for you? Feeling the pressure radiating out of Yamamoto, Naruto couldn't help but smile as he felt the temperature around him rising due to Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. Don't look down on me, old man. Naruto unleashed his own spiritual pressure without faltering in the slightest, causing the wind to stir around him as the steady rise in temperature was stopped due to the air dispersing. Although Yamamoto's pressure was still far above what Naruto could output, holding his ground was no problem, surprising the old captain commander. Impressive. Holding this much power at such a young age is truly inconceivable. I apologize for calling you a boy. State your name. Hearing Yamamoto acknowledge him, a smile appeared on Naruto's face as he drew his blade, instantly releasing it and turning it into a pair of gauntlets. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm going to be the hoe. Can't forget that second part. Hearing Naruto's introduction, Yamamoto drew his blade as well, instantly causing everything around them to be doused in flames. Janryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto, Captain Commander of the Gotei 13. Since we are at it, I might as well chime in, too. Ushiro Yukitake, Captain of the 13th Division. Now that everyone had stated their name, the battle could start, but there was still something else to do as a smirk appeared on Naruto's face. Well, won't you introduce yourself as well, Hinata? Suddenly, a serene voice echoed over the battlefield that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Hinata Uzumaki. Two words were suddenly spoken seemingly out of nowhere, and moments later, Yamamoto's instincts flared, causing him to sidestep while slashing down his sword toward his previous position, resulting in the sound of two blades clashing, ringing over the battlefield. As expected of the Captain Commander of the Gotei 13. You are capable of blocking my blade. You are probably the only one within Seirede Tilda. Yamamoto couldn't help but feel a chill creep down his spine. Obviously, this wasn't the first time someone tried to assassinate him, but this was the first time that he genuinely felt his life to be on the line. Moments later, another figure appeared next to Naruto with a small smile on her face that made not only Yukitake wary, but even Yamamoto himself felt some pressure. This young woman is no joke either. Why are there so many powerful beings being born in the human world? Is some kind of calamity coming? Despite his rather turbulent thoughts, Yamamoto steadied his mind as he got ready for battle. For now, I'll defeat those before me and ask questions later. I might have become old, but I won't allow a bunch of youngsters to defeat me. Moments later, Yamamoto raised his walking stick, resulting in it flaking away, revealing the Zanpakuto inside it. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryujin Jaka. The temperature around Yamamoto spiked instantly as crimson flames lit up all around him, causing Hinata and Naruto to smile wryly. Neither of their Shikai were very compatible with Yamamoto's. Although Hinata's could produce water, that water was used for pinpoint attacks through water pressure, and there was only very little of it, which wouldn't help much in extinguishing so much fire. Naruto, on the other hand, used wind, and although one can extinguish a candle using wind, it didn't really help much against an inferno. Obviously, he could still push the flames away with his wind, but the heat would still be uncomfortable. Seeing the burning inferno all around her, Hinata's gaze landed on Yukitake, who had already released his Zanpakuto, resulting in his two swords now being connected by a rope with 5 metal talismans. Frankly, without using my Bankai, this will be a hassle to deal with. However, my instincts are telling me that the old man using Bankai would be pretty bad, and I don't want to escalate this situation by using my own. Any input? Although Yukitake was briefly surprised that Hinata could use Bankai, considering how much spiritual pressure Naruto displayed, it wasn't weird that other people in the group of intruders had similar levels of power. Especially if they dared to participate in a fight against Yamamoto himself. So, after sorting his mind, he started talking. Captain Yamamoto will not use his Bankai within Seirei unless it's on the brink of destruction. After all, just the act of using his Bankai already puts the city at risk. Hearing Yukitake's words, Hinata nodded in acknowledgement and raised her sword, resulting in it turning transparent and almost water-like, while multiple orbs of water rose behind her. Feeling Yamamoto's flames putting pressure on the orbs floating behind her, Hinata frowned as she activated her Bankai. Bankai. Grand Ocean Domain. Instantly, the flames around Hinata were doused by an ocean of water, resulting in a scene where one part of the battlefield was filled with water while the other was covered in fire. Who tilde so young, and yet your Bankai is already this powerful? I do not know how you got this powerful, but it doesn't matter. I'll show you how futile it is to stand against me. As soon as Yamamoto finished speaking, he unrobed the top part of his Shinigami uniform, revealing his scar-ridden body and his rippling, chiseled muscles. Whistle, those are some well-defined muscles. Hearing Naruto's praise, Hinata raised her eyebrows, causing Naruto to shrug his shoulders. What? I might not be into man, but I can still appreciate the result of someone's workout routine. It doesn't matter whether they are male or female. After Naruto finished speaking, Hinata simply nodded her head while internally deciding that this must be one of those men things she wouldn't understand. While the duo was talking, the pressure oozing out of Yamamoto grew even further, resulting in his flames burning even hotter, allowing them to push Hinata's water further away from him. However, as he was doing so, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, fist already reeled back. Obviously, Yamamoto wasn't surprised by Naruto's sudden attack. He had spent centuries on all kinds of battlefields, so he would never let his guard down in front of his opponent. So, he raised his sword and blocked Naruto's wind-covered fist, resulting in flames shooting at Naruto, which were quickly dispersed by his wind. However, Naruto wasn't done yet and continued the assault, punching forward with his other hand. Seeing that, Yamamoto tilted his sword, dispersing the force of the first punch while flicking Naruto's hand to the side, freeing his sword and allowing him to block Naruto's second attack as well. As expected of the Captain Commander, you are proficient in fighting someone using their fists. Hearing Naruto's praise, Yamamoto only scoffed in disdain as he answered Naruto's words. You are 1,000 years too early to speak to me like that, boy. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement when Yamamoto used one of Yuna's favorite lines. Well, Yuna usually used 1,000,000 years, but aside from that, everything is very similar. Anyway, Naruto continued the assault, and after another 2 clashes, a shiver went through Yamamoto's spine as he instinctively dodged to the side, allowing him to dodge an almost water-like blade, followed by someone clicking their tongue. Another failure, huh? This is really irritating. I've been failing quite a few assassinations recently. I must be getting rusty. Guess I should up my game when this is over. Hearing Hinata's ominous words, Yamamoto frowned as he raised his blade, flame spewing out of it like a volcano. Don't underestimate me, brats. He slashed down his sword, resulting in a wall of flames shooting toward Hinata and Naruto, making both of them grin. Let's do, Hinata. I'll tell Yuna you said that to Hinata tilde. Oi, what the hell? Oh, I'm ready. While the water around Hinata started churning and the wind around Naruto picked up speed in preparation to counter Yamamoto's attack, Yukitake stood on the sidelines, dumbfounded. Well, what is going on? Can these two actually fight him? Just what kind of force has invaded Seirei? Should I just leave? After these questions passed through his mind, he pondered all of them briefly and finally came to a decision. Oh well, might as well spectate. Yukitake had a frail body and was frequently sick, so he didn't really like fighting, but that doesn't mean he wasn't interested in a spectacle like this. Meanwhile, in another part of Seirei, Kenpachi was sitting on one of Seirei's many rooftops, allowing his legs to dangle freely in the air while hearing occasional groaning from the large body lying behind him. What are you groaning for? Pretty sure you can't move anymore. Another groan escaped the person on the ground, resulting in Kenpachi briefly looking at him. This person was Sajin Komamura, who had challenged Kenpachi after Tozen's defeat. Initially, he wore a helmet that covered his face, but that was lying on the ground, broken, revealing a furry wolf head. Oh well, I can guess why you want to move so desperately. After all, I can barely hold myself back from going toward where the captain commander's flames burn brightly. However, I won't ruin somebody else's fun time. After all, there will be plenty more chances to have fun battles. Why are you doing this? Hearing Komamura's question, tilted his head in confusion and resumed speaking. Do what? Fighting. I do it because of love it. I don't think there's much to think about. And no. Why do you go against justice? A scoff of disdain left Kenpachi's mouth as he stared at Komamura in disdain. Justice? Ha! What a joke. Do you want to know what justice is? I'll tell you. As soon as Kenpachi finished speaking, he raised his sword, displaying it to Komamura. This here. This is justice. The most powerful is the most just because they have the power to define what is just. The rules were made by the most powerful, after all. Although Komamura understood what Kenpachi was getting at, he still glared at him in defiance, causing Kenpachi to shrug his shoulders in indifference. Although you get what I'm talking about, you don't accept it, huh? Oh well, I couldn't care less. I'm not here to oppose your morals or change your opinion. A moment of silence later, a little girl suddenly appeared and jumped on Kenpachi's shoulders at high speed. Ken-chan, how was the fight? Did you have fun? Hearing Yachirasa's questions, Kenpachi thought about the two fights he had just finished and resumed speaking. Well, the first one was boring as hell, but the second one was decent. Oh tilde, that's okay then. By the way, at one point, the other guy got up and left. MHH. Is that so? Oh well, I don't have any interest in weaklings. By the way, Komamura, how come your friend Tozen left you, his friend, behind? Is that the justice you spoke of? Komamura couldn't help but clench his teeth due to Kenpachi's question. Frankly, he would like to know why Tozen suddenly left him behind as well. Tozen, why would you do something like that? Meanwhile, not too far away from Kenpachi and Komamura, a single man was staggering through the streets of Seirei. Damn it, to think Zaraki Kenpachi would be such a monster. I need to inform Captain Aizen about this immediately. However, as he continued walking slowly, the wound he received from Kenpachi started slowly healing. Due to the various holification experiments he went through by now, his body was far more sturdy than an average captain's body and healed much faster due to the power of the hollow. Unfortunately, that extra sturdy body meant nothing in front of a monster like Kenpachi. Moments later, he noticed another two presences running in his direction, and after scanning their spiritual power for a brief moment, he immediately realized who it was. Rukia and Renji. Why is Rukia here? Has Captain Aizen changed his plans? No, I don't think so. Something must have gone wrong. Although I'm weakened, I should be able to overpower Renji with a surprise attack. After all, he doesn't know that I'm not on Seirei's side. Shit, why is Captain Tozen here? Wait, why is he wounded? Hearing Renji's words, a small smile appeared on Tozen's face as he realized the past way to trick Renji. I judged that Kuchiki Rukia's execution was not justified, so I wanted to stop it. Unfortunately, I was stopped by Zaraki Kenpachi, who I barely managed to run away from. Hearing Tozen's words, Renji couldn't help but eagerly nod his head. He had heard about Tozen's strong sense of justice, so he believed him pretty much instantly. After all, he had come to the same conclusion as well. So, without realizing what was really going on, Renji approached Tozen, and before he could even realize what was going on, the white piece of cloth Tozen was wearing started moving, surrounding the three people with a white dome, causing Renji and Rukia's eyes to widen in shock while looking at Tozen in disbelief. This piece of clothing was prepared by Aizen beforehand in case a situation like this happened. W.Y. Renji. Dodge. Under Renji and Rukia's disbelieving eyes, the clothes tightened around them, and before they could understand what was going on, they were teleported toward a set location. It's for justice. Meanwhile, in the building where the Central 46 usually resided, Aizen and Jin were face to face with Toshiro, who was bullied. Defeated by Yuna not too long ago. After his defeat, he became genuinely confused about the whole mess that was going on in Seirei. After all, he, a captain, was defeated effortlessly, without even understanding what was going on. So, why didn't the invader kill him? Even if he were defeated easily, killing a captain would still significantly lower Seirei's fighting strength. Additionally, his opponent didn't even bother hurting him much and only punched him once and gave him a wedgie. As humiliating as that was, he was back on his feet and fully healed, not even an hour later. So, he became suspicious. Additionally, the Central 46 suddenly announced that they would execute Rukia much earlier than they initially planned, confusing Toshiro even further. After all, what was the point of doing so? So, he decided to investigate the Central 46 headquarters, only to find everyone dead and his childhood friend, Hinamori, getting stabbed by the presumed-to-be-dead Captain Aizen next to the person Toshiro assumed to have killed him, Ichimaru Jin. Aizen. A roar of pure rage escaped Tochiro's mouth as he lunged at Aizen, who was currently looking at Toshiro with a calm smile like he didn't just impale a fellow Shinigami. Bankai. Daigiren Hiren Maru. His whole body was covered in ice as an ice tail and wings appeared on his back. Simultaneously, a huge ice dragon appeared behind him while 3 4-petaled ice flowers hovered behind his back as well. As he jumped towards Aizen, the ice dragon mimicked his movement and tried to freeze Aizen. Unfortunately, as soon as he had reached Aizen, time seemed to stand still, and Aizen suddenly appeared behind him. At first, Toshiro had no idea what had happened, but moments later, blood splattered as a massive wound appeared on his chest, cutting diagonally from his right shoulder toward his left leg. It seems like things within Seiradio have become rather hectic since I went on my little vacation. No wonder Hisoka told me to come here. However, I really wonder how she knew about this happening today. Before Aizen could show any reactions toward dealing an almost fatal wound to Toshiro, another female voice started speaking, drawing his attention. If it isn't Captain Unohana. I heard you went missing, so how come you suddenly appeared here? Oh well, a lot of things happened, but there is no need to bother about that. On a side note, I heard you got killed. You seem so be quite alive. Hearing Unohana's probing words, Aizen chuckled in amusement as he drew his words. However, before Unohana could realize what was going on, Aizen was suddenly holding up his own corpse, causing Unohana to squint. You faked your death. How fascinating. How does that work? Aizen's smile widened even further as he loved controlling others and tricking them, so Unohana's confused expression pleased him greatly. Shada, Kyoka Swajetsu. Moments later, Aizen's fake body disappeared and turned into a sword, causing Unohana's eyes to widen. Before she could comment any further, Aizen resumed talking. Perfect hypnosis. That's my Zanpakuto's real ability. Unohana's eyes widened as she quickly realized what Aizen's words meant. The first time he showed off his sword, all captains and lieutenants were present, revealing it to be some water-type Zanpakuto. Now, however, Unohana realized what had truly happened. I see, after hypnotizing everyone present, you showed them a fake performance of your ability. Seems like your interest had never been aligned with Seirei. That is right. So, what will you do now? Do you want to fight? Briefly, for just a split second, ridiculously powerful spiritual pressure radiated out of Unohana, causing Jin's knees to buckle, while Aizen had some cold sweat flowing down his back. Hasn't she settled down? As far as I have researched, she hasn't fought anyone for centuries. How the hell did she manage to get this riled up? From what I have seen from her so far, she should have declined fighting while prioritizing the wounded. Although it wasn't planned, since killing her would take a long time, but if she truly wants to fight, I will not back down. However, just as quickly as Unohana's spiritual pressure erupted, it settled down, causing Aizen to sigh in relief secretly. He didn't like things deviating too from his plans. Obviously, I won't fight you. I'm here to heal the wounded, nothing more. Hearing Unohana's words, Aizen nodded his head and gestured towards Jin, who took off a white piece of clothes that looked similar to the one Tozen used. Earlier, he had felt Tozen activate his, so it was finally time to act. Moments later, Aizen and Jin were wrapped around by the piece of clothing and left Unohana behind. Seeing the two wounded people in front of her, she sighed deeply while activating multiple healing Kido at once. Sai might as well get to work. While healing the duo, she activated a different set of Kido spells. First, she used a tracking spell to track where Aizen had just teleported, Bakudo 58, Kakushitsu Ajaku. As soon as the spell finished, she couldn't help but frown. The execution grounds. I see, for some reason, his final goal must have something to do with Rukia and her execution. I really wonder what he is planning. Then, she took out some ink and drew a pattern on her arms before she activated another Kip spell. This one allows her to communicate with everyone she desires to. This time, she set the parameter to only speak to people above a certain level of spiritual pressure, limiting the targets to the captains, lieutenants, and a few of the invaders. Then, after she confirmed that she had established a telepathic bridge to everyone relevant, she started speaking. This is Captain Unohana of the 4th Division. This message is for everyone reaching the lieutenant level or above, even including the intruders. I made a grand discovery that I swear on my name and position of Captain of the 4th Division to be true. Please keep silent and listen to my explanation. Aizen Sosuke is neither dead nor is he the man he had portrayed himself to be. Together with Jin Ichimaru and Kaname Tozen, he had spun a web of lies using his Zanpakuto's ability to his advantage. Following those words, Unohana continued speaking of what she had just heard. Although Unihana still wasn't entirely aware of whatever Aizen was planning, even an idiot could see that there was plotting something sinister. Matters involving faking your own death rarely are considered good things. Feeling someone talking to her in her mind, Yuna woke, resulting in a heavy headache crashing down on her mind, causing her to groan. He briefly looked around and immediately noticed Captain Shunsui waking up as well, while a drunken Naneo was still knocked out due to much alcohol consumed. She briefly glanced around while healing her headache, and after feeling multiple spiritual pressures clashing, she realized that she might have drunk a little too much and might have missed a few things. Thinking about it a little longer, she shrugged her shoulders as another bottle appeared in her hand, followed by her taking a sip. Oh well, time for the after party. It's Yuna time tilde. In that very moment, a shiver went through the spine of every single person in Seirei. While fights were happening all over Seirei, Ichigo had his own opponent to worry about, Kuchiki Byakuya. At first, they were only using their swords, resulting in an even fight. After exchanging a few blows, Byakuya decided to unseal his Zanpakuto, resulting in it flacking away and turning into thousands of blade-like sakura petals. However, before Byakuya could even make use of those petals, a massive energy beam blasted them away, shocking him greatly. Following that, Ichigo explained to Byakuya that the technique he had just used was called Getsuga Tansu and that it was the special ability of his Zanpakuto, followed by him demanding Byakuya to use his Bankai. He obliged and allowed his sword to drop to the ground tip first, confusing Ichigo a little. However, before he could understand the situation, massive swords grew out of the ground, followed by them scattering into millions of sakura petals. Although Ichigo was surprised by what had just happened, he continued pressing on, trying to reach Byakuya. Unfortunately, his hopes were quickly crushed as a sea of sakura petals smashed him into the ground. Despite getting wounded, a smirk appeared on Ichigo's face, followed by him claiming to have reached Bankai as well, resulting in Byakuya ridiculing him. After all, reaching Bankai held a lot of prestige within Seirei. Again and again, you damn invaders insist on trampling on my pride. I will end this today. Although Ichigo was pretty sure he was currently blamed for something he wasn't responsible for, he was pretty certain there was nothing he could do about it, so he decided not to comment any further. Anyway, spiritual power gathered around Ichigo, causing the winds around him to get stronger as his eyes started glowing blue. He raised his sword and pointed it at Byakuya as his spiritual power continued gathering. Moments later, he opened his mouth and spoke. Bankai. Spiritual pressure erupted as another energy beam flew past Byakuya. Moments later, the dust settled and Ichigo's new form was revealed. Now, he wore a black cloak, while his initially huge sword turned much smaller and became completely black, turning it from a cleaver to an almost ordinary-looking straight sword. Initially, Byakuya mocked Ichigo's Bankai, claiming that something so small-looking couldn't be a real Bankai, but he quickly changed his opinion when Ichigo suddenly appeared behind him while holding a blade to his neck. Unfortunately, Ichigo was blinded by his newfound power and removed his blade, thinking he could replicate the act at any time, even if Byakuya wasn't off guard. That turned out to be not entirely true, as Ichigo started struggling to evade Byakuya's sea of sakura petals, but despite that, Ichigo managed to deal another wound to Byakuya, turning one of his arms into a bloody mess due to having to block Ichigo's blade with his hand. Following that, Byakuya increased the pressure as all of the sakura petals formed a dome of white swords, basically fully focusing his Bankai on offense. The fights continued, but the longer they fought, the more Ichigo was pushed back due to him getting slower and slower. Initially, Ichigo believed that to be one of the effects of the technique Byakuya was currently using, but Byakuya quickly realized Ichigo's thoughts and explained that the reason he was getting slower was that Ichigo was running out of stamina. After all, this was pretty much the first time he used his Bankai during real combat. So, Ichigo doesn't know yet how to properly organize his stamina due to not being used to reaching such high speeds when moving around. As Byakuya continued pushing back Ichigo, he finally managed to find a proper opening, resulting in Byakuya shooting a lightning Kido straight through Ichigo's chest. Seeing that Ichigo was pretty much down for the count, Byakuya prepared to finish him off, but before he could do so, Ichigo suddenly caught Byakuya's sword with his hand, shocking him greatly. Currently, Ichigo's head was lowered. So Byakuya couldn't see his face, but as soon as Ichigo raised his head, Byakuya couldn't help but reel back. Currently, there was a hollow-like mask covering Ichigo's face. Due to the shock Byakuya experienced due to Ichigo's sudden transformation and the fact that Ichigo suddenly moved much faster than before, Byakuya was a little late to react, resulting in Ichigo's sword carving a deep gash diagonally into his torso. However, Ichigo wasn't done yet as he continued assaulting Byakuya in a crazed manner while screeching like a beast, even shooting a yet black Getsuga Tensho from point-blank range, heavily wounding Byakuya. Just when Byakuya felt like he was on his last leg, an angered scream escaped Ichigo as one of his hands began tearing at his mask. "What are you doing, you idiot? I almost had him." "No. Shut up." Byakuya could only look at Ichigo in bewilderment as he was talking with himself while trying to tear off the hollow mask he was wearing. Moments of struggling later, Ichigo managed to tear off the mask, causing him to sigh in relief while giving Byakuya a glance. "Sorry for the small interruption." Obviously, Byakuya was rather confused about what had just happened, but in the end, he dismissed this matter as if he was no longer interested. "Little interruption, huh? Very well, I won't bother asking what just happened, so let's continue. You must be just as exhausted as I am, so let's settle this with a final move." As soon as Byakuya finished speaking, all the white swords surrounding the duo gathered on him, resulting in white wings forming on his back as his sword became longer and covered in white energy. Seeing Byakuya's fancy move, Ichigo could only shake his head. He didn't have any fancy moves like that, so he would just pour everything he had into a Getsuga Tensho. "Very well, let's finish this." Both parties grew silent as they gathered as much power as they could, and moments later, they both lunged at each other at high speed, intending to finish this for good. Getsuga Ten. Shukai Hakute. Divine Cake Prank Combat Art, 2 cakes to end all battles. Splat splat. Before the duo could reach each other and could perform their respective techniques, another voice echoed over the battlefield, causing the duo to feel chills, and before they could understand what was going on, a cake slammed into each of their faces, resulting in them jerking their weapons back on reflex and shooting their techniques skyward, where they harmlessly dissipated. Considering what had just happened, the duo had rather contrasting thoughts. What the fuck was that? Fuck you, Yuna. Byakuya never cursed, and even if he did, he certainly wouldn't have used such a crass word as fuck. However, considering what just happened, he felt the use of that words was rather appropriate. Ichigo's thoughts, on the other hand, didn't need any explanation. Gahaha, you see this, Shinsui. This is how you stop a fight. Ha ha ha, I can't take it, ha ha ha. A pity we can't see their faces right now. As soon as those words left Shinsui's mouth, the world seemed to grind to a standstill as Shinsui felt like he heard ominous rumbling in the background. That state seemed to stay for an eternity, but in reality, only a few seconds passed before Yuna uttered two words that seemingly caused the world itself to tremble. Transparent cake. Rumble. Yuna seemed to be absent-minded for a few seconds before snapping back into reality with a wide smile on her face. Damn, it's been a long time since I had an epiphany. I don't even know what to say anymore. Gahaha. Yeah, that's probably the best thing to do, chaos. While Shinsui felt like he had just triggered some sort of calamity, he shrugged his shoulders seconds later and took a sip from the bottle he was holding. It is what it is, Tilda. Suddenly, white clothes seemed to appear out of nowhere, and moments later, Tozen and Rinji, who was still carrying Rukia, appeared, confusing everyone present. Rinji. Why are you back here? However, Rinji was just as confused as Ichigo, so he didn't know what he was supposed to say either. Additionally, while Rinji was looking around in confusion, Tozen drew his blade and attacked him. Luckily, Tozen was still heavily wounded, and Rinji had recently become significantly stronger, so he managed to block the attack instinctively with a shocked expression on his face. Captain Tozen, why are you doing this? Before anyone could respond to Rinji's words, everyone present felt someone connecting themselves with them telepathically, and moments later, everyone heard Unohana's voice, explaining that Aizen, Jin, and Tozen had betrayed Seirei. Hearing what was going on, Rinji's eyes widened, and he immediately moved away from Tozen. However, he instantly felt like something was off, and after glancing at Rukia, who he was supposed to be still holding, his eyes widened in surprise. How in the woe? EU Tilda to think one of Seirei's honorable captains would run around the city carrying a sex doll princess style. Somehow, Rukia was gone from his arms and was instead replaced by a sex doll whose wide-open mouth seemed to be twisted into a smile that felt especially mocking to Rinji. On a side note, that doll was not only naked, but male as well, looking eerily familiar to a certain black-haired captain Rinji knew rather well. Rinji looked around in utter confusion. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even know what to do next. He was frantically looking around, hoping someone could explain to him what was going on. As his gaze wandered, it met Byakuya. Initially, Rinji was hopeful that his captain might understand what just happened, but moments later, Byakuya's face twisted into one filled with utter disgust. It took Rinji a few seconds longer to realize where that expression came from, and after realizing what was going on, he dropped the sex doll like a hot potato. It's not like that. I have never seen this thing before. I swear. Before Rinji could defend himself any further, an hand kindly landed on his shoulder, causing a shudder to go down his spine. It's okay. Just stand firm and don't allow those that mock your sexuality to get to you. Hey, I like women, a lot, and I have to admit that Byakuya is pretty handsome, so there is no reason to be ashamed. On a side note, top or bottom? Realizing that Yuna was not only the one who brought him into this situation but was fanning the flames as well, Rinji snapped and slashed his blade at Yuna. Unfortunately, before he could even realize what was going on, he was spinning through the air like a spinning top and crashed into the ground seconds later. No need to get rowdy just due to a little prank, Tilda. Following that, having finished with Rinji, Yuna, who was now carrying Rukia on her shoulder, looked at Byakuya, causing her to smirk, resulting in a shiver going down Byakuya's spine. However, instead of saying anything, Yuna tossed a long object at Byakuya, which he caught absent-mindedly. He still hasn't fully realized what in the world was going on. A little souvenir. After all, you can't always be in your clan compound to admire my work. At first, Byakuya was confused by Yuna's words, but after looking at the object she had just tossed toward him, rage filled his mind. He looked at what he was holding, then he looked at Yuna, and finally, he looked at the giant ice statue majestically rising from his clan compound. Then, he saw red. Die. However, Byakuya was already on his last leg, completely incapable of even moving at a decent speed, so before he could reach Yuna. Splat. A cake hit him in the face yet again, firmly knocking him out. Meanwhile, Shinsui wasn't too far away from everything happening and simply spectated the situation. Well, spectate probably wasn't the correct word, as he could barely see anything due to tears flowing out of his eyes like a river while he was on his hands and knees laughing so hard he was almost choking to death. Despite that, he noticed that there seemed to be a certain degree of transparency to the cake that had just hit Byakuya, scaring him a little before dismissing it as an optical illusion. Usually, he could easily control his emotions and act according to the situation, but he was currently rather drunk, so it couldn't be helped that he lost quite a bit of that control, causing all kinds of emotions to pop up uncontrolled. Additionally, although Yuna had already knocked out 2 people, neither of them were wounded by her, and they would probably be good to go again in a day or 2. On top of that, seeing the Horikuchiki clan put down a peck or 2 was an absolute blast for Shinsui. Ignoring Shinsui's rampant laughter, Yuna walked towards Tozen and shook her head in disappointment. What are you even doing? Why has Aizen's betrayal already been made public before he could capture his target? I'm starting to doubt the competence of your organization somewhat. Hearing Yuna's words, Tozen couldn't help but grit his teeth. Obviously, he wasn't happy that Yuna critiqued Aizen, but there was nothing much he could counter her words with except for a hollow "everything is going according to plan." However, before Tozen could come up with an excuse, Ichigo interrupted the conversation. Yuna, what are you doing? Hearing Ichigo's yell, Yuna shrugged her shoulder in indifference while looking at Ichigo. Well, I decided that going with Aizen would be more fun, so there you go. What? How can you betray us like that? Hearing the word betray, Yuna could only shake her head dismissively. Obviously, she hated betrayals, she always made that rather clear. But even if she didn't plan to mess around with Aizen in secret, she wouldn't consider her current act a betrayal. After all, who was she betraying? Seirei. Since when was she part of that? Her classmates? Is that really a bond deep enough to be loyal to it? Her friends? What friends? She spent a few months with Ichigo and the others in the same classroom and occasionally talked with each other. Others might consider that friendship, but, due to her high age, she didn't. Obviously, she wouldn't abandon them at the drop of a hat, but she had other things that took priority over them without a doubt. As for Hinata and Naruto, they knew her. She had not even a sliver of a doubt that as soon as those 2 heard that Yuna had sided with Aizen, they would instantly figure out what she was planning. So, a smirk appeared on Yuna's face as she looked at Ichigo mockingly, continuing her play. Betray? Hee, what made you think I was on your side, Ichigo? You are too naive and trusting. Did you think I wanted to come here so safe, Rukia, someone who is pretty much a stranger to me? Don't make me laugh. If you want to support a group, it's obvious to go for the strongest one, no? Since Aizen has been playing with the whole city of Seirei for years now, isn't it obvious to choose him over a bunch of random school kids? Hearing Yuna's mocking words, Ichigo's anger exploded, and he charged Yuna recklessly. Seeing Ichigo's charge, Yuna could only shake her head in disappointment. What is this all about? Have you grown? Klein. Ichigo's sword collided with Yuna's index finger, resulting in the sound of metal hitting a hard object reverberating over the execution grounds, as not even a small scratch appeared on Yuna's finger. Weaker. Blood started oozing out of Ichigo's mouth as he looked at the single finger that had just blocked his sword strike in disbelief. However, before he could even figure out what was going on, Yuna resumed speaking. Oh. Now I see it. I see. You're in a hollow, got set free, and you are currently struggling with it, huh? What a pity. You should solve your little hollow problem as soon as possible, as things are about to get messy. As Yuna finished speaking, her gaze landed on the sword she was currently blocking, followed by it wandering toward Ichigo's crotch. Out of curiosity, did it grow after your sword shrunk? Hearing Yuna go for another big sword equals small dick joke, a tick mark appeared on Ichigo's face as he reeled back his swords and slashed at Yuna yet again. Stop making these jokes. Unfortunately, just like Renji before him, Ichigo found himself spinning through the air and crashing into the ground seconds later. However, unlike Renji, he was still conscious. As soon as Ichigo crashed onto the ground, silence washed over the execution ground that was only broken by someone smashing his fist on the ground while laughing like a maniac and occasionally choking and coughing. In hindsight, silence was probably not the right word to choose. Anyway, moments later, another piece of white clothing appeared, briefly forming a sphere before disappearing, revealing Aizen and Jin underneath it. Took you long enough. As you can see, I'm already done here, so let's go. After looking around, Aizen briefly wondered what in the world had happened here. He was especially curious about why Shinsui seemed to be pretty close to choking to death due to excessive laughter and why a few of the knocked-out people appeared to be covered in cake. Despite his curiosity, he decided not to bother with these matters for now, as there were more important things to do now. Very well, let's finish this. Please hand over Kuchiki Rukia. Oh, Yuna, you didn't actually side with Aizen, right? Although Rukia had been rather quiet the whole time, only letting the insanity play out in front of her, now that things were actually happening, she could only speak up. Hearing Rukia's question, Yuna simply shrugged her shoulder as she answered Rukia by tossing her towards Aizen, who easily caught her. Geez, I really wonder about that Tilda. Seeing Yuna defeating everyone that was trying to stop him, Aizen nodded in approval while secretly being surprised at just how strong she actually was. Although he had seen her fight Ranjaku and Kira, she barely showed off her strength during that fight. But now that she revealed that she could easily handle Ichigo and Renji, Aizen had to admit that he had underestimated her quite a bit. Obviously, he didn't think that that would have any negative consequences for his plans. After all, Yuna has already seen his Shikai release, making it impossible for her to fight him. He briefly wondered how Yuna knew that he was Actia Rukia, but considering all the things that had happened so far, it was rather obvious that his plans revolved around Rukia's execution taking place, making her his most likely goal. As these thoughts passed through his mind, he noticed Ichigo struggling to get up, causing him to smile lightly. Poor thing. Not only can you barely stand due to your wounds, but the one who struck you down was even someone you trusted. How pitiful. Anyway, you made it further than I expected, but that doesn't really matter anymore. After all, your part in this is over. And my part. Naturally, Ichigo was shocked that Aizen spoke of him being here as something Aizen had planned for. However, before he could ask any further questions, Aizen started his explanation. Yes, your part. You invaded Serede, causing chaos and destruction while bringing people on the verge of mental collapse and even defeating captains. All in all, it was very exciting. In fact, it was so exciting that the death of a captain barely caused any waves, making my job incredibly easy. What? Seeing nothing but confusion in Ichigo's eyes, Aizen sighed deeply before he continued talking. What are you so surprised about? Maybe because I talked like I knew you were coming here. Isn't that obvious? It only makes sense for Urahara Kasuke to send you here to receive his precious treasure. Treasure. What treasure? Rukia. Wait, how do you know about Kasuke? He hasn't even told you this much. Well, since we have reached this point, I might as well explain it to you. Shinigami have 4 basic combat methods: Zanjutsu, weapon arts; Hakuda, martial arts; Hohu, movement arts; and Kido, magic arts. While attempting to master these 4 arts, every Shinigami reaches the ceiling of their potential at one point, causing progress to grind to a halt. Now, the question is there a way to break through that ceiling? The answer to that question is something I have been researching for a very long time, and by now I know the answer: yes, through holification. Hearing the term holification, an image of him donning a hollow mask during his fight against Byakuya briefly flashed through his mind, giving him an unnerving feeling. However, Aizen was seemingly unaware of Ichigo's state of mind and was just about to continue his explanation when someone else started speaking. I see, by combining 2 opposing life forms with the same source, one can basically stack their potential from both forms, effectively doubling one's potential. However, I doubt the math works that easily, as there should be variations depending on an individual's respective potentials depending on their transformation. After all, just because a human has the potential to become a strong Shinigami doesn't mean he would become a strong Hollow as well. Hearing Yuna suddenly coming up with an explanation, Aizen's thoughts briefly ground to a halt as he looked at Yuna in bewilderment. Obviously, he didn't show any of it, but Yuna still realized that Aizen was surprised by her words. Did I say something wrong? I don't think that explanation was that surprising, so what is he surprised about? While these thoughts passed through Yuna's mind, Aizen had completely different thoughts. Wait a moment. Same source. Right, whether it is Shinigami or Hollow, both were once human. I never put much thought into humans, but this is a rather interesting perspective of the dynamic between Shinigami and Hollow. That might be worth looking into. Despite the actual explanation not exactly fitting Yuna's words, Aizen still nodded his head as the core of her words was correct. By breaking the barrier between Shinigami and Hollow, someone can increase their potential and reach greater heights. Indeed. I'm surprised you figured that out so quickly. Well, I am ingenious, so that much is only natural. While Aizen and Yuna were happily chatting with each other, Ichigo could only look at what was happening in front of him with bewilderment. The fact that Yuna had no trouble chatting with Aizen while completely ignoring him made it even clearer for him that she had sided with Aizen. Anyway, a lot of research went into this subject, not just from my side, but most people were hindered by ignorance and worthless ethics, preventing them from truly reaching their full potential. While Yuna nodded in approval due to Aizen's opinion about ethics, Ichigo could only continue listening with a combination of anger and helplessness. However, around 100 years ago, someone finally made a breakthrough and created a substance that could destroy the wall between Shinigami and Hollow instantly. That man was Urahara Kasuke, and he called that substance Hogyoku. Unfortunately, he thought this substance was too dangerous, so he tried destroying it, which he luckily failed at. So, instead of destroying it, he sealed it away in a container that would make it possible to plant it into someone's soul and hide it away for forever. Ichigo and Rukia's eyes widened as both of them got a pretty good idea of what Aizen was currently implying. It seems that you have understood my words. Yes, the soul the Hogyoku is hidden in his Kuchiki Rukia's. Obviously, the duo was shocked by that revelation and looked at each other in utter bewilderment. Only now did Rukia realize how weird everything was. The fact that she never recovered her spiritual power despite spending so much time should have already made it very clear to her that things were fishy, but she had never put too much thought into it, resulting in the current situation. Seems like you have finally grasped the situation. Yes, Urahara Kasuke never tried to help you. He gave you a guide that would prevent you from regaining any of your spiritual power while slowly draining what little you have left, resulting in you turning into a human permanently and hiding the Hogyoku forever. Well, at least until you died and returned to Soul Society. Rukia couldn't help but be shocked after getting told how Kasuke tried to use her. She never trusted him 100%, but this was too much for her to fathom. So, all she could do was look at Aizen, utterly dumbfounded. Oh well, I still managed to find you, and as soon as I did, I killed the Central 46, giving me a convenient place to stay while allowing me to use the Central 46 authority to wield Seireide's captains as I wish. As far as I knew, there is only one method to remove a foreign object from a soul, burning the soul with the heat of the Sokyoku. However, how can I be satisfied with having only a single path I can walk on? So, I dove into the archives under the headquarters of the Central 46 and looked through all of Urahara Kasuke's research. After all, if he can devise a method to store something inside a soul, he surely has a method to extract it as well. Lucky for you, Rukia, there was such a method. As soon as he finished speaking, a small device appeared in Aizen's hand, which he quickly activated, resulting in his hand getting coated in a weird wire-like substance. Aizen briefly looked at his now coated hand in fascination before stabbing it toward Rukia's stomach, where a huge black hole opened just when Aizen was about to touch it. Unfortunately, Ichigo was too far away to see what just happened, so the scene in front of him looked like Aizen's hand had just stabbed into Rukia, causing him to start yelling at Aizen. Aizen ignored Ichigo's yes and pulled a single crystal-like object out of Rukia's body. It looked like it was made of transparent glass and had an almost Rasengan-looking black ball floating in its middle. So this is the Hogyoku. While Aizen was looking at the small crystal in his hand in fascination, Ichigo tried to raise his body somehow, but no matter what he did, he couldn't stand up. He only calmed down when he noticed the hole in Rukia's body closing, leaving no wound behind. Impressive, despite something getting extracted from a soul, there is no wound left behind. Oh well, you are unfortunately no longer needed, so, Jin, kill her. Jin, who had been quiet up until now, simply raised his sword as the smile on his face grew even creepier. All right. Shoot to kill, Shinso. The moment he finished speaking, his Zanpakudo extended and shot towards Rukia, tip first. However, just when it was about to reach her, a hand appeared out of nowhere and pushed against the flat side of the place, resulting in it barely missing Rukia. Simultaneously, Byakuya appeared next to Aizen and moved Rukia away from the blade while putting himself in its path. "Oh, that is not the deal we had, Aizen." Rumble. The air shock as Yuna's spiritual pressure briefly spiked, causing everyone present except for Aizen to briefly choke. Obviously, she was the one to direct Jin's blade away from Rukia, allowing both Rukia and her brother to dodge the attack. Feeling the intense spiritual pressure radiating briefly out of Yuna, Aizen couldn't help but raise his high brows. He had already known that the current Yuna was stronger than Ichigo had been before his hollow started interfering, but he didn't expect it to be to such a high degree. She keeps getting more and more fascinating. It has reached a degree where she even might be able to interfere with my plans. I should kill her right here, right now, but I won't. This is exactly what I need. Just like Jin, who I know will betray me at some point in time, she will be another factor that will put pressure on me, pushing me towards breaking all limits and allowing me to reach my goals. It's truly a pity that she was born as a nobody. The final level of my evolution won't be something a normal person can reach, no matter how talented. Only Kurosaki Ichigo, who has the blood of a pure-blooded Quincy and an especially strong Shinigami, could possibly reach the level of power I desire. There is no way someone without certain base qualities could ever become a god. Never. Despite that, I'll continue keeping my eyes on her. Maybe, just maybe, she will turn out to be someone capable of entertaining me as well. I'm looking forwards to how far she can push herself. Oh, I briefly forgot about that promise. Oh well, guess we might as well leave then. Although Yuna was still not entirely satisfied with Aizen's answer, she could also tell that he was aware of Byakuya's presence approaching them. Why is he so hell-bent on playing the villain role? Is he provoking Ichigo? I see, he still has some weird grooming plans for Ichigo, so he continues provoking him, so he pushes himself more, Suddenly, a presence appeared behind Yuna, holding a knife to her neck while another hand restrained her sword arm, while two soft pieces of flesh pressed against her back. Yuna, what the hell are you doing? Why are you siding with Aizen? Realizing who had just appeared behind her and that said person was pressing a knife to her neck, Yuna couldn't help but get flustered. Wait a moment, Yoruichi. Although Yoruichi couldn't help but squint her eyes at Yuna getting flustered for once, she still held her weapon, steady, ready to react whenever necessary. However, after Yuna continued speaking, she almost slid her neck by accident. Didn't you say you aren't into doing it in public? You are kind of sending me mixed signals here. What the hell are you even talking about? Yoruichi-sama, don't bother with her and just cut off her head, she deserves it. While Yoruichi was confused by Yuna's words, clearly not understanding how Yuna interpreted the current situation, Soifun, who had Aizen in a similar position to how Yoruichi had Yuna, decided to throw in a comment. However, before she could react to Soifun's words, Yuna continued speaking. Yoruichi-sama. Nice, I'm slowly understanding what kind of play this is. This isn't any kind of play. I agree, it's much more realistic when we pretend it isn't. This is not a play, I'm arresting you. Ah shit, I'm sorry about that. Obviously, you want to be the dominant one this time, so give me a second. Before Yoruichi could understand what was going on, Yuna's demeanor changed as her shoulders sagged and an afraid expression appeared on her face. Why Yoruichi-sama, please don't hurt me. I will do whatever you want. Blood almost started gushing out of Yoruichi's nose when Yuna suddenly started speaking all meek. It certainly didn't help that a massive blush appeared on Yuna's face when she said that she would do whatever Yoruichi wanted. Luckily, or maybe unluckily, Yoruichi wasn't so weak-minded to get trapped by Yuna's acting, resulting in her calming down after taking a few deep breaths. I'm serious here, Yuna. What is going on? Seeing that Yoruichi seemed to be genuinely worried about her, Yuna decided to stop playing around and simply shrugged her shoulders. Well, I have my own goals and ideas, so there is no need to worry. Just like you and Kisuke played your own game without telling us anything, I have my own plans as well. Frankly, there is no need to get worried or angry at me as I have everything planned out. If you want more details, just ask Naruto. He should be able to tell you a little bit more about me and how I act. Although Yoruichi couldn't help but feel a little guilty when Yuna mentioned Kasuke's hidden plot, in the end, she should only accept Yuna's words and asked for details when the situation was more appropriate. After all, Aizen's little group was currently surrounded by every available captain and lieutenant within Seirede, creating quite a huge group. This is over, Aizen. You are surrounded on all fronts. Hearing Soifon's words, Aizen couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he looked upward, where cracks appeared in the sky. Moments later, dozens of Menos Grande appeared as the cracks turned into a huge opening. However, that wasn't all, as the Menos Grande moved to the side, revealing a colossal creature with a single massive eye. Obviously, that scene flustered every Shinigami present, but before they could do anything else, 4 beams of light descended from the sky and covered Yuna, Aizen, Jin, and Tozen in a pillar of light while forcing those who held a weapon to their neck to back down. Moments later, all 4 of them started floating upwards towards the freshly opened hole in the sky. Oh well, see you later, Yoruichi Tilda. Seeing Yuna getting separated from her and floating away, Yoruichi couldn't help but grit her teeth while not really understanding how she was supposed to feel right now. Obviously, she had only known Yuna for a short time, but this whole situation still didn't feel good. The matter of joining Yuna's harem aside, Yoruichi, at the very least, considered Yuna to be her friend, so getting left behind like this wasn't nice at all. Additionally, she thought that she had a pretty good grasp on Yuna's personality by now, and leaving like that didn't fit her at all. On the other side, she had only known her for a short while, so there might be things she hadn't understood about Yuna yet. All she could tell right now was that the current situation should feel like Yuna betrayed her, but it didn't, confusing her only further. Guess I'll just ask her brother, as she told me to. What was his name again? Naruto, right? While Yoruichi was contemplating the current situation, Aizen looked down on the masses, and moments later, Yukitake started speaking to him. Why have you sided yourself with the Menos? To reach greater heights. Heights? Haven't you fallen? Hearing Yukitake's question, Aizen could help himself but showed displeasure on his face. Fallen? Don't kid yourself, Yukitake. No one ever stood above the heavens before. Not you or I or the gods. However, the unbearable vacancy of the throne of the heavens ends today. As Aizen was speaking, he slowly took off his glasses, revealing a pair of eyes filled with nothing but ambition, and following that, he combed back his hair, totally changing his image from a soft-spoken person to someone who deemed himself fit to rule the world. From now on, I will stand at the top. As soon as Aizen finished speaking, he vanished inside the previously opened crack in the sky, leaving Seirede behind. That sure was a grand exit, huh? I'm sure Nasan got a thrill out of that Tilda. Hearing someone speaking in a leisurely manner, everyone's eyes snapped toward the source of the voice and saw a young man with long blonde spiky leisurely watching everything unfold with a smile on his face. It took a few seconds for everyone to comprehend the words that were just spoken, but when everyone realized that the blonde young man called Yuna, Nasan, all of them took action simultaneously and drew their blades, pointing them at the young man, causing him to chuckle with a wry smile on his face. She sure likes making trouble for her little brother, huh? Oh well, let's see where this goes, Tilda. Naruto looked around him, and seeing everyone pointing their swords at him, he could only smile wryly while raising his hands. Well, as you can see, I'm not resisting, so how about you put those swords away so that we can have a proper conversation? I'm sure you have a lot of questions. The people surrounding Naruto briefly wondered how he could stay so calm despite being surrounded on all sides and were even more surprised that he still wore a confident smile. It was obvious that he was either confident in getting away or confident that he could explain everything to everyone's satisfaction. Initially, nothing happened after Naruto stopped speaking, but a few seconds of silence later, Yamamoto put his sword away, resulting in everyone doing the same. He had crossed blades with Naruto for a while, so he believes to have a decent grasp of Naruto's personality, allowing him to put a little trust in him. Very well. For now, who was the one who has been causing chaos in Seirede for the last few weeks, and what was the reason for the person doing it? Well, Nasan is a nice user. As soon as those words left Naruto's mouth, an aura of hostility started radiating out of multiple captains, resulting in Naruto chuckling in amusement before he continued talking. Well, as for a reason, she loves messing with people, especially if they are prideful individuals. Silence reigned for a few seconds before an utterly outraged Soy-san started speaking. She loves messing with people. That's all. She plunged Tsurade into chaos just for that. Ha ha ha, that really is just like her Tilda. Suddenly, middle-aged sounding laughter echoed over the execution ground, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Seeing the source of the laughter, Yamamoto scowled and immediately started scolding the one responsible. "Shunsui, you damn brat. What are you laughing for? Are you drunk? What have you been doing all this time?" Hearing Yamamoto's scolding, Shuansui's neck immediately shrank back as he awkwardly scratched his head. "Old man, I had no choice. Despite being a little drunk right now, you should definitely praise me. I've been drinking with Yuna for the last 2 days, preventing her from causing more chaos, so isn't that a good thing? You drank with her?" Instantly multiple outraged voices were heard, making the situation even more awkward for Shunsui. However, the most outraged was Yamamoto, who smashed the tip of his walking stick into the ground, resulting in a loud bang that silenced everyone present. "So you spent the last 2 days drinking with the enemy? You better have a good explanation for this, or you are in deep trouble." "Ma, calm down, old man. I really have a good explanation. She was much stronger than me, and that was the best way to detain her. Please also remember that I can't exactly use my Bankai within the city." After Shunsui finished his explanation, Yamamoto's frown deepened even further as his gaze remained on Shunsui for a few more seconds before wandering back to Naruto. "Is your sister stronger or weaker than you?" "MHH, if it is just a question of raw power, then we are pretty even, but she is significantly more skilled than me if we are talking about techniques and general combat experience." Yamamoto's eyes widened slightly when he heard Naruto's explanation, not expecting there actually to be a gap between Yuna and Naruto. So, he pondered Shuansui's verdict a while longer until he came to a conclusion. "Very well, I don't approve of the method, Shunsui, but I won't scold you for your approach any further." Considering Naruto's strength, the claim that Yuna was stronger, and the fact that Shuansui's Bankai would have devastating consequences for Tsurade, Yamamoto decided to let this matter drop. So, as soon as he issued his verdict, Shunsui sighed in relief while removing some sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "Phew, seems like out of the crosshair." After he was finished with Shunsui, Yamamoto's gaze returned to Naruto and he resumed speaking. "So, why did your sister decide to stand against Soul Society and follow Aizen? Depending on your answer, you might be considered a criminal as well. Well, you invaded Tsurade, so you already are a criminal, but I'm willing to let that matter slide, considering the circumstances." Hearing Yamamoto's question, Yoruichi immediately became interested in how Naruto would answer. After all, this was exactly what she wanted to know about this whole situation. "MHH, I can see why you would think that Neisan sided with your enemy, but your assumptions are incorrect. Neisan is only on the side of a single person, herself. If something benefits her, she does it, and if it doesn't benefit her or those she considers close, then she won't. It's that simple." Yamamoto briefly considered Naruto's words before a frown appeared on his face. However, what could she possibly get from following Aizen? Additionally, didn't her action harm someone she considers close? Namely you. Not really. Neisan is aware that I'll be able to weasel my way out of this in some way or another. As for why she followed Aizen to Hueco Mundo, I think that's pretty obvious. I mean, Aizen even declared himself to be above the gods, so how can Neisan possibly not follow him? I mean, she bullied the Kuchiki clan just because they acted arrogant. Just imagine what would happen to someone claiming to be above the gods. This will be a lot of fun. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a collective shudder went through the crowd. However, Naruto wasn't done talking yet, so he continued with a ferocious expression on his face. "Let's not forget that the first person who entered Tsurade was Neisan and nobody else. Meaning, the first week of chaos was solely created by her alone." Another shudder went through the crowd as a few faces paled in terror. However, before the mood could settle, loud roaring laughter echoed over the execution ground, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd quickly noticed that the source of the laughter was yet again Shunsui, who was currently kneeling on the ground while repeatedly smashing his fist on the ground. "Ha ha ha, Aizen checkmated himself the moment he took that monster with him, didn't he? Ha ha ha." While everyone was dumbfounded by Shuansui's sudden mood swing, Naruto simply nodded in approval, dumbfounding those that noticed. All of them couldn't help but wonder just how dangerous extended exposure to Yuna was. Meanwhile, in the dimension between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, 4 people could be seen walking side by side towards the exit that led to Hueco Mundo. So far, no one has said anything, but due to not being satisfied with the silence, Yuna decided to start talking. "That thing you did with your hair and glasses was pretty slick, Aizen." Despite Yuna talking to him, Aizen didn't answer her. He briefly had the desire to nod his head in agreement but didn't do so and simply continued walking. "So, did you practice that in front of a mirror beforehand?" Clack X2. 2 louder than usual footsteps could be heard as Jin and Tozen both were briefly stunned by Yuna's words and stepped down harder than they intended while pausing their steps for a short moment. "I would appreciate it if you wouldn't make up stories like that about me." Although Aizen clearly denied Yuna's words, Yuna herself couldn't help but smirk a little. Others might not notice, but she did. It was only for a split second, but she could clearly tell that Aizen's heartbeat grew slightly irregular as soon as she finished speaking. "Ma, no need to be ashamed. If I were to declare myself to be above the gods, I would practice the whole thing as well. Let me guess, you have a book lying around somewhere where you have written down all kinds of domineering lines you could use in all kinds of possible scenarios." To Aizen's credit, his eyebrows didn't even twitch and his facial expression was unchanged despite Yuna's words. However, Yuna could easily tell that he grew slightly irritated due to her claims, so she naturally continued pushing. "Geez, no need to be so stiff. Stuff like that usually doesn't come naturally. It's only obvious to practice as much as you can before you make your debut. It takes time to get used to talking like a big shot. I did not practice any lines in front of a mirror, nor did I write anything down. Sue Tilda, and I'm a well-adjusted human being that has not a single perverted thought in her mind." "Whoa there. Aren't you afraid of a lightning tribulation due to telling such outrageous lies? Ma, in between realms like this usually are outside of the heavens watch. Wait. That could really happen. Ha ha. Gahaha." Despite Yuna's words, Aizen decided not to pay any attention to her and simply continued walking. He wasn't expecting things to get this annoying, even though they hadn't even reached Hueco Mundo yet. He couldn't help himself but ponder if bringing Yuna with him was a mistake. "Oh well, jokes aside. I'm looking forward to what Hueco Mundo is like, and thank you for bringing both of us with you." Aizen was just about to nod his head in acknowledgement when his thoughts briefly froze up. "Both of us? What is she talking about?" Aizen briefly looked to his side to catch a glance of Yuna and almost tripped due to what he saw. Right next to Yuna, another woman was happily walking next to her while pressing one of Yuna's arms in between her chest. Obviously, Aizen had done his research about Yuna and immediately realized who that person was. "Isn't that Hinata? Why is she here? How did she come here? Why didn't I notice her up until now? What the hell?" Obviously, Aizen wouldn't openly show his emotions, so he somehow managed to keep his stoic expression and simply nodded his head. "Well, I told you that I would take you with me to Hueco Mundo, so I don't really mind an additional person." While Aizen was internally sweating due to not noticing Hinata's presence at all, Jin sighed in relief that Aizen apparently was aware of Hinata's presence. As expected of Captain Aizen, he noticed her presence. To think someone could reach such a high degree of stealth, how frightening tilde. Meanwhile, Tozen had not the slightest clue what everyone was talking about. After all, he was blind and had to use his other sense to detect Hinata. "What is going on? Why did she say both of us? I can only feel one additional presence. This must be an additional plot Aizen-sama came up with without my knowledge, so I'll have to ask him about this later. I guess the second person is already in Hueco Mundo, or perhaps they are still in Serede to continue collecting information. I feel the latter is more likely, but I really wonder when Aizen-sama managed to rope in an additional person. As for Hinata herself, she obviously sneaked in while those light beams were descending. After seeing the 4 possible candidates who she could follow, she decided to choose Tozen, who seemed to have the hardest time detecting her from this group. Frankly, she wanted to surprise Yuna with her presence, but as she had expected, Yuna found her before she could sneak up on her. So, she decided to simply cuddle with Yuna a little, not bothering about the people watching in the slightest. As for why Hinata decided to follow Yuna, that was pretty obvious. Hell, Yuna spent a single week unsupervised within Serete and somehow managed to pick up 3 new girls. Who knows what would happen if Yuna were to run around her for multiple months? Anyway, although that was certainly one of the reasons she followed Yuna, another one was that she was rather curious about Hueco Mundo. No matter how she looked at it, she felt like a place inhabited by Hollow should be rather bleak, but considering Aizen decided to make his base there, it couldn't be that bad, right? All in all, she was looking forward to what might happen from now on and what kind of interesting Hollow she might be able to meet. Especially what kind of interesting transformation could be archived now that Aizen possessed the Hogyoku. She was looking forward to finding new interesting life forms while staying by Yuna's side. Around 4 years ago, 3 middle-aged men were patiently sitting in a car, occasionally letting their gaze wander over a nearby building, even going as far as to look at it with binoculars. There are seriously only 3 brats living in that house. How is that possible? Does it matter? This is the perfect chance for us to make it big. Yeah, considering the parents just let their brats live in such a luxurious house, they must be loaded. I'm sure we can get a lot of money out of this if we kidnap one of them and demand a ransom. I agree. Since it's only a bunch of kids, it should be easy to intimidate them not to contact anybody. I'm not sure about the house's security system, but snatching one of them away while they are walking around the streets should be child's play. Yep, there should be a lot of money somewhere in that house. Even if it isn't cash, expensive art will do as well. As long as we get access to that house, we will be rich. Hearing his comrade's words, the other 2 eagerly nodded their heads with predatory smiles on their face. Very well, let's get this started. After they made their decision, they patiently waited for someone to leave the house, and they couldn't help but feel lucky when not even an hour later, a single young girl with red and blue hair exited the building. Jackpot, let's snatch her as soon as we get the chance. Oh. The trio continued covertly following the girl, but yet again, they couldn't believe their luck when she actually started wandering through small alleys, seemingly not even aware of any dangers at all. That's it, get her. As soon as these words left one of the 3 thugs' mouth, they charged at the young girl, and before she could react, she had a sack around her head and was tossed inside a white van without anybody noticing. Around half an hour later, Hinata stood in the kitchen and was currently cooking something. As she was pondering what kind of side dishes she should make, the telephone rang, causing her to frown. Despite forcing her to interrupt her cooking, she still went to the phone and answered it politely. Hello, this is the Uzumaki residence. How can I help you? We have kidnapped Yuna. If you want her back, grant us access to your house and don't even dare informing your parents or the police. If you dare to do that, bad things will happen to your sister. Hinata briefly wondered if she should correct the mistake of Yuna being her sister, but she didn't really care about that as she shrugged her shoulders. Nah, don't wanna Tilda. Before the other party could react to Hinata's words, she had already put down the phone, cutting the connection. Just like that, another hour passed, and just as Hinata and Naruto had finished dinner, the phone rang yet again, causing Hinata to roll her eyes and pick it up. Hello, this is the Uzumaki res. Fine, we won't need access to your house, but we demand 1,000,000 yen of ransom for us to bring her back unscathed. Nah, don't wanna Tilda. Just like that, Hinata yet again cut the connection, causing Naruto to raise his eyebrows. What was that all about? Someone kidnapped Yuna. Oh? My condolences. Yeah. Another hour passed, and Hinata was currently sitting in the living room, watching a random silly show on TV, when the phone rang yet again. Hello, Theo. 100,000 yen. We only want 100,000 yen for us to... Clack. Before the other person could finish speaking, Hinata hung up the phone yet again just before it started ringing again. Hell. You can have her back, okay? Just take her, we can't stand her anymore. Hinata briefly heard the sound of cake hitting someone in the face in the background before shrugging her shoulders. Sure, that will be 500,000 yen. Excuse me. Transfer me 500,000 yen, and I will take her back. There was a brief pause from the other side before the person started yelling at Hinata in outrage. You want to make us pay money to return her? Fuck you, we will get rid of her ourselves. Let's see what you think about your actions after seeing her corpse. Sure, have a nice evening, Tilda. Yet again, Hinata hung up the phone with an amused expression on her face before returning to watching TV. However, around another 10 minutes later, the phone rang yet again. I'll pay you the money, just get her out of here. Ma, I'm afraid it's $1 million now, Tilda. Splat. Fine, we'll pay. Thank you for your patronage, Tilda. Hinata felt like she heard someone coughing out blood from the other side of the phone, but she was sure that that was just her imagination as she hung it up after transmitting her bank information so the other side could send her the money. Naruto, we just got some bonus money. Is there anything you want? As Hinata yelled these words through the house, Naruto's excited voice immediately answered her. Hell yeah. Time for monitor number 4. Hearing Naruto's voice, Hinata could smile wryly. She had no idea why Naruto wanted yet another monitor, but she didn't bother asking. Well, she did ask when Naruto got his third one, but he only answered with, one can never have enough monitors, causing Yuna and Hinata to glance briefly at each other before shrugging their shoulders in tandem. The group of 5 continued walking for a few more minutes, and as they were walking, Aizen grew more and more irritated due to Yuna's constant babbling. So, anyway, as I have already said, the way you combed back your hair and instantly changed your image was pretty slick, but I think you should have pushed a little harder. For example, as soon as you comb your hair back, 2 previously prepared women appear and hug your arms while saying something along the lines of, Kia, Aizen-sama, is so cool, Tilda. While Yuna continued talking, Aizen decided to simply ignore her, while Jin and Tozen decided to do the same. MHH, you don't like the idea. MHH Tilda, maybe you don't like women. I'm sure you could organize a few burly men that start flexing with their shirts off as soon as you're done changing your image. Guess you could also get them to compliment your strength or something like that. MHH, I guess for that one, you should take your shirt off as well, Tilda. Unbothered by everyone's silence, Yuna continued bothering Aizen as she kept talking endlessly. Obviously, you could have gone the young master route, having a few hooligans praise you while telling everyone else to kneel due to how awesome you are, but I think that doesn't really fit your image. For once, Aizen had to nod his head due to Yuna's words. That certainly wasn't the kind of image he was gunning for. Yuna, probably not even noticing Aizen's nod, continued talking, but this time, she decided to change the topic. By the way, do you have a large dick? Hearing Yuna asking that kind of question with a seemingly innocent smile on her face, Aizen almost tripped over his own feet before glaring at Yuna, causing her to shrug. Hey, don't look at me like that. This isn't sexual harassment or anything like that. It's just that you radiate a lot of big dick energy, but I want to know if you do so because you really are big or because you are compensating for something. Oh well, forget about it, you don't need to tell me. However, are there any women you have slept with? I could just ask them, as I'm still curious. Although Aizen initially glared at Yuna, he decided to ignore her moments later. There is no way he would argue with Yuna about something that silly. Aizen considered that to be below his dignity. Obviously, Yuna couldn't care less. None. That's a little sad. Oh. Are you perhaps into men? That would work out as well. Not hearing Aizen answering, Yuna shrugged her shoulders and continued talking while briefly glancing at Jin and Tozen. Oh well, let's see. Jin doesn't appear to me to be the type to take it, so I guess it must have been Tozen, her. Say, Tozen, how big was it? Ah. I apologize, I forgot you are blind. Still, you should have been able to tell from the feeling, right? Tell me how far he entered you. I did no such thing with Aizen-sama. After Yuna continued pestering Tozen, he finally snapped and yelled at Yuna, causing her to shake her head. Ma, it's fine to be embarrassed about it, but no need to yell at me. That was really rude. If you don't want to tell me how Aizen made you squeal under him, then don't tell me. As Yuna continued speaking, Tozen finally had enough, causing him to hold the hilt of his place. Asking for permission to cut her down, Aizen-sama. Don't. Are mere words really enough to make you lose your cool? It's just a bunch of childish profanities, no need to get angry. Hearing Aizen's words, Tozen couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Indeed, there was no reason to get angry about such childish insults. So, Tozen took a few deep breaths, significantly calming his anger. And just as Tozen finished calming down, Yuna continued speaking. Anyway, just out of curiosity, do you plan to masturbate to how awesome an exit you made back in Soul Society? Personally, I probably would. Well, I wouldn't do it myself but would have one of my girls do it, but you get the gist of what I want to say, right? Finally, after a few more minutes of Yuna's constant babbling, they reached the end of the dimension between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, and after stepping through a portal, they arrived inside a grand hall where 10 people were seated at a long table. Most of them were humanoid-looking while still retaining a few inhumanoid features while still wearing parts of their hollow mask, indicating that Aizen had already started turning hollow into hollow Shinigami hybrids. Now that Aizen had the Hogyoku, they would undoubtedly become even more humanoid. As the group of 5 approached the 10 seated people, Yuna immediately started inspecting the other people in the room. Well, her gaze instantly ricocheted away from the men and instantly landed on the 3 women, earning her a pinch to the waist from Hinata. The one who was seated the furthest away from the head of the table, where Aizen would undoubtedly take a seat, had spiky blonde hair that was braided into 3 small locks at seemingly random places. She had green eyes, and half of her face was covered by her jacket, which was so short that her breasts almost spilled out from underneath it. And, most importantly, she had massive breasts. Yes. Of course, it's a yes. It's a woman, after all. Gahaha tilde massive tits. The second-seated female had hazel eyes and long green hair that reached all the way down to her hips. She wore a tight-fitting white suit that clearly showed off her features, revealing another pair of big breasts. Yes, as well, but for some reason, my instincts are telling me that this one might turn out to be a crime in the future. Huh? What are you talking about? MHH, not sure. Just a weird gut feeling. Gahaha tilde more massive tits. And finally, sitting at the end of the table, right next to the place next to the head of the table, sat a woman with brown eyes and long red hair that almost reached her hips. Unlike the other people seated at the table, there was no fragmented mask on her face, but instead, multiple horns surrounded her head, making it look like a crown. Oh? That one looks a little familiar. As expected, since it's a woman, you remember her. Average, Gartilda. As soon as Yuna's gaze landed on the woman, a frown appeared on the woman's face, and moments later, she looked at the source of the uncomfortable feeling she was getting. However, as soon as she saw Yuna, her eyes almost popped out of her sockets while her skin paled. Following that, she was constantly looking from Yuna towards the room's exit and back to Yuna, making for a rather comical display. It's really her. It's a surprisingly small world, isn't it? Oh well, good for Hisoka, I guess. While Yuna finished checking out the other women in the room, their group had reached the table, resulting in Aizen sitting down at its head, following Jin and Tozen dutifully standing behind him. Yuna was pretty certain that he expected her and Hinata to do the same, but Yuna had a different idea, as a throne made out of ice pooped up directly next to Aizen, on which she promptly sat down, followed by Hinata sitting down on her lap as if it was natural. Before Aizen could comment on Yuna's actions, she let her gaze wander around the room yet again before nodding in approval. Nice little group you have collected here. It couldn't have been easy to assemble a group that, in equal parts, wants to kill, follows you because of your strength, and are loyal to you. Oh? Are you saying that some of my dear and Kara are disloyal? Hearing Aizen's question, Yuna simply rolled her eyes and continued talking. Come on, Aizen. I know you like playing games, but don't say stuff that insults your and my intelligence. After Yuna finished speaking, Aizen couldn't help but smirk a little without continuing the conversation. Obviously, he was aware that some people in this room were after his life. Frankly, he was pretty sure that Yuna planned to do the same, but he had surprising amounts of trouble reading her intentions. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man whose bones were visible on half his face frowned deeply due to Yuna's words. After all, he was one of the people who wanted to kill Aizen. Unfortunately, Aizen was stronger than him, so that he couldn't do anything yet. He planned to wait for a good chance during the incoming war with Soul Society to get rid of Aizen. On the other hand, Jin's facial expression remained calm and collected despite the inner turmoil going on in his head. After all, when Yuna mentioned that some people here wanted to kill Aizen, she briefly glanced at him, causing him chills. How does she know about my intentions? That should be impossible, as I have hidden it almost all my life. No one should know of my grudge. Aizen-sama, what is this woman saying? She has been very disrespectful to you for a while now. This is unacceptable. She needs to be punished for her insolence." Suddenly a dark-skinned man with a bald head and black markings on his face stood up and pointed his finger at Yuna, causing her to roll her eyes. "Fanatically loyal people are so boring, Tilda. Were there quite a few people who acted like that towards yourself as well? Obviously. If I'm the one who is worshipped, they turn from boring to boring but useful. Oh yeah, I totally should be punished. Let's see, let me randomly pick two of you to do so. I'll take the blonde woman with the huge tits and the brown-haired woman with the huge tits. Pretty sure there was very little randomness involved in that choice. Must be your imagination. Gahaha. Titties." Hearing Yuna's words, the two women she mentioned started glaring at her, resulting in Yuna winking back at them, earning her another pinch from Hinata. "Forget about that for now. We have more important things to do. Finally, I managed to acquire the Hogyoku, meaning we can finish your transformation into perfect Arankara." As soon as Aizen stopped talking, a small ruckus happened as everyone couldn't help but get excited due to Aizen's words. After all, everyone present was, at their base, a hollow, so they instinctively suffed for strength. All of them had gotten quite a power boost after turning into a half Arankara, so they were looking forward to finishing that transformation as soon as possible. As for Yuna acting disrespectful towards Aizen, that was already forgotten by everyone. For a hollow, there is nothing more important than growing stronger. Seeing everyone's excitement, Aizen nodded in approval. He loved it when his test subject happily agreed to go through a possibly dangerous procedure without a hint of doubt. "Well, we'll start with number 10 and work our way up all the way to the Primera Espada." As he finished speaking, he looked at the woman with the crown-like horns on her, who simply nodded at Aizen in agreement. Although Aizen didn't really care whether the Primera Espada agreed or not, having her consent generally made things easier to handle. "Very well. Like that, even if I make a mistake because of the unknown procedure, I'll only lose the weaker Arankara. When I reach the relevant ones, I should have familiarized myself with the process enough to no longer have any hiccups." "Good, let's start then. Ulquiorra, these two are Yuna and Hinata, they will be our guests from now on. Please guide them around a..." "Objection." Before Aizen could finish speaking, a loud voice echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention. Obviously, the loud voice originated from Yuna, who was currently pointing her finger at Aizen, causing him to tilt his head in confusion. "Objection. Was there a problem with what I have just said?" Hearing Aizen's question, Yuna looked at him like he had grown a second head before shaking her head in disappointment. "So you disappoint me, Aizen. Isn't it rather obvious what the problem is?" Despite Yuna saying it was obvious, Aizen had question marks popping up above his head, causing Yuna to sigh yet again. Not only is Ulquiorra clearly not a woman, but his blank look makes him look as interesting as an empty piece of paper. Either let Busty Blonde Bombshell show us around or Brown Busty Bombshell. The red one is fine as well but has less priority. Oi, what happened to the Busty Bombshell part? I'm not a liar. You are. Well, okay, I am Tilda but I never lie about breasts. That's a really weird statement to make. Surprised? Not in the slightest. Although Aizen gave the woman with red hair a weird look due to her seemingly knowing Yuna, he decided to talk about this later as he sighed deeply before continuing to talk. Sai, you are the most annoying person I have ever met. Thanks. Sai, that wasn't a compliment. Oh, whatever. Harable, guide her for today and show her around. Yes, Aizen-sama. Seeing the blonde woman with large breasts standing up after Aizen called her, Yuna nodded in approval. Good. That's how I like it. She could feel Hinata pinching her waist yet again but decided to ignore that. Meanwhile, within Seirede, a soul woman with long black hair and white eyes was walking through the headquarters of Seirede's 1st Division and towards the Captain Commander's office. Usually, it wouldn't be easy for a mere 4th seat like her to get a meeting with Yamamoto, but after mentioning that she had a matter concerning the upcoming war with Aizen, Yamamoto instantly allowed her to meet him. Moments later, the woman entered Yamamoto's office, where she patiently waited for Yamamoto to finish whatever kind of paperwork he was doing. Hisoka Hyuga, 4th seat of the 13th Division, what brought you to my office? Although Yamamoto did not know the names and appearances of every seated officer within Seirei, he did know about Hisoka due to her unique Shikai transformation and her unusual pure white eyes. I would like to be promoted to captain, filling one of the now vacant spots so that I can participate in the upcoming war. Hearing Hisoka's words, Yamamoto raised his eyebrows. After all, Hisoka was just a mere fourth seat. What gave her the confidence to become a captain suddenly? Obviously, Hisoka was aware of Hisoka's thoughts, so she slowly drew her blade, getting Yamamoto's curiosity. Bankai. Tenseigan. Yamamoto's eyes widened as Hisoka's eyes changed even more from what he heard her Shikai would do. From the report he read, the skin around Hisoka's eyes would become veinier when she used her Shikai, but now her eyes actually turned multicolored with a flower-like pattern inside them. Who told her to think he would archive Bankai? Not bad at all. As soon as Yamamoto stopped talking, he vanished from his position and appeared in front of Hisoka, sword already drawn and slashing down at her. Instead of using her sword to defend herself, a black orb appeared between Hisoka and Yamamoto's blade, blocking the strike. Interesting. Yamamoto slashed at her yet again, and since the first black orb was punted away upon contact with Yamamoto's blade, a second one formed, blocking the second strike. Yamamoto continued attacking for a few seconds more, resulting in 9 orbs cycling around Hisoka, causing Yamamoto to nod in approval and sheath his sword. Very good. Your strength is befitting of a captain. As soon as he finished speaking, Yamamoto sat back down and continued speaking moments later. Frankly, strength isn't everything a captain needs, but the more captain-level fighters we have, the better, so I don't mind making you a captain. However, there is still another question you need to answer. Why did you hide your strength? As soon as Yamamoto asked that question, his spiritual pressure came crashing down on Hisoka, instantly increasing the temperature in the room. However, despite the powerful pressure crashing into her, Hisoka continued standing straight, seemingly unbothered by Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. Well, she was used to Yuna's presence, so this kind of outcome is only natural. Seeing Hisoka not bending under his spiritual pressure, Yamamoto couldn't help but smile a little. This one has quite a lot of potential. Very good. Despite approving of Hisoka, he still needed his previous question answered, so he waited for Hisoka to speak. Frankly, I hid my strength because I have no interest in prestige. I just want a peaceful life. I plan to slowly rise toward the rank of lieutenant and stay there for the rest of my life. You know, a peaceful life with little paperwork and a decently high position. Hearing Hisoka's words, Yamamoto simply nodded his head. This was not a life he wanted to live, but he could understand other people desiring it. If Hisoka had shown what she was capable of from the start, ridiculous amounts of expectations would have been poured onto her, destroying all chances to live a leisurely life. Although Yamamoto disliked that kind of attitude, he didn't condemn it. I see. In that case, why did you decide to reveal your true strength? Hearing Yamamoto's question, Hisoka could only smile wryly as he answered him. I'll be honest, I watched what happened during Rukia's execution with my Shikai. I might desire a peaceful life, but Aizen destroying Seirei is a whole different matter. I'm not saying that I think we would lose, but since I'm someone who could maybe make a small difference, I decided to reveal myself. What a joke, now that Yuna is here, how could I possibly not participate in the war and watch Aizen getting trolled by her? Luckily, Yamamoto couldn't hear Hisoka's thoughts, otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have a positive opinion of her. I see, she wants a peaceful life, but when there's actual peril, she doesn't mind stepping in. I can respect that. Very well, henceforth you will be the captain of the 3rd Division. Hisoka Hyuga. Yes. Moments later, Yuna and Hinata could be seen following behind Hannibal through the corridors of Las Noches, which was the name of Aizen's main base inside Hueco Mundo. Say, Hannibal, Kanaran Kai of sex. While Hinata casually slapped the back of Yuna's head, Harib ignored her completely and simply kept walking, causing Yuna to pout. Not very talkative, are we? I have no desire to talk with you. He told her why not. We'll be working together from now on, right? Let's get to know each other. However, Hannibal only shook her head and continued walking, clearly not interested in talking with Yuna more than necessary. Come on Tilda, you can at least tell me the reason, right? I have no desire to talk to someone who acts so disrespectfully towards Aizen-sama. He tilted so it's loyalty, huh? However, is Aizen really a man worth your loyalty? As soon as Yuna finished speaking, Haribel turned around and glared at Yuna while some of her spiritual pressure subconsciously leaked out. Of course, he is worth my loyalty. He saved my life. Oh, I see. One of the oldest tricks in the bag isn't tilde. Haribel's glare intensified even further when Yuna mentioned some kind of trick. Moments later, she huffed in annoyance and resumed walking. What trick? If Aizen-sama didn't call you his guest, I would have already cut you down. What trick? As I said, the oldest one in the bag, using a third party to bring you into a life-threatening situation and save you at the last moment. Easy and simple. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, Haribel's step paused, causing Yuna to smirk and Hinata to facepalm. Well, one might reasonably ask how Yuna knew about how Aizen recruited Haribel, but that question actually had a pretty obvious answer, Hisoka. Again, one might reasonably ask why Hisoka would tell such a seemingly random piece of information to Yuna. However, Hisoka knew Yuna and, as such, knew her goals and how she usually acted. Since Hisoka thought that there was a good chance that Yuna would interact with Haribel at one point, she decided to tell her a piece of information that might sway Haribel's loyalty towards Aizen. On the other hand, Haribel couldn't help but have some doubts about how Aizen saved her pop up in her mind. No, in fact, she had had these doubts for a long time now. It's just so suspicious. He tried to recruit me, but I rejected his offer, and only a few days later, a hollow that was stronger than me appeared and attacked me. Just how many hollow existed at that point in time that was stronger than me? Certainly not more than 10. And, even more suspicious, just when I'm about to die, Aizen-sama saves me. Although doubts about Aizen were clearly visible on Haribel's face, after thinking about the situation a little longer, all doubts vanished, and her neutral expression returned. It doesn't matter. Even when it happened, as you said, Aizen-sama has helped me get much stronger than I was before, and I'm thankful for that. Hearing Haribel's words, Yuna simply nodded her head as a smirk appeared on her face. In that case, what would you do if I could help you get even stronger than you are now and even stronger than you would be after Aizen used the Hogyoku on you? Yet again, Haribel's steps paused as she looked at Yuna in doubt. She pondered her words briefly before simply dismissing them. You are lying to me. I don't know what you want to archive by tricking me with a false promise of power, but I won't fall for that so easily. In that case, let me ask you a question. What represents a Shinigami? Haribel briefly glanced at Yuna, wondering where she was going with this, but moments later, she decided to play along. The Zanpakuto. Correct. In that case, what represents a hollow? Haribel didn't need to think about that for long and answered Yuna pretty much instantly. The mask and the hollow hole. Correct. In that case, what is the highest form of power a Shinigami can use? Bankai. Correct. What about Aranka? Also, Haribel obviously knew the answer. She briefly hesitated to tell Yuna the answer. However, since she seemed to be on Aizen's side, she decided she might as well say it, as she didn't think it would matter whether it was kept a secret or not. Resurrection. Indeed. In that case, why can't a Hollow Shinigami hybrid not use Bankai, and why can a Shinigami Hollow hybrid not use Resurrection? This time, Yuna's question actually stumped Haribel. Yeah, why can't we? We have Zanpakuto as well, right? Why don't we have a Bankai? Well, our sword release is different from a Shinigami's, but isn't it still weird? No, this must just be the nature of things, so it can't be helped. While Haribel was deep in thought, Yuna decided to continue talking. Additionally, if the mask and the hollow hole represent a hollow, then why do Aranka remove theirs to become a hybrid, and why don't the human hybrids get a hollow hole? No matter how I look at it, something is missing. As Yuna continued talking, Haribel's frown deepened further and further as her thoughts kept wandering all over what Yuna had just said. She is right, something feels a little off. Very well, I'll at least admit that something is off about this situation. Hearing Haribel's admittance, Yuna nodded her head in acknowledgement. Doubt is the first step to enlightenment. Although Haribel couldn't help but scowl due to Yuna's pompous words, she decided not to comment on that for now. The weirdness of this whole matter aside, you are talking about it like you actually have a way to fix the situation. Correct. What do you want? Tilda, as expected of one of the top Arrancar, you jump straight to the matter. If you want to know, you have to simply discard Aizen and follow me instead. Never. No matter how many methods you have to make me stronger, I won't betray the one I've chosen to be loyal to. Excellent. Otherwise, I would have stopped caring about you anyway. In that case, let's modify the deal a little. After Aizen uses the Hogyoku on you, come to me, and I'll help you strengthen yourself even further. You'll hide that from Aizen, but you will continue following him loyally. However, I still claim that Aizen is not a man worth following, so as soon as you feel the same, I want you to discard him and come to me. Haribel couldn't help but frown a little after Yuna presented her deal. Frankly, there are only advantages for her and no disadvantages. In her mind, the only way for her to willingly betray Aizen was for him to betray her first, and at this point, it wouldn't even be called betrayal from her side anymore. Very well. This deal is in accordance with what I deem acceptable. In conclusion, I accept your proposal. Hee, excellent. +1, I guess Tilda. P+1. While Haribel wasn't sure what Yuna meant, Hinata could only sigh deeply. Sigh, it hasn't even been an hour. I really should have tried harder to block Yuna's advances, but when I see Haribel's body, I can only imagine how I mean, since Yuna had her eyes on Haribel, then this situation was inevitable anyway, so why bother? Right, that's exactly what I thought. Just like that, Yuna and Haribel struck a deal, and another day passed. Currently, a red-haired woman with crown-like horns growing out of her head. As the woman was walking, a chill suddenly went through her spine as the hairs on her arms stood up, causing her to sigh deeply. Sigh, it's been a while, Yuna-sama. Ma, no need for the sama. After all, you are no longer my maid, Tayuya. Seriously, what is even fucking going on? I seriously can't catch a break from all this shit, can I? Not only was I reborn in an environment everything tries to kill fucking everything, but after reaching the top of the shitty food chain, that dipset, Aizen, shows up and forcefully recruits me for his retarded dick measuring contest with Seirede, God Complex in full burst, and finally, you show up to make it very clear that this will turn even fuckier than it already is. Ma, that was quite a rant. Seems like your speech is still as foul as always, Tilda. Hearing Yuna's words, Tayuya paled, realizing that due to not being around Yuna, she had reverted back to her cursed-filled speech pattern. Diverse punishments for using foul language briefly flashed through Tayuya's mind before she started glaring at Yuna. No matter how you look at it, those curses were reasonable and appropriate considering what I went through. Oh well, that's true, I guess, so I'll let this one slide. Tayuya could only sigh in relief when Yuna decided not to bother her about her words this time. Anyway, how come you joined Aizen's side, Yuna? Well, to mess with him. Right, that was a stupid question. Since you came from Soul Society with Aizen, is there even anything left of the city? Obviously. After all, I spent only around 2 weeks there. Got it, so only half the city is raised and the other half just went insane. Geez, you are overdoing it. It wasn't that bad, Tilda. Really? How many captains did you seduce? Only 1.5. Still working on the second one. Hearing that rather small number, Tayuya was briefly surprised before another realization hit her. How many female captains does Seirede have? 2, if I'm not wrong. Tayuya's face deadpanned as soon as that number left Yuna's mouth. In other words, of 2 captains, she captured 1, and she is currently working on the second, slowly creeping towards having seduced every female captain in Seirede. Sigh as expected of you. But to think not only you are here, but Hinata as well. That's quite the surprise. Yep, I was rather happy when I found her as well. On a side note, Naruto is in this world as well, and surprisingly, Hisoka is as well. As soon as Tayuya heard Hisoka's name, a happy expression appeared on her face, which was swiftly replaced with a sad one. Damn, she must be a shining Amy while I'm a hollow. There is no way we could date again. As these thoughts passed her mind, she briefly glanced at Yuna, who was currently drinking from a bottle filled with an unknown liquid that she had procured from somewhere somehow, causing Tayuya's eyes to shine. What am I talking about? Shinigami and Hollow not getting along is common sense. However, isn't Yuna present? What worth does common sense even have while she is present? Yuna, is there a possibility of me and Hisoka living together again? Hearing Taiyu's question, Yuna briefly pondered the situation before nodding her head. Ma, it should be fine. I'll need to find the weaknesses of a few people first, gather some blackmail and bribery material and maybe break into a building or two, but I should manage to do it somehow. Hearing Yuna's absurd sentence, Hisoka simply nodded her head with a wide smile on her face. Thanks, Yuna. Frankly, she would have been more worried if Yuna had given her a normal answer, so this was perfect. Meanwhile, back in Serede, two young men were standing opposite of each other, and while one of them was yelling with a furious expression on his face, the other one simply looked annoyed. She betrayed us. Why aren't you not the slightest bit flustered or angry? Isn't she your sister? Hearing the angry young man called Ichigo yell at him, Naruto sighed deeply while trying to push his annoyance away. Look here, Ichigo, I really would like you to drop this matter. I can guarantee you that she has her own plans that, in the end, won't cause any of us any harm. Just look around you, those within Serede have already dropped this matter, so why can't you do the same? Isn't that obvious? Because I knew her personally. Yet another sigh escaped Naruto's mouth as Ichigo continued yelling. Did you, though? What? Did you really know her personally? You have spent a few months in the same classroom, that's all. Big deal. The only things you have seen her do is mess around, act goofy, and prank people. Although those are one of the things she likes doing the most, that is far from everything there is to know about her. Obviously, Ichigo wanted to reject Naruto's words, but before he could do so, a memory popped up in his mind. The memory of Yuna picking up Ishida after he activated the hollow bait, where she promised to kill him if a single innocent person died. A chill went through Ichigo's spine when he remembered the way her face looked at that moment. The goofy woman that seemingly wanted to do nothing but play around was replaced by a woman whose facial expression was cold and emotionless, looking at human lives like they were ants. Just what kind of life has she lived to be able to make that kind of face? Realizing that he probably didn't know Yuna as well as he thought, he could help but clench his teeth in anger and frustration. You are absolutely certain that Yuna hasn't actually switched sides, right? Seeing that Ichigo was finally letting go of his anger, Naruto sighed in relief as he nodded his head. There is no doubt about it. There were few things Nasan loathes more than betrayal. I am 100% certain that she would never betray me, even if it meant fighting someone to the death. Feeling the confidence in Naruto's words and the resolve radiating out of his eyes, Ichigo couldn't help but look at Naruto in surprise. Why are you so certain about that? How can she have that kind of determination? Simply because it had already happened and because I would do the same. The moment Naruto stopped speaking, a strong wind seemed to blow, causing shivers to run through Ichigo's spine. These two are monsters. Just what kind of life have they lived up until now? Tatsuki offhandedly mentioned some kind of fighting arena. I wonder if that has anything to do with their personality. Geez, Naruto, Ichigo, are you still fighting over what Yuna did? Hearing someone interrupting his thoughts, Ichigo looked at the source of the voice and noticed Tatsuki walking toward the blonde duo. Now, I finally managed to convince Ichigo to stop bothering with this matter. Tatsuki's face instantly lit up with a smile after Naruto told her that Ichigo would no longer argue about this matter. So, she happily skipped over to Naruto and gave him a hug while nuzzling her face into his nape, making Ichigo feel a little awkward. Although there were never any romantic feelings between him and Tatsuki, the duo were still childhood friends, making it rather awkward for Ichigo to see Naruto and Tatsuki get intimate. However, Ichigo realized that Tatsuki was pretty much always smiling when she was around Naruto, so he couldn't help but be happy for her that she found someone she could spend time with like this. Meanwhile, back in Serede, a dark-skinned Arrancar was walking through Las Noches with a dissatisfied expression on his face. How dare she treat Aizen-sama so impolitely? I can't accept this. This is unacceptable. This Arrancar was called Zomiroro, and he was probably Aizen's most fanatical follower, going so far as to chant Aizen's name while he was killed during canon. Obviously, someone like that couldn't accept someone treating the object of his worship with disrespect. He had pondered what he should do for a while now, and in the end, he decided that he had to do something no matter what. The images of Yuna acting rampant flashed through his mind again and again, constantly fueling his anger toward her. He considered himself to be the fastest of the 10 Espada, Aizen's 10 strongest Arrancar, so he decided to use his speed to teach Yuna a lesson. As long as she didn't see him, no one could blame him for winding her a little. Obviously, he wouldn't go for the kill since Aizen had deigned her a guest, but surely some kind of semi-heavy wound wouldn't be a problem, right? As he was walking, he finally noticed his target appear in front of him. He didn't know exactly where she got it from, but she was currently deeply immersed in a book, making this the perfect opportunity. So, he quickly used Sonodo, the hollow version of the Shinigami's flash step, and appeared behind Yuna, slashing his sword at her, intending to leave a huge gash on her back. The sword hit its intended target, but to Zomri's surprise, no blood splattered. That was just an afterimage tilde. Suddenly, a voice came from directly behind him, where Yuna was still casually reading a book. You. Zomri gritted his teeth and attacked again, dismissing all worries about being found out. However, just like the first time, his attack landed without any blood splattering to the ground. Another afterimage tilde. Yet again, Zomri turned around, panic visible on his face, and attacked again, futility cutting through yet another afterimage. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, stopping him from turning around as he suddenly felt a presence directly next to his head. Another afterimage tilde. I hope you are all lubed up because... The presence moved even closer to his ear, allowing him to see some blue and red hair as he could feel someone breathing into his ear. Moments later, someone whispered into his ear in a deep voice that made all the hair on his body stand up. Unitine. Splat. Since Aizen left Seirede, a resemblance of calmness had returned to the city. Currently, all the remaining captains were gathered in the headquarters of the 1st Division, where Yamamoto called them for a meeting of the captains. Currently, the only person missing was the captain commander himself, who would be arriving any second now. However, currently, everyone present couldn't help but look at the single black-haired woman in their midst in confusion. The person most surprised by her presence here was undoubtedly Captain Yukitake. Hisoka. Why are you here, and how come you're wearing a captain's cloak? Well, a lot of things happened due to all kinds of reasons, so I wanted not to reveal my true strength. However, considering the mess that happened, I decided to do so no longer and step up my game, taking the position of captain. Oh? To think you were that strong. I didn't notice in the slightest. Yeah, sorry about that, Captain Yukitake. Frankly, I don't trust you in the slightest. While Yukitake was accepting Hisoka's apology with a kind smile, Soifon couldn't help but comment on the situation, stating that she didn't trust Hisoka. Well, it can't be helped that you don't trust me, Captain Soifon, but since the captain commander agreed to my promotion, there really isn't much that can be done. Besides, I can't do anything about you trusting me or not, but if you want, we can have a sparring match, so I can at least prove that I'm strong enough for the position. Hearing Hisoka's suggestion, Soifon briefly pondered on it before nodding her head in agreement. Very well, I can't help but be a little interested in what you are capable of. Before anyone else could talk any further, Yamamoto entered the room, instantly silencing everyone else. He let his gaze wander around the attending captains before letting it linger on Unohana. Where have you been these last 2 weeks, Captain Unohana? Hearing the captain commander's question, Unohana smiled lightly before she started talking. It's a little shameful to admit, but I got defeated by one of the intruders and was consequently captured. Luckily, despite me not being present, no one died during this whole debacle. While a few captains frowned hearing that Unohana was captured, those who knew who she really was couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in confusion. Are you saying that someone managed to overpower you in a proper battle? Maybe your opponent used some kind of scheme to trick you. This time, it was Shinsui's turn to speak, and after hearing what he had to say, Unohana simply shook her head in denial. Unfortunately not. It was a proper one-on-one battle, which after quite a while of fighting, I could only admit my defeat. Who was the one who defeated you? Hearing the captain commander asking a question this time, everyone paid closer attention to what Unohana was about to say. None of the people present hoped that she would say the name everyone wanted to hear the least. Unfortunately, it was Yuna who defeated me. The worst-case scenario happened, and the one who was capable of defeating one of the strongest captains was also the one who left with Aizen, resulting in an additional powerful foe. Realizing just how hard the battle against Aizen would be, Yamamoto sighed deeply. Her little brother told me she was stronger than him. It seems like he was telling the truth. How troublesome. Everyone will need to increase their training if they want to get through the future war in one piece. Yes. Hearing everyone confirming that they listened to his order, Yamamoto sighed yet again as he decided to sharpen himself some more as well. It's been a while since I did anything but basic training. Let's see how this old body of mine will react to doing something a little more stressful. Meanwhile, Rangiku was looking out of a window with a sad expression on her face. Despite being rather distant all the time, Rangiku had a lot of positive feelings for Jin, as he had been her childhood friend. If she had to put her finger on it, she would say that she considered him to be somewhat of a bigger brother. What are you sighing for, sister-in-law? Hikia. Suddenly hearing someone talk behind her, Rangiku exclaimed in surprise, causing her breasts to shake, bringing them dangerously close to spilling out. D-damn, that scared me. They almost popped out. Seeing Rangiku's shaking breasts, the person who had just appeared behind her could only smile wryly. Seriously, considering it is Nei-san, I wouldn't be surprised if she spent some while scouting the city, looking for the woman with the biggest boobs so that she can seduce her. Pretty sure that's exactly what had happened. While Naruto was talking, Rangiku slowly turned around to see who had suddenly appeared behind her, and seeing a young man with long blonde spiky hair and deep blue eyes, she briefly tilted her head in confusion before a light bulb appeared above her head. You are Yuna's little brother, right? Naruto, right? Correct. Tilda. Nei-san told me you might be troubled due to Jin's departure, so I decided to come over to take a look. Seems like she was right. Hearing Naruto's words, Rangiku raised her eyebrows in doubt. I did tell her about Jin, but how do you know about that? Or rather, when did she have time to tell you about that? As soon as Rangiku finished speaking, Naruto pulled out a small piece of paper and handed it over to Rangiku. While she was leaving with Aizen, she managed to leave some hidden signs behind that only I would notice, leading me to a hidden place where she had left me a message. Well, it was mostly a name list of women she seduced, so I know who not to go after. However, Rangiku barely heard Naruto's words as her gaze was fixed on the piece of paper she was holding. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what was written on it. Sup, Rangiku, sorry for the quick departure. I almost missed my ride to the next fun location, so I was kind of in a hurry and couldn't say goodbye properly. Not sure how long I will mess. I mean, stay with Aizen, but this might take a while. Luckily, I have enough cake with me to last me a while, as I'm not sure if I will be able to make new ones within Hueco Mundo. Anyway, don't worry about Jin or me, and just relax. Everything will turn out all right. With love. Yuna. P.S. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Jin plans to betray Aizen, so there is no need to be sad due to his actions. Write that last part first. Hearing Rangiku's outburst, Naruto could only chuckle in amusement while sitting down, followed by an annoyed-looking Rangiku doing the same. As soon as both of them were seated, there was a knock on the door, and moments later, it opened, revealing an annoyed-looking Tatsuki. What the hell, Naruto? Don't just leave like th. Who the hell is this? Initially, Tatsuki was only annoyed that Naruto suddenly claimed that he had to meet someone, but now she was somewhat angry that the person Naruto wanted to meet was actually a beautiful woman with huge breasts. Seeing the anger in Tatsuki's eyes, Naruto smiled wryly while raising his hand to pacify her. Now, no need to get angry. This is Rangiku, and she is part of Nei-san's harem. She asked me to check on her. The moment Naruto said that, Tatsuki's gaze snapped toward Rangiku, looking at her in disbelief. Is that really true? Yep. Tatsuki couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she heard Rangiku answering her question without a second of hesitation. Obviously, she already knew what Yuna was planning to do, and she even heard Hinata say that Yuna had picked up a few women during her stay within Seirei, but hearing about it and seeing it live are completely different things. Isn't it weird? You know, to sleep with more than one person. Tatsuki couldn't help but ask what Rangiku thought about her relationship with Yuna. While Hinata seemed to be, at worst, slightly annoyed by Yuna's behavior, Hinata was part of the weirdo trio from the start, so Tatsuki knew that she had a weird mindset from the start. Rangiku, on the other hand, hopefully, could provide her with a different point of view about this whole harem matter. She simply couldn't help but be curious about the whole situation. It certainly was a little weird at the start, but that feeling diminished rather quickly as everyone seemed to be getting along really well. If I had to describe it, every day was pretty much like hanging around with a bunch of good friends, but occasionally something erotic would happen. Seriously. Now that I think about it, that's bullshit. Erotic things would happen often instead of occasionally. After Ranjiku finished correcting her initial statement, Tatsuki couldn't help but facepalm. Seriously, is Yuna simply surrounding herself with perverts, or are people becoming perverts after spending time with her? Seeing that Tatsuki appeared to be deep in thought, Ranjiku shrugged her shoulders as she got up from her seated position and vanished into another room. Moments later, she reappeared, holding 3 glasses and a bottle. Anyway, let's drink. We'll be toting how much of an idiot Jin is for pulling something like this. Now that I think about it, Yuna did the same, so let's toast about her being an idiot as well. Naruto and I are still minors, so we aren't allowed to drink yet. As soon as Tatsuki finished speaking, she looked at Naruto, causing her face to scrunch up. He was currently frozen in place, holding the already opened bottle in one hand and one of the glasses in the other. Clearly, he was about to pour himself a drink. Naruto. Cough, come on, Tatsuki. No need to be all stiff. Let's enjoy a little drink. Naruto. That's illegal. Ma, I doubt there are any cops dedicated enough to kill themselves to reach Soul Society to capture me. It's fine, this isn't the first time I have drunk alcohol, Tilda. What? You have drunk alcohol before? Yep, it can be pretty fun if you don't drink too much, Tilda. Seeing Naruto and his girlfriend quarreling in front of her, Ranjiku chuckled in amusement as she poured herself a drink and took a sip. That's to the 2 idiots in my life. Cheers. Yuna. Jin. Although it took him a while, Naruto finally managed to convince Tatsuki to take a sip, which she did with caution. However, just after swallowing the drink, she couldn't help but look at her glass with some interest. This is delicious. Hearing Tatsuki's exclamation, Ranjiku nodded in approval. Indeed, it's one of the many bottles Yuna left me behind. Not sure where she got this stuff, but her drinks always taste the best. I deliberately chose something not too strong, as I knew you might not be used to drinking. While Tatsuki simply nodded her head, alarm bells started ringing in Naruto's mind when Ranjiku mentioned that this was something not too strong. This is probably a trap. Pretty sure Ranjiku should be a somewhat heavy drinker, and I hardly get too drunk either, so this trap was likely aimed at Tatsuki, who Nasan probably predicted to come here following me. I see, so that is why she asked me to visit Ranjiku. She wanted to mess with Tatsuki. Isn't that too far-fetched? It's Nasan, after all. True. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo, Yuna was leaning on a window, watching the world around her. I hope Ranjiku likes the drinks I left her behind, Tilda. Did you seriously not mess with that stuff? I don't mess with good alcohol. That goes against my principles of being a heavy drinker. Tsunaide. I wasn't messing with the drink itself, I was messing with the bottles containing them. You sure use your narrative how it fits, don't you? I do, but you already knew that. True. Back in Seirei, Tatsuki's face was lightly flushed by now, while Naruto and Ranjiku still seemed to be as clear-minded as before. What going on here? Although Tatsuki hasn't drunk that much yet, she should be much more drunken than she currently is if this was one of Nasan's tricks. Is this alcohol something that isn't rigged? It's a miracle. Aoi, are you crying? And no. While Naruto was getting emotional about Yuna not pulling a prank for once, Ranjiku couldn't help but look at him weirdly. What's his problem? Why does he suddenly look like he is about to cry? Pondering the situation a little longer, Ranjiku decided not to bother with this matter and simply shrugged her shoulders, taking another sip. Meanwhile, Tatsuki couldn't help but be surprised by how good everything Ranjiku pulled out tasted. Additionally, she could feel herself get a little drunk, making her feel floaty. However, despite feeling herself losing control a little, it wasn't a bad feeling. However, she also realized that things might be dangerous if she pushed drinking too far. I consider myself to be rather strong-willed, but I can already feel my control over my desires slipping away. The more I drink, the easier I can convince myself to drink even more. This might actually be pretty dangerous. I shouldn't drink anymore. Well, one more probably wouldn't hurt anybody, Tilda. Ranjiku, could you please pour me another cup? Haha, of course. Another drink is coming right up. Let's see, this time, let's take this bottle, Tilda. Seeing Ranjiku pour his girlfriend another drink, Naruto briefly considered stopping Tatsuki from drinking more, but in the end, he decided to let this matter escalate a bit further. I'm still clear-minded, so the worst that could happen is Tatsuki waking up tomorrow morning with a killer headache, which should be possible to heal using Kido. And so, the day continued, with the trio happily drinking away. As they were drinking, Ichigo briefly met them, asking whether they had seen Rukia, but after denying that, he quickly took off in search of her, making Naruto chuckle. Seriously, she is missing again. Probably should install some kind of tracker on her leg or something like that. Oh well, I'm sure she will reappear soon. A while later, Kira entered the room as well and joined the trio, helping Ranjiku occasionally curse Aizen, as he previously was Kira's captain. Unfortunately, Kira was pretty much a lightweight and was knocked out even before Tatsuki could get too drunk, making her laugh like a sailor, which Naruto found incredibly amusing. Damn, I should have brought something to record her laughing like that. Showing her a video of herself laughing like that is sure to get a rise out of her. Just like that, noon passed and it became night, with occasional other people walking past the group of drunkards, but none joining it, and just like that, a new day came. Groan. A loud groan escaped Tatsuki's mouth as she held her head in pain. Although she went through worse, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable due to being hungover. Ugh, so this is what it feels like to wake up after drinking too much. Well, I had a lot of fun yesterday, so I guess this is the price I need to pay for that. You were amazing yesterday, Tatsuki Tilda. Hearing someone speaking to her from directly next to her, Tatsuki stiffened and mechanically turned her head to the source of the voice. There, she saw Naruto looking at her with clear blue eyes and messy blonde hair while resting his head on one of his hands. Most importantly, the bed sheet had slipped off from him, revealing his naked upper body, causing Tatsuki to freeze. She quickly puzzled together her current situation from the words Naruto just spoke and the way he currently looked, causing her eyes to widen. In no way. Did we? Tatsuki got up from her lying position instantly, causing the sheets to slip from her body as well, revealing her to be fully clothed. Obviously, Tatsuki expected herself to be naked, but looking down at her body, she still wore the same clothes she wore yesterday. Although they were rather wrinkly, there was no doubt they were the same clothes. She looked around in confusion, and seconds later, she noticed Naruto looking at her with a teasing smirk, immediately causing her to put the real puzzle together. Why you are messing with me? We didn't sleep with each other at all. Hee, what are you talking about? We clearly slept with each other. Look, we are still lying in the same bed. A tick mark appeared on Tatsuki's forehead as she briefly pondered, giving Naruto a good smack. However, she decided not to do so for now and asked a question instead. Why didn't you do anything? No matter how I look at it, considering how drunk I was, I might have actually agreed. Hearing Tatsuki's question, Naruto chuckled in amusement before a serious expression appeared on his face. I won't lie to you, I do want to have sex with you, but I don't want you to be intoxicated during our first time. Let's be honest here, even if we did it, you probably would barely remember any of it. Although Tatsuki flushed a little due to Naruto's words, in the end, she couldn't help but smile a little due to his words and give him a hug. Thank you for being so considerate of me, Naruto. No big deal. So, sexy time. You do realize that you just ruined the moment, right? Yeah, sorry. It lies in the family. Hearing Naruto's excuse, Tatsuki could only sigh deeply while face-palming. Seriously, what have I gotten myself into? Am I seriously dating this weirdo? As those thoughts passed her mind, she glanced at Naruto, who was currently giving her a cheeky smile, causing herself to smile as well. You are an idiot, Naruto. Ha, I'm your idiot, Tatsuki. Seeing Naruto's smile brighten even further, Tatsuki couldn't help but chuckle a little as she leaned her head against Naruto's shoulder. Yeah, you are my idiot, Naruto. So, I will punch you. A few hours after waking up next to Tatsuki, Naruto received a message that Captain Yukitake apparently wanted to talk with Naruto about something important. So, the duo was currently sitting at a table, calmly drinking tea. After around a minute of silence, Yukitake started talking. Well, since everything is more or less settled, and your group is no longer considered invaders, I've decided to make you an offer. Naruto simply nodded his head and motioned Yukitake to continue. Since you have Shinigami powers, are you interested in becoming a substitute Shinigami? Oh? Substitute Shinigami? Please elaborate. Well, there honestly isn't much to explain. Basically, you will get an official token to represent your position which will also warn you of incoming Hollow. Overall, all you have to do is kill Hollow when you see them. As soon as Yukitake stopped talking, Naruto briefly pondered the offer and came to a conclusion rather quickly. Well, this honestly isn't a big deal. I would be killing Hollow anyways, so having something to identify myself with might be useful. Neither Seirete nor I get much out of this, so let's accept for now. All right, I'm in. Hearing Naruto accepting his offer, Yukitake happily nodded his head while his right hand vanished into his left sleeve before pulling something out of there. It was a small black and white token that had two crossing black stripes on it with a big black skull at the crosspoint of the stripes. This is the substitute badge. It will be the token representing your position as a substitute Shinigami. Taking the token, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little suspicious of Yukitake. No, that wasn't entirely correct, as rather than feeling that he was acting suspiciously, Naruto felt like he was deliberately doing so. Something isn't entirely right with this badge, and although Yukitake knows what's wrong, he isn't allowed to tell me directly. As such, he decided to put up this act. As soon as Naruto came to that conclusion, his eyes started shining blue as he directed some of his spiritual power into them, enhancing what he could see. After watching the badge Yukitake was holding out to him, Naruto immediately noticed what was going on, as it had a rather simple structure. I see, a location tracker, huh? Disclaimer from the author, a lot of people think that the badge restricts Ichigo's spiritual power because Ginjo said it would track and restrict him, but I feel like that restrict wasn't pointed at Ichigo's spiritual power, but his movement in general. As in, if he were to go somewhere, Seirete didn't want him to go, they could block or stop him after tracking him down. Yukitake could only smile wryly as Naruto instantly saw through the badge functions. Obviously, he wanted Naruto to have some suspicions about the badge at least, but he didn't expect him to find out everything at a glance. So you found out immediately, huh? I guess that is to be expected of someone who could fight the captain commander for such a long time. Indeed, on top of the features I mentioned, this will track your location as well. So, if you want to reject the offer after finding out about that, then it can't be helped. Instead of outright rejecting the badge, Naruto briefly pondered the situation before shrugging his shoulders. I'm not certain what I will do yet, but I'm rather curious about your actions. Others might not notice, but it was rather clear to me that you wanted me to doubt the purpose of this badge. What's that all about? Yukitake couldn't help but smile wryly due to Naruto's question. Despite that, he quickly answered his question, as he had already expected Naruto to ask it. The rule of giving Shinigami from outside of Seirete this badge had been in place for a long time now, and I'm the one who set it in motion. On the one hand, I don't want Shinigami that aren't loyal towards Seirete to roam the world of the living unchecked, but on the other hand, I can't help but feel guilty tracking them without their knowledge. So, I decided to hand the badge over without explaining all its functions while simultaneously acting in a way that might make me look suspicious. Naruto hummed in acknowledgement after Yukitake finished his explanation. Frankly, he could only agree to his words. In terms of his previous world, Naruto was practically a shinobi from a foreign nation, but despite that, he was allowed to roam the lands controlled by Seirete. A shinobi from the stone was not only roaming the lands of the leaf but was even taking on missions. Well, it was a little more sophisticated than that, but in the end, it didn't really matter. I see, so it's like that. Well, I can understand why you would want to keep your tabs on a rough like me, so I don't really mind. However, what if I were to reject this badge? As you have said, you want to know where I am, and if I were to reject it, you wouldn't be able to do so. Feeling a sliver of hostility in Naruto's words, Yukitake could only raise his hands in surrender. I won't lie to you, if you were a Shinigami of average strength, I would force it onto you. However, considering what I have seen of your strength so far, I feel like that would be a huge mistake. Although I'm certain that you couldn't defeat all of Seirede by yourself, I would rather not sacrifice a significant part of our forces just to restrict a single person that clearly holds no hostility towards us. So, even if you reject the badge, we wouldn't do anything. As soon as Yukitake finished his explanation, Naruto nodded his head in approval and grabbed the badge. He totally agreed with Yukitake's words, as this was how the world worked in his first life as well. While the weak get suppressed, the strong are respected. Good, I like your reasoning and fully understand your point of view, so I'll take the badge and carry it around. I wonder if I can mess with this thing's tracking function tilde. Someone stole an artifact from within Seirede. Well, it couldn't be Naruto since his badge was moving around in the world of the living when the robbery happened tilde. Couldn't you accomplish the same by simply giving it to someone else? Unfortunately, I can't. This thing is linked to my spiritual power, so people in Seirede will know immediately if someone else is carrying it. Another feature that might be fun to mess with tilde. So the people in this city actually gave the prankster the tools to prank them with, huh? That's a little pitiful. Despite wanting to laugh like a maniac due to Kurama's words, Naruto kept a calm smile on his face as he stored the badge away, causing Yukitake to smile as well. He's such a polite young man. I'm really looking forward to what he will accomplish in the future. A few hours later, all of Seirede's invaders were gathered at the execution platform yet again. However, instead of an execution, this is going to be the place used to send them back to the world of the living. As a massive Senkaimon was installed here, which is the official way to travel from Soul Society to the world of the living. Apparently, Rukia decided to stay within Soul Society, which wasn't all that surprising to Naruto, as this was her home. Additionally, after the whole incident was done, and Ichigo more or less defeated Rukia's brother, he clearly became much more mellow and accepting of Rukia, allowing Rukia to see him as family. Anyway, Naruto briefly saw Yukitake handing something over to Ichigo, which he assumed was another substitute badge. He briefly pondered whether he should inform Ichigo about what was the badge's real purpose but decided against it in the end. This was Ichigo's problem, not his own. And, just like that, everyone left Seirede through the Senkaimon. However, things didn't go exactly as everyone had assumed they would go. Isn't this the official way? Why do we still have to hurry through here? Just like the first time, the group passed through the dimension between the world of the living and Soul Society. They had to pass through here at a fast pace. It can't be helped. Not all of us are Shinigami, and we don't have any held butterflies to guide us, so this is the only way for us to move through the dimensions. Although everyone grumbled after Yoruichi finished her explanation, in the end, no one could comment any further on what she said due to her words simply being the truth. Despite them being forced to yet again rush through this transit dimension, this time, no problems popped up. Well, except for them appearing in Karakura town around 100 meters above ground, resulting in a free fall. However, before they could even start falling, Naruto felt something being shot toward them, so he quickly wrapped everyone in a coat of wind, reflecting the projectile while simultaneously allowing everyone to hover in midair. Naruto briefly glanced at the source of the projectile and noticed Yuzu, one of Kasuke's assistants, standing not too far away from them, holding what looked like a massive bazooka. What the hell is this kind of welcome? Someone is clearly craving a beating. A moment later, a flying carpet hovered up to Naruto and the rest of his group, causing his eyebrows to rise. Seriously? A flying carpet? Does this guy have too much time on his hands to develop gimmicks like that? Ohio tilde seems like he made it back. How did it go? I can't help but notice that we are missing a few people tilde. Despite his jolly tone, Kasuke was actually sweating a little due to two people not returning. Although the whole mess in C-Rate was ultimately Aizen's idea, Kasuke more or less supported the whole thing. So, despite not really being close to anyone in the party except for Yoruichi, he still would feel somewhat guilty if people lost their life because of his actions. Additionally, he couldn't help but notice that one of the missing people was Yuna, Naruto's sister. If Naruto found out about his involvement in this matter, and Kasuke was sure he would, it would be perfectly reasonable for Naruto to hunt him down for revenge. However, his worries quickly vanished when he saw Naruto being in a good mood while teasing Tatsuki, causing her to blush and Naruto to laugh out loud. It seems like you are missing two people. What happened? Hearing Kasuke's question, Yoruichi simply shrugged her shoulder and started her explanation about what had happened in Seirei. Well, it's a rather interesting story, and no matter how outrageous you think it might be, it's all true. Ha ha ha, now, Yoruichi, don't be like that. No matter what happened, there is no way I wouldn't believe your words. Hearing Kasuke's words, Yoruichi couldn't help but smirk as she started talking. I see, guess that's true Tilda. In that case, due to some time shenanigans, Yuna arrived in Seirei a week before us. In that week, she seduced a lieutenant and a captain and had them join her harem, gave at least 3 other captains a mental breakdown, causing them to either become rather jaded or destroy their own properties while making the whole city afraid of the word cake. The following week, she continued terrorizing the city with her pranks, ultimately deciding to follow Aizen toward Hueco Mundo, where she very likely plans to continue pranking people, which, after realizing this fact, resulted in Captain Kairaku laughing out loud while declaring that Aizen had already lost this war. As soon as Yoruichi's explanation finished, utter silence reigned over her surroundings, causing her to smirk. This was exactly the type of reaction she was hoping for, as even the people who traveled with her to Soul Society realized how absurd Yuna's actions were. Unfortunately for her, she didn't calculate that there was someone in the crowd who wasn't fazed by Yuna's actions in the slightest. Oi, sister-in-law, you forgot to mention the part where you joined her harem Tilda. Instantly, everyone's gazes snapped towards Yoruichi, whose gaze instantly landed on Naruto. Although her emotions were hard to tell due to currently being in her cat form, if she were in her human form, she would be glaring at Naruto while blushing furiously. I did not join her harem. Sure, keep telling yourself that, and it might become the truth one day. Despite all the commotion, Kasuke still didn't say a word as he was still digesting the ridiculous story he had just heard. So, only after Naruto and Yoruichi continued bickering for a while longer did he finally manage to come up with a response to Yoruichi's report. Huh. Well, no one said it was a good response, but that was all he had for now. Realizing that Kasuke was rather close to having smoke come out of his ears, Yoruichi couldn't help but chuckle in amusement while dismissing her grudge toward Naruto. Usually, Kasuke was the one to mess with her, so this was the perfect opportunity to get some revenge. I know, right? To think she would be able to not only seduce the old Kenpachi, Captain Unohana, but even defeat the new one. She sure hid her true power well. Oh well, my highlight was definitely the massive ice penis she managed to erect inside the Kuchiki compound somehow, which seemed to be pretty much indestructible and would occasionally shoot white snow into the air. A few more seconds passed after Yoruichi finished speaking, resulting in Kasuke answering Yoruichi. Huh? Yet again, not the brightest of answers to a report, which only made her even happier. Seeing a dumbfounded Kusai was extremely rare, so she couldn't help but be happy due to the current situation. Although it took Kasuke a while to reboot his brain, as soon as he did, he couldn't help but glare at Yoruichi. Could you please take this seriously? Please tell me the truth. Oh? What happened to no matter what happened, there is no way I wouldn't believe your words. Pa, although I said that, at least be reasonable. That nonsense you have just told me is simply too absurd to be true. As soon as Kasuke finished speaking, his gaze landed on the other people who went to Seirei, expecting their expressions to falter due to Yoruichi's obvious prank being seen through. However, although everyone indeed looked away as soon as Kasuke's gaze landed on them, he felt like the reason they were looking away from him wasn't that they were afraid of exposing Yoruichi's lie, causing Yoruichi to laugh out loud. Sorry to disappoint your common sense, but everything I just said is true. Including you joining Naisan's harem Tilda. Shut up, Naruto. Yes, sister-in-law Tilda. Hearing Naruto calling her sister-in-law yet again, Yoruichi gritted her teeth so hard they almost shattered as she directed a seething glare at Naruto, who only casually winked at her, making her even angrier. On the other hand, Kasuke could only stare at the duo in a daze. Impossible. How can that be true? There is no way a single individual could do all of that. Especially not if they had just become a Shinigami a few days ago. This is impossible. What am I even supposed to do now? It seems like Yuna actually had more potential than Ichigo. So, should I switch her out and make use of her for my plans instead? No, that doesn't make any sense, as her circumstances are completely different from Ichigo's. On top of that, she actually went to Hueco Mundo. What the hell? Plans that were crafted for over a century need to be thrown into the trash just because one woman decided to do whatever she wanted. Damn it, I can't predict what will happen at all. Will Yuna really cause havoc within Hueco Mundo? How will her presence affect the forces Aizen will bring in Aizen himself? Shit, everything is spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, while Naruto was bickering with Yoruichi, he couldn't help but internally chuckle in amusement due to Kisuke's current state of mind. He could easily tell just how distressed he was, almost causing him to laugh out loud. How pitiful, he tried to predict what Nasan would do and straight up crashed and burned. Oh well, it's not like this is the first time this has happened. As someone who has known her for a long time now, it's always fascinating seeing this kind of thing happening. Yeah, I agree. After all, if you know her, it's incredibly easy to get at least a read of what her next action is going to be, but if you don't know her, it's pretty much impossible to do so. As expected of someone whose Zanpakuto is named Chaos. MHH, now that I think about it, I wonder how Zanpakuto usually get their names. As far as I know, the Zanpakuto usually gives it to its wielder, and not the other way around. We recognize our names as soon as we become sentient. Usually, even if a Shinigami were to give us a name before we become sentient, it would be meaningless. Despite that, your sister somehow managed to name her Zanpakuto spirit, either coincidentally choosing the correct name or overriding the real one, which should be impossible. I see, so she somehow managed to overwrite the real one, huh? Thanks for the information, Boreas. Please don't completely ignore the first option. Ma, it's simply too absurd to happen, so it can't be helped tilde. And the second one isn't. Ma, it's Nasan, after. Since Yuna managed to awaken a second Zanpakuto spirit on top of Kurama, it would be weird for Naruto not to do the same. After all, just like the egg that hatched inside Yuna's mince cake when she turned into a Shinigami, the same happened to Naruto, granting him his own Zanpakuto spirit. Although he had not used it within Tsurete yet, his sword's Shikai transformation greatly increased the power of his wind, while the Zanpakuto spirit's name was Boreas. Although he had yet to use it, Naruto was sure that there were plenty of chances to do so in the future.